Hikawasaura also finished the last push-up, huh? He stood up with difficulty and let out a long breath. I have been in this damn world for so many years. Hikawasaura's face was full of disappointment. It was not until he entered the ninja school and stayed with these geniuses that he finally understood what talent was supreme. There are still 2 years before the Ninja World War. Although he has been training hard, his strength in the class is only average. With his qualifications, I am afraid that he will only be a bigger cannon fodder at that time. Hikawasaura was born in Konoha. His parents were both Chunin in the village. They were not qualified and died very early. The Hikawa family also moved to Konoha after the decline. His family is said to have flourished a long time ago and has a special blood limit, but that is just a rumor. At least his parents and his parents' parents have not awakened. But it is still a family after all, leaving him a considerable inheritance in this large yard. In this world where blood is supreme, it would be great if I could really awaken my bloodline limit. Bing Chuan Kongya sat on the ground and looked up at the sky. After a short rest, when he was about to continue training, he suddenly found something hanging on the tree in the yard. It looked like a large fruit in shape and size. But the key is that the tree in the yard can't bear fruit at all. With doubts, Bing Chuan Kongya walked in step by step until he got to the front. Fuck! Bing Chuan Kongya rubbed his eyes subconsciously. This is wrong. He pulled the thing down. This large fruit showed a transparent light blue color, and the surface was covered with small crystals like frost. The overall shape of the fruit may be an irregular circle or oval, and the surface has some patterns similar to ice and snow carvings, giving people a cold and crystal clear feeling. It's like a product in the ice and snow world. Others may not know, but as a pirate fan, he recognized it at a glance. Isn't this a devil fruit? It looks like a natural frozen fruit, but this is the world of Naruto. Could it be that a time traveler saw that I was too miserable and sent it here specifically? Hikawasaura thought wildly. Or did a strong man in the ninja world search my memory? Hikawasaura stared at the frozen fruit in his hand, his mind in a mess. He gently turned the fruit, and the frost-covered surface shimmered in the night, like an extremely precious treasure. Could it be? This is my new chance? Hikawasaura muttered to himself, thinking that Aokiji could freeze the sea at will, and any move was a natural disaster-level blow. And suddenly his heart was hot. Who cares? Do it. Hikawasaura finally made a decision. His heartbeat accelerated, and he bit a corner of the fruit. In an instant, a biting cold spread, but then a disgusting taste came from his mouth. The taste was like rotten things mixed with the bitterness of frost, so strong that he almost couldn't help vomiting. What the hell is this? He endured the nausea and felt like vomiting in his throat. His tongue seemed frozen. Every time he took a bite, he could feel the rotten, sticky taste seeping from the fruit into his body. The cold feeling of the fruit made his tongue numb, but it tasted like a mixture of cold frost and rotten garbage, plus a strange metallic taste. It was like eating a large piece of moldy, smelly, rotten food, and it was extremely disgusting. He felt like he was about to vomit and could only swallow it down in big mouthfuls. Of this taste, Hikawasaura's face turned pale in an instant, and an indescribable burning pain began to appear in his mouth, as if there were ice nails piercing his stomach, which made him unbearable. The coldness of the fruit spread like venom, invading his blood and bone marrow, as if every inch of his skin was frozen to the limit. However, as the coldness entered his body, he also felt a strange change. His body was becoming extremely cold and hard, as if it was completely frozen. The freezing power penetrated his whole body and went straight into his bones. He could feel that every muscle and every nerve of his body was controlled by the cold power. It's really like eating shit, but my body. Bing Chuan also felt that the power was getting stronger and stronger, as if it could not be reversed. He tried to adapt to this strange power. The freezing power continued to spread, even making his fingertips transparent, with a texture covered with frost. Bing Chuan also gradually felt the changes brought about by the frozen fruit. His body became colder and colder, and his muscles seemed to be controlled by some powerful force, and even his breathing became heavy. Every time he breathed, the cold air filled his chest, as if the air itself was frozen by the frost. If it is really the freezing ability, I have to try to control it, he whispered to himself, and his voice was almost frozen in the air by the cold air. As his thoughts came together, his consciousness gradually entered a state of fusion with the frost in his body. He began to try to mobilize the cold power in his body. At first, he just moved slightly, and a thin layer of frost appeared on the palm of his hand. The crystal-clear ice flowers covered the surface of his skin like the morning frost in winter. Can you control it? He looked down at his palm and tried to condense more cold air. As his mind focused, his palm began to emit a thicker, cold air, and the frost gradually condensed into a sharp ice blade. Bing Chuanqing also clenched the ice blade, feeling the power in it. It seemed that the whole hand became harder, as if it had merged with the cold. He couldn't help laughing. His heart was full of excitement. It seems that this is indeed Hokage's frozen fruit. However, he also felt a little uneasy. After all, the devil fruit abilities in the pirate world usually have some fatal weaknesses: seawater. As a ninja, Bing Chuanqing also knew that if his abilities were also affected by seawater, it would be troublesome. If the opponent's ninja just released a water escape, wouldn't he die on the spot? It's time to test the effect of the water. He took a deep breath, stood up, and walked to the edge of the yard, where there was a small pond. The water was clear and sparkling. He stared at the water, feeling a little uneasy. If the sea water could weaken his ability, his talent would become a shackle, and it might even have fatal consequences. He stretched out his right hand and gently touched the water with his fingers. In an instant, the coldness of the water entered his palm, but he did not feel any discomfort. Nothing? Bing Chuanqing's heart moved, and his eyes flashed with doubt and expectation. He further stretched his hand into the water. Half of his palm completely sank into the water, and then he jumped in. After a while, he still did not feel any discomfort, and even felt that the cold air in the water was absorbed by his own frost, becoming colder. It seems that the rules of the pirate world do not apply here. Bing Chuanqing was also excited and suddenly had another ideal elementalization. In the pirate world, as long as you are elementalized, you can resist physical attacks other than domineering. He took a deep breath, concentrated his energy, and imagined that his body was completely frozen and gradually transformed into an invisible frost element. He tried to expand the cold power in his body and integrate every part of his body into the frozen form. When he opened his eyes, his body had become transparent and cold, as if it had turned into a pure frost element. The limbs, body, and face no longer had a physical existence, but gradually turned into a ball of light and shadow, surrounded by cold air. As long as he wanted, he could transform into a ball of frost at any time, with no weight or texture, as if it had merged into the air and was elusive. Elementalization? This is great. Hikawasaura's heartbeat accelerated. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of fatigue. His head became heavy, his body was like being pressed by heavy stones, and his limbs began to soften. Instantly withdrew from the elemental state. What's going on? Chakra? Hikawasaura clearly felt that the chakra in his body was being consumed rapidly. Elementalization seemed to require a lot of chakra to support and maintain. Sure enough, I can't cheat. Hikawasaura sighed helplessly. He guessed that the ice fruit he came to this world was already linked to the chakra system of the Naruto world. His chakra was very small, only enough to release 2 or 3 level ninjutsu. Although he had improved through daily training and hard work, it was still insignificant compared to those gifted geniuses. Just now, after he completely elementalized his body, the speed of chakra consumption exceeded his expectations, almost showing a doubling trend. Every second, the chakra in his body was lost at an alarming rate, as if the endless cold was swallowing everything. Forget it, I can't force too much. With the ability of the ice fruit, I already have the confidence to go to the end. Hikawasaura comforted himself, randomly tried it in the yard for a while, and went into the house to sleep excitedly. Chapter 2. Strength. The following day, after enjoying breakfast, Bing Chuanqing made his way to the Ninja Academy. Standing at the entrance, he took a deep breath. Today marked a pivotal step away from his mundane existence, propelling him towards the path of the ninja deity. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. "Hey, Keiya." A familiar voice called out from the crowd. Keiya turned to see his classmate, Yamamoto Ichi, a common ninja of mediocre talent, clearly a mere supporting character. However, they shared a friendly rapport, often exchanging greetings. "Good morning, Ichi," Keiya replied with a smile. "I heard there will be combat exercises today. I hope we don't run into those Uchiha guys," Ichi said, his voice tinged with apprehension, a clear indication of a previous beating. "Let us hope so." Keiya nodded, though his hopes diverged from Ichi's. Having acquired the frozen fruit, Keiya was eager to encounter worthy opponents. "Keiya, you seem a bit different today." Another voice chimed in. Keiya turned to see his female classmate, Matsuda Miwa, approaching. She too was destined to be a supporting character, maintaining a relatively friendly distance from Keiya. Really? What seems different? Keiya inquired with a grin. I can't quite put my finger on it, Miwa said, surveying him from head to toe. Although not the most gifted in class, Keiya possessed a unique advantage, his appearance. With slightly tousled white hair, a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and a youthful visage radiating a mature aura, he immediately garnered favorable impressions. After consuming the frozen fruit, he exuded an even more distinct chill. Keiya smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. His mind was solely focused on the impending combat class. I've heard there will be practical drills today. I wonder how the teams will be organized, Miwa expressed, a hint of worry in her voice. Let us hope for the best, Ichi sighed. Standing on the training ground of the Ninja Academy, Keiya felt the surge of newfound power within him. Since consuming the frozen fruit, his chakra appeared to have undergone a transformation, with each breath allowing him to sense a bone-chilling cold coursing through his veins, significantly enhancing his chakra extraction efficiency. Today's practical lesson will be pairs-free combat, the CHNIN instructor announced loudly. The students quickly dispersed, seeking their opponents. Keiya's gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on a golden-haired youth, Namake's Minato. The future Yellow Flash, at this moment, was merely an exceptionally talented ninja student. Nonetheless, his prowess was unparalleled within the academy. Undoubtedly the top contender. The thought of facing him flickered through Keiya's mind, and without hesitation, he strode forward. Minato, he called out, his voice calm yet resolute. Minato turned, a gentle smile gracing his face. Keiya, shall we have a match? Keiya met his gaze unwaveringly. Minato hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. The surrounding students erupted in murmurs. Keiya is actually challenging Minato. Has he lost his mind? Minato is the strongest in class last time. Minato single-handedly defeated 3 upperclassmen. Amidst the whispers, the two positioned themselves at opposite ends of the training ground. The CHNIN instructor glanced at them, offering no objection, merely stating, keep it light, begin. Swish. Almost instantaneously upon the instructor's words, Minato's figure vanished from sight. How fast? Keiya's pupils dilated as he instinctively stepped back. Minato's taijutsu was recognized as the best in class, his speed far surpassing that of his peers, already hinting at the future development of his signature body flicker technique. Bang! A swift kick struck, and Keiya crossed his arms to block, only to be sent staggering back several paces. Indeed, in terms of physical prowess, he was no match for Minato at present. Keiya mused internally, yet the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Let us see how you handle this. Ice release, ice armor. While he called out the technique, his hands remained unsealed. Keiya and Appo's ice release was not the traditional combination of water and wind releases, but rather an extreme cold chakra generated after consuming the fruit, a unique transformation that allowed him to convert chakra into an absolute zero-level chill. Through experiments the previous night, Keiya discovered that basic freezing techniques, like encasing objects in ice or creating ice blades, could be executed without hand seals, akin to a bloodline limit. However, advanced techniques, such as the Ice Age or permanent permafrost, required hand seals, often in conjunction with ninja formulas and an immense amount of chakra. Currently, he lacked the qualifications to perform such grandiose techniques. Crack! A layer of shimmering frost rapidly enveloped his arms, forming a sturdy ice armor. A flicker of surprise crossed Minato's eyes. Ice release. When did Keiya without offering an explanation? Keiya lunged forward, his armored fist swinging fiercely toward Minato. Bang! Minato sidestepped to evade, but Keiya's punch grazed his shoulder, the icy chill spreading instantly, causing a momentary hesitation in his movements. Chapter 3. Confrontation with Minato Namake's. A chill coursed through Minato Namake's and Appo's heart, prompting him to swiftly retreat and create distance. Huang Kong, emboldened by his advantage, swiftly formed hand seals, ice release, ice spike. With a thunderous roar, countless sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, aiming directly at Minato. In a flash, Minato leapt into the air, executing an agile somersault while simultaneously hurling several shurikens. Huang Kong, with a single-hand gesture, conjured a frost shield that adeptly deflected all incoming attacks. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Upon landing, Minato dashed forward once more, this time with even greater velocity, nearly transforming into a mere afterimage. Body flicker technique? Huang Kong gasped internally. Although Minato had yet to master an S-rank jutsu like Flying Thunder God, his body flicker technique had already surpassed that of his peers, even exceeding the level of a CHNIN. With a resounding impact, Minato's powerful fist struck Huang Kong squarely in the chest. However, in the next instant, Huang Kong's body suddenly transformed into frost, allowing Minato's punch to pass through as if striking nothing but air. What? Minato's pupils constricted, while full elemental transformation was still beyond Huang Kong's reach. Requiring far too much chakra, a brief partial transformation was within his capabilities. Huang Kong and Appo's figure reformed behind him, his fist encased in ice, crashing down with tremendous force. The impact echoed as Minato hastily blocked, yet he was still forced back several steps, a thin layer of ice forming on his arm. Silence enveloped the arena. All onlookers were astonished by the spectacle. Kwang Kong was actually holding his own against Minato. Minato shook off the frost that had formed on his arm, his expression shifting from surprise to exhilaration. Kwang Kong, you truly are formidable. Taking a deep breath, Kwang Kong realized that his chakra was depleting more rapidly than anticipated, but he was unwilling to halt his advance. Once more, Minato grinned. Excellent. The two engaged once more. Ice and body flicker intertwining in an intense clash that left the audience breathless. Although Kwang Kong's ice release was powerful, Minato's speed and combat intuition were equally remarkable. Every attack was deftly countered, forcing Kwang Kong to defend with all his might. The sounds of fists and feet colliding filled the air, shards of ice scattering as they flickered about. Ultimately, with a decisive strike, Minato exploited a momentary lapse, delivering a fierce elbow to Kwang Kong's shoulder, sending him staggering back several meters. Exhausted and with chakra nearly spent, Kwang Kong could no longer maintain his partial elemental transformation. Kneeling on one knee, he gasped for breath. Lifting his gaze, Minato stood a short distance away, also slightly panting, yet a smile adorned his face. Is this where it ends? Kwang Kong paused for a brief moment before responding with a smile of his own. Yes, this is where it ends. He understood that he had reached his limit. With chakra nearly depleted, continuing would only lead to defeat. However, this battle had already proven his strength. The Nin instructor stepped forward to announce, the victor is Minato Namikaze. The students watching finally snapped back to reality, erupting into fervent discussions. Kwang Kong had managed to contend with Minato to such an extent. Where did his ice release come from? He had never demonstrated it before. This fellow truly harbored deep secrets. Minato approached Kwang Kong, extending his hand. That was an exhilarating battle. Kwang Kong took his hand, using it for support to rise. Let us battle again. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Minato and Appo's eyes. I look forward to it. Thus, this battle marked the official entry of Kwang Kong's name into the consciousness of all. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, wisps of smoke curling gracefully in the sunlight. His gaze was fixed upon the crystal ball, which vividly reflected the scene of the training ground where Kwang Kong faced off against Minato. Ice release, a bloodline limit? The third Hokage narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers gently tapping the desk, intrigued. What began as a casual observation of the top student, Minato Namikaze, unexpectedly revealed a delightful surprise. Within the crystal ball, Kwang Kong's unsealed ice armor and instantaneous elemental transformation abilities elicited astonishment from the seasoned Hokage. He distinctly recalled that Konoha village held no records of the Kwang family, let alone such a unique ice release. What is your perspective, Mirror? Hiruzen suddenly inquired. From the shadows of the office, a masked Anbu ninja appeared silently. Third Hokage. According to investigations, both of Kwang Kong and Appo's parents are ordinary Nin, yet there are legends of the Kwang clan and Appo's ancestors having awakened a bloodline limit. A bloodline limit awakening after generations. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze profound. The battle had concluded in the crystal ball. Yet the onlookers remained enveloped in shock. Continue to observe, the third Hokage decided, placing emphasis on monitoring the development of his ice release abilities. If this was indeed a natural awakening, it would be fortuitous news for Konoha. Understood, the Anbu ninja replied before vanishing. Hiruzen's attention returned to the crystal ball, where Kwang Kong was now surrounded by classmates, enthusiastically inquiring about his newfound abilities. The young boy wore a fatigued yet confident smile, a visage that reminded Hiruzen of his own youth. Ice release, he murmured, memories of the ice-wielding ninjas from the hidden mist flashing through his mind. Yet even the ice release of the mist required seals to execute, let alone this near-instantaneous elemental transformation. It seems I must keep a close watch on this child. Chapter 4. My guy on the way home. Many cast curious glances at Hikawasaura, as news of his challenge against Minato Namikaze spread rapidly. Enthusiastic greetings were exchanged, and Kaya smiled in response. Having just acquired the power of the ice fruit, he was pleased to see his strength elevated to such heights. Yet, he acknowledged his shortcomings. In terms of physical techniques and speed, he lagged far behind Minato. He needed to devise a means to compensate for his deficiencies. In the training grounds of Konoha's back mountains, the setting sun bathed the forest in an orange hue. Kaya stood bare-chested, beads of sweat freezing into tiny ice crystals upon contact with his frigid skin. He had just completed an extreme physical training session and was now attempting to condense ice chakra into his fists. Ice release, extreme cold fist, he shouted, striking a massive boulder before him. At the moment of impact, a bone-chilling cold erupted, causing the surface of the rock to be rapidly covered in icy cracks, which soon shattered into countless fragments. Not enough. Kaya gasped, observing his slightly trembling right hand. Since his battle with Minato, he had become increasingly aware of his limitations, speed, and explosive power. The ice fruit granted him formidable control over the battlefield, yet against true masters of martial arts, he still lacked the decisive means to secure victory. If only he could possess the explosive physical techniques akin to the future Might Guy. Lost in thought. A sudden, thunderous rumble echoed from the distant forest, boom, followed by a second and a third, as if someone were colliding with the mountains using sheer physical power. Keiya furrowed his brow and moved towards the source of the sound. After traversing a thicket, he was met with a breathtaking sight. A man with a watermelon head donned in a green bodysuit was sprinting up the rocky wall at an astonishing speed, leaving deep imprints in the hard stone with each step. Sixth gate, open. With a roar, chakra exploded forth. The man's skin flushed a deep red as blue energy vapor billowed around him. He struck the mountain wall with a powerful fist. Open. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fiery punches erupted, shattering the entire rock face into debris, and amidst the chaos, the man landed gracefully, the vapor slowly dissipating. My God! Keiya's pupils constricted as he recognized the future user of the 8 gates. At this moment, Guy was merely a low-ranking ninja. Yet his martial prowess had already reached astonishing heights. Keiya's mind raced as he contemplated his own potential. If he could combine the powers of the ice fruit with the 8 gates, this audacious thought flickered through his mind and took root. The 8 gates allowed one to unleash powers that surpassed their limits by removing the restrictions on chakra flow. However, the repercussions were severe: muscle tears, shattered bones, and even the risk of immediate death. Yet, Keiya's ice fruit abilities offered him a unique advantage. His icy physique could elementalize, reducing physical damage. The frigid chakra could freeze damaged cells, slowing the rate of collapse. Additionally, the low temperatures would neutralize the extreme heat generated when opening the gates, preventing self-combustion. The ice release chakra could temporarily freeze pain receptors, allowing the user to remain conscious. Guy seemed to sense a gaze upon him, abruptly turning his head. Who? Keiya instinctively took a step back but quickly steadied himself, emerging from the foliage. Apologies, I did not mean to intrude. Guy paused for a moment, then beamed his signature radiant smile. Oh, a young ninja from the village. Are you training here too? How youthful. Keiya nodded, his gaze drawn to Guy, whose muscles still quivered, clearly burdened by the strain of opening the 6th gate. Was that technique the 8 gates? He asked tentatively. Guy's eyes lit up. You know about the 8 gates? Ha ha ha, indeed. This is my lifelong endeavor, unlocking the chakra limit within to unleash powers beyond limits. He struck a passionate pose. However, I can currently only open up to the 6th gate. The 7th and 8th are still under research. Keiya fell silent for a moment before speaking. Guy-senpai. The 8 gates, they cause irreversible damage to the body, don't they? Guy's smile slightly faltered but quickly returned with exuberance. Ha ha, it is true. Each gate open subjects the muscles and meridians to immense pressure. By the time I reached the 6th gate, my bones had already begun to crack. He patted his thigh. But this is the romance of martial arts. Burning youth with one's life. Keiya gazed at the relentlessly optimistic man and a sudden thought crossed his mind. What if he could use ice to counteract the side effects of the 8 gates? Guy-senpai, he raised his gaze earnestly. Would you be willing to teach me the 8 gates? Upon hearing Keiya's request, Guy froze momentarily, his eyes widening, mouth agape, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. The next moment, wah, he suddenly knelt, clutching Keiya's leg, weeping with joy. Finally, someone has recognized my youth. Keiya, taken aback by this sudden display of fervor, stumbled back a step, nearly slipping on his own frost. Senpai, youth, Guy exclaimed, springing to his feet, tears shooting from his eyes like a fountain, tracing brilliant arcs in the sunset. You wish to learn my 8 gates? This resolve is simply too youthful. He executed a perfect backflip, striking a signature leaf hurricane pose. However, I must first test your determination. Walk on your hands around the training ground 500 times. If you can't do that, then 1,000 push-ups. Keiya's lips twitched. Senpai, I am an ice release user. Bloodline limit? Guy suddenly leaned closer, their noses nearly touching. Then we must double the training. Let the heat of passion melt your frost. Youth is all about breaking limits. As he spoke, he ripped off his green bodysuit to reveal a more dazzling orange one beneath. Look, this is my training outfit too. 0. Wearing it boosts training efficiency by 300. Keiya stared at the fluorescent orange bodysuit, nearly blinded. Senpai, that color. Ha! Are you dazzled by its youthful radiance? Guy twirled with pride. I crafted this with the rewards from 2 A-rank missions, infused with glowing chakra threads. Keiya hesitantly raised his hand. I was going to say, my ice release might freeze it. Oh, Guy smacked his forehead. You're right. We need to address this first. He suddenly pulled out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, swiftly unfurling it. This is my developed frost-resistant 8-gauge training plan. It includes doing 1,000 frog jumps on ice, walking on hands in a snowstorm, and... Wait, senpai. Keiya interjected urgently. I meant to use ice release to assist with the 8 gates, not to combat it. Guy's movements froze abruptly, his eyes slowly lighting up. Oh, I see. You wish to use ice to protect the body when opening the gates? Exactly. Keiya sighed in relief. My ice release can. Fantastic. Guy suddenly performed a backflip. This is the combination of youth. The fusion of ice and fire. A duel between calmness and fervor. He gesticulated with excitement. And we shall commence our specialized training at once. First, Chapter 5. The Frosty 8 Gates. Might Guy suddenly grew serious and raised his thumb. Come, let us perform 100 enthusiastic squats together. Shout this is youth, as we do it. Glacier Keiya. Ready go? Mike Guy had already squatted down, his voice booming. 1. This is youth. 2. This is passion. 3. This is... Glacier Kaya looked at the exuberant figure before him, suddenly realizing that his path of training might be more boisterous than he had anticipated. He sighed. Yet a smile crept upon his lips. 1. This is youth? No. Mike Guy immediately corrected him. You must be as passionate as I am. Watch me. 100. This is youth. The shouts echoed throughout the training ground, startling a flock of birds. Glacier Kaya covered his face, but could not suppress a chuckle. Perhaps this manner of training was not so bad after all? In comparison to others in this dark ninja world, such as Danzo, the Uchiha clan, and other noble houses, Mike Guy seemed devoid of any darkness. He was boisterous, sunny, and sincere, bringing a sense of hope to the world. Young man. Mike Guy suddenly threw an arm around his shoulder, tears glistening in his eyes. From this day forth, you shall be my prized disciple. Together, we shall usher in a new era of taijutsu. As he spoke, he inexplicably produced 2 steaming cups of green liquid. Here, drink this specially crafted vitality beverage. Glacier Kaya gazed at the suspicious bubbles in the cup, suddenly filled with deep concern for his future training life. The next day, at the training ground in the back mountains of Konoha, Kaya, remember, the essence of the 8 gates is to transcend the limits of the body. Mike Guy declared, hands on his hips, his voice resonating. But your ice release chakra can achieve something even more miraculous, protecting the body while pushing beyond its limits. Glacier Kaya nodded, inhaled deeply, and formed hand seals, ice release, frost veins. Crackle, minute ice crystals spread across his skin, resembling a transparent network, slowly permeating his body. This was a new technique he had devised the previous night, injecting ice release chakra into his meridians to form a protective layer in advance. Excellent. Mike Guy gave a thumbs up. Now, attempt to open the first gate, the gate of opening. Remember, be as gentle as a sprout breaking through the ice and snow. The first gate, open. Buzz. The torrent of chakra instantly shattered the constraints within his body, yet this time, the anticipated excruciating pain did not materialize. The ice release chakra acted as a buffer, diverting the ferocious energy while simultaneously freezing the slightly torn muscle fibers. Glacier Kaya stared in astonishment at his hands. The pale blue chakra steam mingled with tiny ice crystals, sparkling under the sunlight. Have I succeeded? Not enough youthfulness. Mike Guy suddenly dashed forward, his fist slicing through the air with a whoosh. Take this. Konoha Hurricane. Glacier Kaya instinctively raised his hand to block. Bang. Ice crystals erupted, his arm perfectly deflecting the blow, with barely any pain in his joints. Ha ha ha. Mike Guy laughed heartily as he stepped back. Did you feel that? Ice release fortifies your body while opening the 8 gates. Now give movement a try. With a powerful push, Glacier Kaya transformed into a blue-white blur, leaving a trail of frost on the ground. His speed increased by nearly 50%. Yet he felt no heaviness after opening the 8 gates. Incredible. He halted by the riverbank, gazing at his reflection. The icy crystalline patterns surrounded his eyes, reminiscent of the red markings of the 8 gates frozen in time. Mike Guy danced with excitement. What a genius idea. Wrapping the meridians in ice release chakra protects the body while enhancing chakra conduction efficiency. This is simply, he suddenly paused, striking an exaggerated contemplative pose. Wait, what should we call this technique? Ice gate release? 8 gates of ice armor? Or, let us call it frosty 8 gates. Glacier Kaya suggested with a smile. Not fiery enough. Mike Guy adamantly shook his head. It should be called Absolute Zero, Youth Explosion Mode. Glacier Kaya. Or Radiant Ice Crystals. 8 gates breakthrough. Senior, let us just stick with frosty 8 gates. Alright. Mike Guy wiped non-existent tears from his eyes. But next time we create a new technique, I must get to name it. Just then, Glacier Kaya suddenly swayed, cracks appearing in the ice crystals on his surface. The chakra expenditure was greater than anticipated. He knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, struggling to maintain both ice release and the 8 gates simultaneously. The burden was too great. Mike Guy immediately became serious. This is the challenge we must overcome. How can the path of youth be devoid of difficulties? He pulled out a notebook and swiftly jotted down several lines. According to my calculations, you need 3 special training directions: chakra control, 2 hours of water treading training each day to ensure precise coverage of the meridians with ice release chakra, extreme cold resistance, meditate in an ice bucket for 2 hours daily to enhance your adaptability to ice release, passionate supplementation, drink 3 cups of the specially crafted vitality beverage each day. Glacier Kaya glanced at the third item, his complexion paling. As senior, that beverage. Rest assured, it's the latest improved version. Mike Guy mischievously revealed a thermos, adding a special ice crystal honey from the land of snow, ensuring it was perfect for ice release ninjas. The moment the lid was opened, a bizarre bluish-green mist erupted, and one could faintly see something writhing within. Glacier Kaya. I suddenly remembered that the soup I was cooking at home is still on the stove. Don't even think about escaping. This is the special training of youth. Mike Guy lunged forward. Drink it, and you shall attain. Bang. In a moment of panic, Glacier Kaya activated his newly mastered ice body flicker technique, only to crash directly into a thicket due to chakra turbulence. Might Guy watched the quaking bushes. Wiping the sweat from his brow, it seems, chakra control training must come first. From within the thicket, Glacier K's weak voice emerged. Senior. I would rather do 500 handstand push-ups. Under the setting sun, the silhouettes of master and disciple stretched long across the training ground. In the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his telescope atop Hokage Rock, chuckling as he shook his head. Ah, youth is indeed wonderful. Chapter 6. Daily life at the school at the Konoha Ninja Academy. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the classroom, where students gathered in small clusters, animatedly discussing the practical combat lessons from 2 days prior. Have you heard? That guy Hikawasaura actually held his own against Minato. Is that true? I thought he always had mediocre grades. Absolutely. I saw him freeze a large area of the training ground with his ice release. Amidst the chatter, Hikawasaura entered the classroom with an air of calm, instantly drawing the attention of his peers. He quietly made his way to his seat, disregarding the curious glances directed his way. Hey, Keiya. A hand clapped on his shoulder, prompting him to turn and find the red-haired Kushina Uzumaki grinning at him. I missed school the other day, and it seems I missed something big. I heard you fought Minato? That's impressive. It was nothing special. I lost, Keiya shrugged. Losing to Minato is nothing to be ashamed of. Kushina chirped, plopping down on the desk in front of him, swinging her legs playfully. That guy is a monster. I've hardly won against him myself. Keiya smiled slightly, about to respond when a commotion at the classroom entrance caught his attention. Minato Namikaze walked in. His gentle smile unchanged. Good morning. Minato, Kushina exclaimed, jumping off the desk to wave at him. As Minato approached, his gaze landed on Keiya, and he nodded slightly. The battle the other day was quite impressive. Likewise, Keiya replied. Your ice release is quite unique, Minato remarked thoughtfully. You can activate it without hand signs. And it seems more than just ordinary ice release. Keiya merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. Minato did not press further, instead saying amicably, shall we have another spar next time? Sure. In the morning, during the shuriken training class, the topic of the day was precision throwing and tactical application. The Nin instructor stood at the training ground, announcing loudly, each of you will throw 30 shuriken. And those who hit the bullseye more than 20 times can take an early break. The students immediately paired off to practice. Keiya stood at the target range. 3 shuriken pinched between his fingers. He took a deep breath, flicked his wrist, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shuriken flew in a perfect formation, striking the bullseye with precision. Impressive. A classmate exclaimed in awe. Keiya smiled modestly, continuing his throws. His movements were clean and efficient, each shuriken hitting its mark steadily. Wow. He's really good with shuriken too? Someone whispered. After all, he's from the Hikawa clan. Shuriken techniques must be a family tradition. Hearing the murmurs, Keiya chose not to clarify. In truth, his skill with shuriken came from relentless practice. Before gaining the ice fruit, his only advantage was a solid foundation. As he prepared to throw his last 3 shuriken, an idea struck him. Let us try this. He subtly coated the shuriken with a thin layer of frost. Whoosh. As the shuriken shot forth, the frost left a delicate mist in the air. Even more astonishingly, upon hitting the target, the frost suddenly expanded, freezing the entire target. What? Gasps erupted from his classmates. The Nin instructor stood stunned. Hikawa, what was that? Sorry, sensei, Keiya scratched his head sheepishly. I accidentally used ice release. The instructor shook his head in resignation. Well, it still counts as a hit. Just try not to freeze the equipment next time. Yes, sensei. Keiya walked toward the rest area, noticing Minato watching him thoughtfully. Frost-enhanced shuriken? Quite creative, Minato smiled. It was a spur-of-the-moment idea, Keiya shrugged. But the energy consumption was greater than I anticipated. If you can control the timing of the frost eruption, it could potentially be a trap, Minato suggested. For instance, a delayed freeze or triggering under specific conditions. Keiya and Appo's eyes brightened at the thought. That makes sense. As they conversed, a cold snort interrupted them. Uchiha Ryota stood nearby, gripping 3 shuriken. Flashy, he remarked coldly, before flinging his shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shuriken arced eerily through the air, striking the same target one after another, with the last one cleaving the first 2 in half. Uchiha style, dance of the crescent moon. Someone gasped. Ryota cast a sidelong glance at Keiya before turning away. He's challenging you, Kushina whispered, having approached unnoticed. He's pretty impressive, Keiya replied, unfazed. In the afternoon, during physical training, the focus was on the application of body flicker technique. The instructor announced, pair up and chase each other. The one touched on the back loses. Keiya's opponent was Minato. Please go easy on me, Minato smiled. Keiya took a deep breath as the chakra of his ice release flowed within him. Begin. Whoosh. Minato and Appo's figure vanished in an instant, moving so swiftly that he seemed to leave an afterimage. Keiya's eyes sharpened as frost spread beneath his feet, propelling him forward at equal speed. Ice release, gliding flicker. Oh. Minato was momentarily surprised but quickly adjusted his course, accelerating once more. The two moved at high speed across the training ground. their icy trails and golden afterimages weaving a stunning spectacle that left the surrounding students in awe. Are these two really in the same class as us? This is unbelievable. Ultimately, Keiya felt a light tap on his back. I lost, he admitted calmly. Your speed has improved significantly, Minato noted. And your application of ice release is quite clever. But it still can't compare to your body flicker technique, Keiya replied, shaking his head. That's because I specialize in it, Minato winked. If you were to merge your ice release with your physical techniques more effectively, who knows? Maybe next time I won't catch you at all. Keiya pondered this thoughtfully. After school, on the streets of Konoha, Keiya walked alone, reflecting on the day's training. Hey Keiya, Kushina called out, catching up from behind, holding 2 skewers of dango. Here, thanks. Keiya accepted one and took a bite. Your shuriken skills were so cool today, Kushina exclaimed. Can you teach me? I could, but... Keiya hesitated. My method might not suit you. Why not? Because I use ice release to assist, he explained. Ordinary shuriken can't achieve that effect. Kushina's eyes twinkled mischievously. All right. Then you have to take me out for barbecue next time. Keiya was taken aback. I just had 1 skewer of dango. And you want me to treat you to a barbecue? Exactly. Kushina declared proudly. It's settled for after class this weekend. That night, in the courtyard of the Hikawa residence, Keiya stood in the center of the training ground, surrounded by several targets. Ice release, frost shuriken. He hurled 3 specially crafted shuriken, and at the moment they struck their targets, frost erupted, freezing 3 targets in the vicinity. The range is good, but accuracy still needs improvement, he murmured to himself, continuing to adjust the flow of his chakra. Under the moonlight, the silhouette of the silver-haired youth moved rhythmically within the courtyard, the interplay of icy crystals and metallic glimmers painting a portrait of diligent training. Chapter 7. Confrontation with the Uchiha Hidden Leaf Ninja School, Practical Training Ground. Today's battle roster unfurled by the Nin instructor revealed an intriguing matchup. Keiya Hyuga would face Ryota Uchiha. A murmur of low voices surged along the sidelines. Ryota Uchiha? Has he already awakened his Sharingan? Poor Keiya, the Sharingan is not to be trifled with nonsense. I firmly believe Keiya will emerge victorious. Kushina expressed unwavering confidence in Hyuga. Keiya Hyuga maintained a calm demeanor as he stepped out of the line, his gaze fixed upon the black-haired youth before him. With arms crossed and eyes brimming with undisguised disdain, Ryota Uchiha remarked, At last, I have the opportunity to experience your special ice release. A cold smirk graced his lips. I hope you won't disappoint me. Without a word, Hyuga silently positioned himself at the center of the arena. The rules remained unchanged. Combat must be restrained. The instructor glanced at both combatants and declared, Begin. Almost instantaneously, Ryuta's eyes transformed to a vivid crimson, the tomo of his Sharingan slowly rotating. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. The landscape before Hyuga contorted violently, the training ground melting away to reveal a blood-red realm. Countless shurikens surged from all directions. Humph. He shut his eyes, and the chakra of ice release within him erupted. An intense chill emanated from his core, freezing the ground beneath him instantly. Crack. The illusion shattered like glass. What? Ryuta's expression shifted as he realized Hyuga had forcefully dispelled the Jinjutsu with a surge of chakra. Hyuga opened his eyes, exhaling a visible breath that crystallized in the air. The Uchiha and Appo's Jinjutsu is merely trivial. Arrogant. Ryuta shouted furiously, swiftly employing the Uchiha clan and Appo's signature technique. Hands rapidly forming seals, fire release, great fireball jutsu. A searing fireball hurtled toward him. Hyuga slammed his hands to the ground. Ice release. Ice barrier. Boom. The fireball collided with the ice wall, creating a thick mist that enveloped the arena. Seizing the opportunity presented by the obscured vision, Ryuta dashed forward, thrusting a kunai towards Hyuga's throat. Clang. An ice blade deftly intercepted the kunai. Hyuga countered with a flick of his wrist, summoning 3 ice spikes from the ground. Ryuta swiftly leaped back, but found his feet ensnared by frost. Ice release, frostbind. Damn it. The tomo in Ryuta's eyes spun rapidly as he suddenly released 3 shurikens bound with explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwave shattered the ice layer. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ryuta retreated hastily, forming seals once more. Fire release. Phoenix fire jutsu. Dozens of small fireballs surged from various angles. Hyuga and Appo's expression sharpened, and a crystalline layer of ice enveloped his body. Ice release. Mirror reflection. The fireballs struck the ice armor, ricocheting back. Ryuta dodged frantically, yet 2 fireballs grazed his sleeve. Excellent. Ryuta tore away the burning fabric, and as the tomo in his eyes began to whirl faster, he realized he had no choice but to employ this technique. His figure suddenly split into 3, encircling Hyuga from different angles. Sharingan, manipulated windmill jutsu. 3 shurikens tethered with wire flew at peculiar angles, creating a deadly web around Hyuga. The wires shimmered with the light of lightning release chakra, evidently designed specifically to counter ice release. On the sidelines, Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the imminent danger. Hyuga observed the tightening web of wires and suddenly brought his hands together. Ice release, 1,000 ice needles. Countless ice needles erupted from within him. severing all wires and obliterating the 3 clones. Ryuta's original form hastily retreated, only to witness Hyugawa transform into a streak of ice-blue light. Ice instantaneous body. Bang! Hyugawa's fist, infused with chilling energy, struck Ryuta's abdomen with tremendous force. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched frost swiftly encroach upon his midsection. You have reached your end, Hyugawa declared coldly. In confronting Ryuta Uchiha, he had not even resorted to his trump card, the 8 gates. As the frost spread, Ryuta and Appo's chakra flow was entirely frozen, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The victor is Keiya Hyugawa, the instructor announced loudly. Subsequently, the medical team swiftly carried Ryuta away. Onlookers from the Uchiha clan wore expressions of discontent. To defeat an awakened Uchiha so decisively that ice release is undoubtedly more than just a simple bloodline limit. Hyugawa returned to the line quietly. Noticing Minato Namikaze gazing at him thoughtfully, their eyes met, and Minato offered a subtle smile, giving a thumbs up. In the distance, atop a high tower, a masked Anbu ninja vanished silently. Chapter 8. The development of the second gate. After the training session, the setting sun cast a warm orange hue over Konohagakure. Hikawasaura emerged from the training grounds and spotted Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki waiting at the school gate. Hey Sora, Kushina waved, her crimson hair dancing in the evening breeze. Over here. Sora hesitated for a moment before approaching them. Is there something you need? Of course. We're here to celebrate your victory over that arrogant Uchiha, Kushina declared with her hands on her hips, a triumphant expression adorning her face. You are the first to defeat an awakened Uchiha in a real combat scenario at school. Minato smiled and added, moreover, you managed to counter the Sharingan's Genjutsu using taijutsu. Truly impressive. Stop flattering me. I know you could have done the same, Sora replied, observing the sincerity in their expressions. After a brief silence, he suddenly suggested, how about I treat you both to some barbecue? Really? Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Well, I did promise you, Sora paused. But don't expect me to cover anything too extravagant. Don't worry. I know a fantastic yet affordable barbecue place, Kushina exclaimed, grabbing his arm. 10 minutes later, the trio stood before a small eatery named Yakiniku-kyu. The modest establishment exuded mouth-watering aromas that stirred their appetites. Boss, 3 special sets, please, Kushina called out confidently. Once seated, Minato curiously observed Sora. Your ice release is quite unique. It activates without the need for hand signs. Is it a mutation of your bloodline limit? Sora placed a slice of beef onto the grill. Sort of. I only recently awakened it. You're lying. Kushina leaned in closer, her eyes piercing into his. I saw you make a subtle hand sign with your left hand when you fought the Uchiha. It was quick, but I caught it. Sora's grip on the tongs faltered slightly. It was the sign, right? Minato said gently. It's used to guide the nature of chakra. The meat sizzled on the grill, releasing fragrant vapors as fat dripped onto the coals. Sora, under the expectant gazes of his companions, finally sighed, indeed, it requires a hand sign. But only one is needed to activate most of my ice techniques. Just as I thought. Kushina leaned back triumphantly. I told you there aren't ninjutsu techniques that don't require hand signs. Minato pondered, using a single sign to cast techniques that approaches the realm of bloodline elimination. Your chakra control is admirable. It and Appo's nothing compared to your flying thunder god technique, Sora remarked casually, instantly regretting it. Minato likely hadn't yet learned the technique. As anticipated, Minato appeared puzzled. Flying thunder god? Ah, I meant, your body flicker technique is so fast, it's almost as if you can fly. Sora quickly improvised. I see, Minato chuckled, accepting the explanation. When the third plate of meat arrived, Kushina was already devouring her food with grease coating her mouth. By the way, she mumbled. How did you come up with the idea to freeze his chakra when you defeated Uchiha Ryota? Sora took a sip of tea. Observation. Each time he performed hand signs, chakra gathered in his right hand as meridians. Minato's eyes lit up. So you deliberately forced him to use fire techniques continuously, depleting his chakra, and then struck at the most relied upon point in his right hand's meridian to freeze him? Exactly. You're a genius, Kushina exclaimed, nearly knocking over the sauce dish in her excitement. This is far more satisfying than merely beating him up. Minato, however, frowned slightly. But this means the Uchiha clan might seek trouble with me? Sora smirked coldly. When have they not sought trouble with others? The trio fell silent, well aware of the Uchiha clan's notorious arrogance within Konoha. If you ever need assistance, Minato began earnestly. Thank you, but I can handle it, Sora replied, placing a piece of grilled meat into Minato's bowl. What I'm truly curious about is your body flicker technique. That speed is not typical for taijutsu. Minato hesitated before lowering his voice. Actually, it's an application of chakra transformation. By concentrating chakra at the soles of your feet, you can achieve acceleration through an explosive burst, similar to the principle of explosive tags, Sora mused. Almost. However, it requires extremely precise chakra control, otherwise, it could injure your muscles. Kushina suddenly interjected. This guy even knocked down the training ground and Appo's walls last week while practicing. The 3 of them erupted into laughter. While settling the bill, the proprietress smiled warmly and said, "Youngsters, eat plenty. The village's protection will rely on you in the future." Stepping out of the restaurant, the night sky twinkled with stars. "I'll treat you next time," Minato said sincerely. "I know a wonderful ramen shop." Kushina skipped ahead, exclaiming, "I want 3 servings of chashu." The following day, at the training ground behind Konoha, early morning, Hikawasaura stood shirtless, his muscles glistening with a sheen of sweat in the morning light. His breathing was steady and profound, each exhale carrying a hint of coldness. White Guy stood before him, hands on his hips, his radiant smile seemingly capable of melting ice and snow. "Sora, today is a significant day," he declared, giving a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. "After a week of intense training, your body has completely adapted to the load of the first gate. It's time to challenge the second gate, Rest Gate." Sora nodded, his gaze resolute. Since his last encounter with Uchiha Ryota, he had yearned more than ever to enhance his strength. The combination of the 8 gates and his ice release was his ultimate trump card. "Guy-senpai, I am ready." "Great. Let us begin." White Guy clapped his hands enthusiastically. "Remember, the key to opening the Rest Gate lies in the explosion and control of your chakra. Like a spring stream breaking through the ice, it requires both power and direction." Sora inhaled deeply, feeling the chakra within him surge. 8th gate of the 8 gates. First gate. Open. The familiar torrent of chakra enveloped him, causing his ice release to respond instinctively. A layer of crystalline frost forming upon his skin, alleviating the burden on his muscles. "Excellent. Now, concentrate your chakra on the second vertebra of your spine." Guy's voice radiated with fervor. "Imagine your chakra as an ice spike piercing through that gate." Sora closed his eyes, focusing intently as the ice release chakra, under his guidance, transformed into a fine stream of coldness, accurately impacting the chakra nodes within him. Second gate, Rest Gate, open. Boom. An even more ferocious energy erupted forth, shattering the ground beneath him and sending frost radiating outward from his center. Sora's pupils contracted slightly as he clearly sensed speed, power, reaction time, all doubled. Yet, simultaneously, intense pain accompanied the surge. Despite the protection of his ice release, the strain of the Rest Gate began to tear at his muscle fibers. "Steady yourself," Guy shouted. "Use your ice release to freeze the damaged areas and delay the collapse." Gritting his teeth, Sora rapidly circulated his ice release chakra, temporarily freezing the injured muscle tissue. The pain subsided instantly, but his chakra consumption accelerated dramatically. "Now, try to move." With a powerful thrust of his foot boom, a burst of icy mist erupted from beneath him, and his figure instantly appeared 20 meters away, leaving behind a trail of frost on the ground. "Fantastic," White Guy exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. "This is the power of youth." Sora halted, gazing down at his hands. The ice-blue chakra vapor swirled around his fingertips, each breath emanating a piercing chill. "Guy-senpai, how long can I maintain this state?" White Guy pondered, stroking his chin. "With your current chakra reserves, you can sustain it for at most 3 minutes. Beyond that duration, the ice release will be unable to suppress the backlash from the 8 gates." 3 minutes. That suffices. Kai's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly darted towards the wooden post at the center of the training ground. Ice release. Rapid freeze fist. Boom. The instant his fist struck the post, an eruption of frigid chakra surged forth, freezing the wooden structure from within, which then shattered into countless shards of ice with a resounding crack. "Splendid." White Guy applauded, but he suddenly vanished, reappearing beside Kai and delivering a sweeping kick. Instinctively, Kai raised his arm to block. Bang. The ice armor shattered, and he was forced back several paces, his arm tingling with numbness. One must not be distracted in battle. White Guy grinned now. "Try to maintain your ice release defense while in motion." For the next 3 minutes, White Guy unleashed a relentless barrage, compelling Kai to adapt to the combat rhythm dictated by the Frost 8 gates. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed, ice shards and sweat flying in all directions. Kai's movements grew increasingly fluid, and the fusion of ice release with the 8 gates became ever more adept. Until time was up, White Guy abruptly ceased his assault. The ice crystals adorning Kai's body rapidly dissipated, and the state of the 8 gates was lifted. A wave of intense weakness washed over him, and he sank to one knee, gasping for breath. Having activated the open gate for the first time, his performance was commendable. White Guy presented a water bottle, saying, "However, your ice release consumption is still too great. We must enhance your chakra control training moving forward." Kai accepted the bottle, the icy liquid sliding down his throat, offering a slight reprieve from his fatigue. "Senior Guy, if I can perfectly combine ice release with the 8 gates, theoretically, how many gates could I unlock?" White Guy, unusually contemplative, fell silent for a few moments. Theoretically, he lifted his gaze, his expression more serious than ever. "If your ice release can entirely negate the backlash of the 8 gates, you might even reach the 8th gate. The 8th gate, the Death Gate, an ultimate technique at the cost of one's life." Kai clenched his fist, the ice crystals forming and dissipating in his palm. "I will achieve it." Chapter 9. Uchiha and Appo's Vigilance Uchiha Clan Grounds, evening. Uchiha Ryota knelt in the center of the shrine, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. His father, Uchiha Sasuke, stood with his back to him, fixated on the stone tablet inscribed with the Sharingan before the altar, defeated by an unknown adversary, and having his chakra frozen in public. Sasuke's voice was low and frigid. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Ryota clenched his teeth. His ice release is problematic. That is not an ordinary bloodline limit. Enough. Uchiha Sasuke abruptly turned, the three-tomo Sharingan glowing crimson in the dim shrine. Ryota felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation wash over him. The vanquished have no right to make excuses. Sasuke stated coldly. Yet you are correct. The boy from the Ice River clan is indeed formidable. Footsteps echoed from outside the shrine as several Uchiha Jonin entered. Clan leader. We have uncovered the facts. One of them reported solemnly. Ice River Keiya's parents are indeed ordinary Nin, but their ancestry is rumored to be connected to the Land of Snow. The Land of Snow? Sasuke narrowed his eyes. The clan of ice ninjas that perished? Furthermore, another Jonin added, he has recently been seen in close proximity to Might Guy, seemingly training in a peculiar form of taijutsu. Uchiha Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed coldly. An unknown wretch dares to tread upon the reputation of the Uchiha? He slammed his fist upon the table. Summon a clan assembly. I shall compel the third Hokage to make that boy pay. Hokage office, late night. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe, gazing at the furious Uchiha delegation before him. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Sasuke suppressed his fury. Ice River Keiya employed forbidden jutsu in combat, a grave violation of the Ninja Academy's regulations. Our clan demands he be subjected to an investigation by the police force. Forbidden jutsu? The third Hokage leisurely perused the document. The medical team has reported that Ryota's chakra was merely temporarily frozen, with no permanent damage. But that is no ordinary ice release. An elder Uchiha exclaimed passionately. A technique capable of freezing chakra flow must be regulated. From the shadows of the office, Shimura Danzo slowly emerged. The concerns of the Uchiha clan are not unfounded. Such a perilous ability should be assessed by root. A glint of sharpness flashed in Sarutobi's eyes. Ice River Keiya is a registered ninja of Konoha. His ability development is entirely compliant with regulations. He rose, his demeanor suddenly imposing. Or do you imply that the Uchiha clan can now arbitrarily dispose of other ninjas? The air grew tense. Uchiha Sasuke's expression shifted multiple times before he gritted his teeth. At the very least, his combat qualifications should be restricted. I shall consider that. The third Hokage resumed his seat. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. As the last Uchiha departed, Danzo spoke coldly. You are playing with fire, Hiruzen. That boy's abilities warrant thorough investigation. He is not a test subject. Sarutobi retorted icily. Notify the Anbu to enhance protective surveillance on Ice River Keiya. Ninja Academy. Next day, lunchtime. Ice River Keiya sat at the edge of the training grounds, toying with an ice crystal shuriken. Since this morning, he had noticed several unfamiliar teachers in the campus, their gazes inadvertently landing upon him. It seems yesterday's clan assembly stirred quite a commotion. Namake's Minato appeared beside him, offering a bento box. Have you heard? Ice River Keiya accepted the meal. Yes. Minato lowered his voice. Uchiha Sasuke personally approached the third Hokage, but was rebuffed. He paused, however. You must be cautious. They will not relent easily. Ice River Keiya let out a cold laugh. All because I defeated their so-called genius? Not entirely. Minato's expression grew serious. Your abilities threaten the supremacy of the Sharingan, and that is what they cannot tolerate. In the distance, several Uchiha students glared menacingly in their direction. Ice River Keiya deliberately raised the ice crystal shuriken, refracting a blinding ray of light in the sun, forcing them to avert their gaze. By the way, Minato suddenly shifted the topic. How is your special training with Might Guy going? Ice River Keiya retracted his playful demeanor. There has been some progress. That is good. Minato stood. By the way, Kushina asked me to inform you that she has noticed Uchiha scouts operating near your home recently. Thank you for the warning. Watching Minato's departing figure, Ice River Keiya clenched the ice crystal tightly. The shuriken shattered in his palm, dissipating into a wisp of cold air. Hokage Rock, dusk. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood atop the first Hokage's statue, surveying the entirety of Konoha. What is the status of that child? The Anbu behind him knelt. Report. Ice River Keiya has been normal today. However, the Uchiha have indeed dispatched individuals to surveil him. The third Hokage side, deploy 2 additional Anbu teams to ensure he does not suffer any accidental injuries. Furthermore, he turned, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Investigate the origins of the Ice River clan, particularly their connection to the Land of Snow. The Anbu vanished upon receiving their orders. The setting sun bathed Hokage Rock in crimson hues, and Sarutobi's gaze fell upon the direction of the Ninja Academy. Ice release, he murmured. This variable could alter the very landscape of Konoha. Chapter 10. The fatal duel. As dust descended upon the streets of Konohagakure, Hikawasaura walked alone on his path home, the setting sun casting an elongated shadow behind him. Ever since he had triumphed over Uchiha Ryota in the practical combat class, He sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere surrounding him. The Uchiha clan members regarded him with overt hostility, while other students deliberately avoided him, as if he exuded an invisible peril. What a nuisance, he muttered softly to himself, veering into a seldom-trodden alley, though this route was longer. Its tranquility made it conducive for contemplation. Yet, as he reached the alley's midpoint, he abruptly halted. Before him stood 3 youths clad in Uchiha clan attire, with none other than Uchiha Ryota at the forefront. His gaze was frigid, the Sharingan activated, its single tomo spinning slowly. At last, I have been waiting for you, Hikawa. Hikawa maintained a stoic expression, his eyes sweeping over the trio. Besides Ryota, the other 2 were also elite members of the Uchiha clan, one proficient in fire release, the other an adept in genjutsu. What do you want? Ryota sneered, last time, I underestimated you, allowing you to win by mere chance. But the honor of the Uchiha cannot be sullied. Thus, Ryota stepped forward, his voice low, I wish to challenge you to another match. Not one of those mock battles at school, but a genuine confrontation. Hikawa raised an eyebrow. A private duel violates the ninja code. Fear not, no one will know. Ryota's lips curled into a mocking smile. 3 days hence, in the Death Forest, at sunset. Just the 2 of us, one-on-one. Why should I agree? Because if you refuse. Ryota's Sharingan flickered ominously. I cannot guarantee that your friends will remain unscathed from accidents. Hikawa's eyes turned icy. Are you threatening me? Merely stating facts. Ryota shrugged. Regardless of whether it's Namikaze Minato or Uzumaki Kushina, they cannot always be by your side. The atmosphere seemed to freeze momentarily. Hikawa stared intently at Ryota, and after a brief pause, he suddenly smiled. Very well, I accept your challenge. Ryota nodded with satisfaction, at least you are sensible. However, Hikawa's tone turned cold. Since this is a true duel, do not blame me for being merciless. Ryota scoffed, I welcome it. With that, he turned to leave. The other 2 Uchiha youths following suit, casting scornful glances back at him. Hikawa stood rooted in place, watching their figures vanish at the alley and Oppo's end. The Death Forest, huh? He murmured, as a blade of ice slowly formed in his palm before dissipating into chilling vapor. It would be an opportune moment to test my newly developed technique. The following day, at the Ninja Academy, as Hikawa entered the classroom, he found Minato and Kushina awaiting him. Sora, Kushina exclaimed, grabbing his arm and lowering her voice. Did you encounter any Uchiha yesterday? Hikawa raised an eyebrow. Word travels fast. Minato's expression was grave. Uchiha Ryota submitted a leave of absence request this morning, citing special training. However, Uchiha clan members have privately declared that you will pay the price. Is it true? Kushina's eyes widened. Are they causing you trouble? Hikawa paused briefly before nodding. Ryota challenged me to a duel in the Death Forest 3 days from now. What? Kushina nearly leaped from her seat. You agreed? Yes. Are you out of your mind? She clutched his collar. That guy clearly intends to go all out. The Uchiha Sharingan is no trifling matter. Minato placed a calming hand on Kushina's shoulder before turning to Hikawa. Do you require assistance? Hikawa shook his head. This is my own affair. You fool. Kushina stomped her foot in frustration. Do you think being a hero is impressive? The Uchiha hold grudges. They won't let you off easily. After pondering for a moment, Minato suddenly said, if you must go, at least prepare yourself. He retrieved a notebook from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Hikawa. These are my insights while practicing the body flicker technique. I hope they prove useful. Hikawa accepted the notebook, nodding appreciatively. Thank you. Minato smiled faintly. No need for thanks. Seeing this, Kushina huffed and pulled out a talisman from her pocket. Here. This is an explosive tag I bought myself. Hikawa looked at the 2. His heart warmed. Thank you. 3 days later, in the Death Forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Hikawa stood alone in the clearing of Training Ground 7. Towering ancient trees cast long shadows, and the occasional caw of crows echoed, rendering the atmosphere particularly eerie. You have indeed come. Uchiha Ryota emerged from behind a tree, the Sharingan glowing a vivid crimson in the dim light. I thought you would be too frightened to show up. Hikawa's expression remained impassive. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us begin. Ryota chuckled coldly. Eager to meet your demise? He swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A searing fireball hurtled towards him, but Hikawa swiftly stepped forward. Frost spread beneath his feet, allowing him to glide away. Ice release. Ice thorn spike. Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground. Ryota leaped to evade, his Sharingan fixated on Hikawa's movements. Got you. His pupils dilated as he activated his Genjutsu. However, Hikawa's eyes had already glazed over with a thin layer of ice. Ice mirror eye. The illusion rebounded, causing Ryota to grunt in surprise, his movements momentarily faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Hikawa closed the distance. Ice release. Extreme cold fist. Ryota hastily blocked. Yet the blow sent him flying several meters, his arm encased in frost. Damn it. He gritted his teeth as he rose, the Sharingan spinning wildly. What technique is that? Hikawa offered no reply, merely adopting a combat stance. Ryota wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his Sharingan's tomo spinning rapidly, though his breath was ragged. A sinister grin crept onto his lips. Interesting. He began forming seals. It seems I underestimated you. With a mocking laugh, he rapidly formed hand seals. But the pride of the Uchiha cannot be toppled by mere luck. Hikawa stood resolute, his right arm enveloped in a crystalline ice armor, the cold air condensing into fine ice crystals around him. He said nothing, merely lowering his stance in preparation for an attack. Ryota's Sharingan narrowed, illusion, chains of restraint technique. The scene before Hikawa twisted abruptly, the surrounding trees seemed to come alive, their sturdy branches coiling like serpents, binding him tightly. Another genjutsu. He closed his eyes. The ice-release chakra within him surged like a tidal wave. An aura of extreme cold erupted from his core, shattering the illusion like glass. When he opened his eyes again, Ryota was already upon him, kunai aimed at his throat. Clang. The ice blade clashed with the kunai, sparks flying. Ryota's Sharingan fixated on Hikawa's eyes. Your eyes. Why can they ignore genjutsu? Hikawa smirked, the thin layer of ice over his eyelids glimmering slightly. Ice mirror eye. Specifically designed to counter your Uchiha tricks. Ryota leaped back, creating distance as he swiftly formed seals. Fire release. Phoenix fire jutsu. Dozens of fireballs surged from various angles, each trailing a shuriken behind it. Hikawa clapped his hands to the ground. Ice release. Ice barrier. An ice wall erupted from the earth. The fireballs collided with the barrier, exploding upon impact, and the vaporized water enveloped the entire training ground in a thick mist. Liangtai's Sharingan pierced through the mist, locking onto his target, only to suddenly find the figure of Bingchuan Konya vanished. Behind him, he swiftly turned, but Bingchuan Konya had already closed the distance. His right fist enveloped in an icy aura, crashing towards him. Bang! Liangtai hastily blocked, yet the force of the blow sent him staggering back several steps, his arm tingling slightly. Your martial arts have accelerated? He furrowed his brow. Bingchuan Konya offered no reply, instead lowering his stance again, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Liangtai once more formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing fireball hurtled forth, and Bingchuan Konya inhaled deeply. Eighth gate of the lotus. First gate. Open, open. The chakra surged forth, instantly breaking through his bodily confines. His speed dramatically increasing as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, slipping between the gaps of the fireball. Yangtai's pupils constricted in shock. What? Before he could react, Bingchuan Konya appeared before him, his right fist crashing heavily into his abdomen. Ice release. Absolute cold fist. Cough. Liangtai spat out a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward, crashing violently against a tree. Frost formed upon his abdomen, the flow of chakra noticeably slowing. You. He struggled to rise, but his legs trembled, ravaged by the cold. Bingchuan Konya slowly approached, ice blue chakra vapor swirling around him. The pride of the Uchiha? He remarked coldly. Is this all there is? Liangtai's face turned ashen, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly, yet his body remained immobilized by the frigid air. Damn it. Just as Bingchuan Konya prepared to conclude the battle, a figure suddenly interposed between them. That is enough. Kunai clashed with ice blades, sparks flying. Bingchuan Konya retreated 2 steps. Recognizing the newcomer, Uchiha Fugaku, the future leader of the Uchiha clan. Striking when you please and departing at will. Truly a hallmark of the Uchiha aristocracy. Bingchuan Konya remarked with derision. This private duel ends here. Fugaku's cold gaze swept over the two, asserting that the glory of the Uchiha need not be upheld in such a manner. Liangtai, unwilling to yield, gritted his teeth. But brother Fugaku he. Silence. Fugaku interrupted sharply. A loss is a loss. The pride of the Uchiha does not allow for excuses. He turned to Bingchuan Konya, a flicker of complexity passing through his 3-tomo Sharingan. Your martial arts are formidable, but remember, Konoha does not require internal strife. With that, he grasped Liangtai and vanished in an instant. Bingchuan Konya released the 8th gate state, abruptly turning to the trees on the western side. Have you seen enough? The leaves rustled, and a figure wearing a raccoon mask from the Anbu slowly emerged. The 3rd Hokage has commanded protection for you. Did you fulfill that duty? Bingchuan Konya frowned. The Anbu shook his head. He is not your match. Bingchuan Konya chuckled and departed. Chapter 11. The Will of Fire Konoha Ninja School, early morning. As Hikawasaura entered the classroom, he distinctly sensed a shift in the atmosphere compared to previous days. The whispers that had filled the room fell silent upon his arrival. Yet this time, the gazes directed at him were devoid of hostility and infused with a complex curiosity. Even a few students from the Uchiha clan merely cast him a cold glance before turning away. It seemed that circumstances were taking a turn for the better. The voice of Namikaze Minato drifted from beside him. Leaning against the window, the sunlight cast a soft golden halo upon his blonde hair. Hikawasaura approached him, inquiring, "What does this mean?" Last night, the Uchiha held a clan meeting, Minato replied in a hushed tone. Fugaku firmly quelled any retaliatory actions against you. Kushina, who had approached unnoticed, added, her red hair gently swaying in the morning breeze. I heard from Mikoto that the 3rd Hokage personally warned the Uchiha elders that if any more private duels occurred, the budget for the police department would be cut. Hikawasaura raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Of course, there's more, Minato said with a slight smile. Fugaku publicly rebuked Ryota at the clan meeting for disgracing the Uchiha name. It said that even the clan leader was persuaded by him. Just then, a commotion erupted at the classroom door. Uchiha Ryota, bandaged and with his right arm in a sling, entered. His eyes briefly met Hikawasaura's before he expressionlessly turned away, silently taking a seat at the back of the room. Throughout the morning, the anticipated troubles did not materialize. Even in combat class, Uchiha students deliberately avoided pairing up with Hikawasaura. During the lunch break, Hikawasaura sat alone beneath a cherry blossom tree beside the training ground. Suddenly, a lunchbox was thrust before him. Looking up, he saw Hyuga Natsu standing there with a smile. "I heard you've been having a tough time lately," she said, sitting beside him. "I made an extra portion." Hikawasaura accepted the lunchbox. "Thank you. But why the sudden kindness?" "The elders from my clan asked me to convey the Hyuga family's stance," Natsu replied softly. "We appreciate capable ninjas, regardless of their origins." She glanced pointedly at the distant Uchiha students. Some individuals are rather arrogant. Hikawasaura understood. It seemed the Hyuga clan was seizing the opportunity to subtly admonish their long-standing rivals. Just as he was about to speak, a faint tremor resonated through the ground, followed by cheers in the distance. "Kai, do it again. You must learn from your senior, Hikawasaura." "Hey, I'll do my best to surpass my senior." He turned to see Might Guy training with the young Might Guy, both performing exaggerated handstands, drawing a crowd of younger students. "Honestly, they mentioned you, Sora," Natsu remarked, shaking her head in exasperation. "That father and son duo is always so conspicuous." Yet Hikawasaura couldn't help but smile. Compared to the Uchiha's Sharingan, he admired this pure, spirited enthusiasm. As the school bell rang, an Anbu appeared at the classroom door. "Hikawasaura, the Hokage wishes to see you." In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was reviewing documents. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the large desk and casting wisps of smoke into the air. "You've arrived? Please, have a seat," the third Hokage said, setting down his pipe and gesturing kindly to the chair across from him. Hikawasaura sat upright, awaiting the Hokage's words. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his gaze warm yet penetrating, began, "Sora, do you know why Konoha is referred to as the Land of Fire?" He pointed toward the lush trees outside the window. "Just as flames illuminate darkness and warm others, we, as ninjas, must also be lights that guide others." He retrieved an antiquely bound book titled Analysis of the Will of Fire, gently caressing its cover. When the first Hokage founded Konoha, he stated that true power is not meant to harm one another, but to foster understanding. Hikawasaura recognized the intent behind the Hokage's words. He was being subtly guided to embrace the so-called Will of Fire. He yearned to ask about Danzo's conduct, but understood that his current weakness necessitated the protection of the strong. Thus, he feigned sudden comprehension. "So, your mediation of my conflict with the Uchiha is also a manifestation of this will?" "Precisely," the third Hokage nodded approvingly. "Wherever leaves dance, fire continues to thrive. The flames will illuminate our village and allow new leaves to sprout. This is the will of fire passed down through generations. I am aware of the recent events." Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, his gaze gentle yet scrutinizing. "You have handled yourself admirably, preserving your dignity while avoiding excessive harm to your fellow ninjas." Hikawasaura was momentarily taken aback by the Hokage's praise. "Konoha is like a grand tree," the third Hokage elaborated. "Different clans and ninjas are all essential branches and leaves of this tree. While friction is inevitable, as long as we remember the will of fire, we can grow together." He pulled a scroll from his drawer and slid it across the table to Hikawasaura. "This is the B-rank water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique Scroll. Considering your ice release affinity, it should yield impressive power." Hikawasaura took the scroll, astonished. Such a technique was indeed a rare treasure. "Why bestow this upon me?" "Because I recognize your potential," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a kind smile. "Konoha needs more young people like you, gifted yet restrained." He rose and walked to the window, gazing down at the village. "Remember, true strength lies not in how many enemies you defeat, but in how many important people you can protect." By the time Hikawasaura returned to school, the lunch break was already half over. As he stepped onto the playground, he was immediately surrounded by several classmates. "Hikawa, I heard the Hokage summoned you alone. Is it a special mission?" Even the typically reticent students from the Hyuga branch cast curious glances. It was just a routine conversation. Hikawasaura downplayed. "Hey Sora." Kushina suddenly leaped from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Quickly tell us, what did the Hokage whisper to you?" "Kushina, please don't do that," Minato sighed, trailing behind. Hikawasaura extricated himself from her grip, unable to suppress a smile. "He said I'm more disciplined than you." "What?" Kushina exclaimed, hopping in fury. "That old man just praised me last week for being the most like the first Hokage among the Uzumaki clan." Laughter erupted among the three, even drawing the attention of distant Uchiha students who were scowling. As they walked home, the setting sun cast long shadows behind them. "So, the Hokage really just wanted to talk?" Kushina remained skeptical. "Indeed," Hikawasaura nodded, "and he even gave me a water release scroll." Minato pondered. "It seems the third Hokage wishes to cultivate you." "Haha, then Sora must treat us to a meal." Kushina clapped him on the shoulder, celebrating his newfound esteem from the Hokage. Just say you want a free meal, he teased. Ah, did I get caught? She giggled, playfully calling him foolish. In the warm glow of the sunset, the trio's figures gradually elongated, merging into the bustling streets of Konoha. Chapter 12. The disappearance of Kushina in the early morning. The village of Konoha remained shrouded in a delicate mist, while Kakyo was diligently practicing the transformations of ice release at the training ground. The breath he exhaled crystallized into tiny ice particles, forming a graceful arc with the movement of his hand. Ice release, snowstorm shuriken. Dozens of shurikens crafted from ice struck the bullseye 30 meters away with precision, just as he was about to continue his practice. A hurried sound of footsteps interrupted his rhythm. Minato Namikaze appeared at the edge of the training ground, panting heavily, his golden hair drenched in sweat. Kakyo, there has been an incident. Minato's voice carried an unprecedented urgency. Kushina has gone missing. The ice shurikens shattered on the ground with a crisp sound. Kakyo quickly approached, inquiring, when did this happen? Just half an hour ago. Minato retrieved a conspicuous strand of red hair from his ninja pouch. I found this on her usual route home. And he opened his palm to reveal several uniquely shaped shurikens, specialized ninja tools from the Cloud Village. Kakyo's pupils constricted. He was all too familiar with this plot from the original story, yet he hadn't expected it to unfold at this moment. Have you informed the Hokage? Minato shook his head. The gathering of the Anbu will take time. Judging by the traces, they took Kushina towards the northeastern border. His azure eyes glimmered with determination. We must act immediately. The two swiftly gathered their ninja tools and pursued the faint traces beyond the village. Minato led the way, keenly observing every subtle sign, broken shrubs, shallow footprints in the mud, nearly invisible scratches on the tree bark. 3 individuals. Minato squatted before a muddy patch, his fingers brushing over the footprints. 2 adult ninjas. And 1, likely carrying Kushina. Kakyo extended his hand to sense the residual chakra in the air. There are traces of lightning release. He pointed southeast, indicating a change in direction. Minato looked at him in surprise. You can perceive the residual chakra? The nature of ice release, Kakyo briefly explained. Water vapor records the fluctuations of chakra. As he spoke, he formed hand seals, causing the dew on the ground to crystallize into tiny ice particles, revealing a blurred trajectory in the sunlight. After pursuing for 5 kilometers, Minato suddenly raised his hand, signaling to stop. A faint sound of metal clashing echoed from the woods ahead. The two stealthily approached, peering through the underbrush to see a cloud ninja setting a trap. A sentry. Minato mouthed. Their base must be nearby. Kakyo nodded, concentrating his chakra to form a slender ice needle. He glanced at Minato, who understood and extended 3 fingers, beginning a countdown. 3, 2, 1. The ice needle precisely pierced the sentry's neck, just as Minato sprang forth like an arrow. The cloud ninja felt a sudden sting before Minato struck him down silently with a swift chop to the neck. First one down, Minato whispered, quickly searching the fallen ninja's belongings. He produced a rudimentary map from the pouch, marked with several red dots. This indicates their route. Kakyo leaned in for a closer look. They are moving toward the border of the Land of Lightning. At this pace, he calculated the distance. They will cross the border in no more than 2 hours. Minato's expression grew grave. We must intercept them before they leave the country. As they delved deeper into their pursuit, the terrain became steeper. Towering cliffs flanked them, forming a natural canyon. Kakyo suddenly halted Minato, pointing at a reflective glimmer on the cliff face. There is an ambush, he whispered. At least 2 individuals are on high alert. Minato squinted to observe. It seems this is their only path. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, I can create a diversion to draw them away, and you can take the opportunity to. No, Kakyo interrupted him. I have a better plan. He formed hand seals, and the breath he exhaled crystallized into an ice mirror before him. Ice release, mirror return technique. The ice mirror gradually revealed the scene across the canyon, utilizing the moisture in the air for reconnaissance. Minato gazed in astonishment at the clear image reflected in the mirror. Can you see their exact positions? One at 3 o'clock on the cliff top, and another behind the bushes at 9 o'clock. Kakyo pointed at the mirror, and the image suddenly shook, revealing 3 moving figures deep within the canyon. Found them. Kushina is with the tall ninja in the center. Minato quickly devised a plan. I'll take care of the one on the cliff top, and you handle the one behind the bushes. Then we'll flank them from both sides. Kakyo nodded, and the ice mirror shattered into countless tiny ice crystals. Dispersing into the air, the two moved in unison, each embarking on their designated mission. Chapter 13. United Combat. Ice River Sora glided through the underbrush like a ghost, crystalline frost silently spreading beneath his feet. To his 9 o'clock, the cloud ninja remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with a kunai reflecting cold light in his grasp. Ice River Sora held his breath, conjuring a slender ice needle at his fingertips. Ice release, silent assassination. The ice needle accurately pierced the acupuncture point at the back of the cloud ninja's neck, rendering his body rigid. Seizing the opportunity, Ice River Sora advanced, delivering a precise chop to the vital point of his neck. The cloud ninja let out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground. Almost simultaneously, a muffled sound echoed from the cliff summit. The figure of Minato surged past the rock face like a golden lightning bolt. dispatching another sentry in a series of swift movements. The two exchanged a knowing glance before silently advancing deeper into the canyon. At the narrowest point of the canyon, 3 cloud ninjas hurried forward. The burly leader bore the unconscious Kushina on his shoulder, the lightning forehead protector glinting in the sunlight. Accelerate, he barked. Beyond that pass lies the land of lightning. Ice River Sora and Minato concealed themselves in a recess of the rock wall, observing the enemy's movements. Minato swiftly signaled, "Leave the J-Nin to me. You rescue Kushina." Ice River Sora shook his head, indicating himself and then the ground. "I will create the opportunity." Placing his hands against the rock wall, Ice River Sora silently infused chakra into the crevices. Ice release, rock vein freeze. Minute ice crystals spread within the rock layers, causing the canyon floor to tremble slightly. What is happening? The cloud J-Nin halted, alert. In that instant, Ice River Sora leapt forth. Ice release. Ice Dragon Bullet. A colossal ice dragon erupted from the rock wall, charging toward the cloud ninja squad. 2ch-Nin hastily dodged, while the J-Nin smirked, forming a single-handed seal. Lightning release. Lightning wall. The blinding net of lightning intercepted the ice dragon. But Ice River Sora's true objective had already been accomplished. The ice mist generated by the dragon's collision instantly enveloped the entire canyon. "Minato!" Ice River Sora shouted. "Understood." Minato's figure burst forth from the ice mist, 3 specially crafted kunai arcing toward the J-Nin in a triangular formation. The J-Nin disdainfully swung his blade to block, failing to notice the chakra thread connecting to the kunai. Minato yanked hard, causing the kunai to suddenly change direction and ensnare the J-Nin's armed arm. Trivial tricks. The J-Nin roared, unleashing a surge of lightning that severed the thread. Yet this moment of distraction was enough. Ice River Sora seized the chance to rush to Kushina's side, slicing through the ropes with an ice blade. Seeking death, the J-Nin seethed, his left hand clawing towards Ice River Sora's throat. In a split second, Minato hurled a kunai that struck the J-Nin's wrist with precision. Blood splattered as the J-Nin recoiled in pain, and Ice River Sora swiftly scooped up Kushina and retreated. "You, very well." The J-Nin and Appo's expression twisted in rage, revealing his intent to leave them in pieces. He tore open his shirt, exposing a chest etched with lightning patterns. Lightning release. Lightning armor. The raging lightning formed armor around him, drastically enhancing his speed. "Time is of the essence. Take her away," Ice River Sora urged, pushing Kushina toward Minato while turning to confront the J-Nin. "No." Minato caught Kushina but refused to retreat. Together, the J-Nin's lightning fist surged toward them, and Ice River Sora's hastily erected ice wall shattered under the blow. The shockwave sent him flying several meters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ice release. 1,000-kill water flight. Countless ice needles erupted from the ground, yet they vaporized before the J-Nin's lightning armor. Minato placed Kushina safely aside and swiftly formed seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A powerful wind swept through the ice mist, momentarily obscuring the J-Nin's vision. Combined ninjutsu. Ice Wind Dance. Seizing the moment, Ice River Sora unleashed a combination technique, with each ice crystal in the blizzard transforming into a razor-sharp blade. The J-Nin's lightning armor began to waver under the extreme cold, but he quickly found a countermeasure. Lightning release. Lightning pillar. A massive bolt cleaved through the mist, aimed directly at Ice River Sora. "Watch out." Minato suddenly shoved his companion aside, only to be grazed by the lightning on his left shoulder, leaving a charred mark. "Minato." Ice River Sora's eyes widened in alarm. "I'm fine. My lightning armor has a weakness." There's a 0.5-second gap after releasing a powerful lightning technique. Ice River Sora instantly comprehended. They needed to attack multiple points simultaneously. They exchanged a knowing glance and rushed in different directions. Minato darted around the J-Nin at astonishing speed, continuously hurling kunai to create distractions, while Ice River Sora pressed his hands to the ground, ice crystals silently spreading beneath. Annoying insects. The J-Nin bellowed in fury, channeling lightning into his fists. Lightning release. Double thunder shock. Just as he unleashed his technique, Minato suddenly changed direction, sending 3 kunai spiraling toward the J-Nin's face. The J-Nin had no choice but to divert his attention to block, and Ice River Sora seized the fleeting opportunity. Ice release. Absolute zero. The long-accumulated ice chakra erupted from the ground, precisely piercing the 7 weak points of the lightning armor. The J-Nin's movements faltered, and visible cracks appeared in his armor. "Now!" Ice River Sora shouted. Minato shot forward like an arrow, aiming for the J-Nin's throat with the kunai. The J-Nin barely managed to sidestep the fatal blow, but sustained a deep gash. "You damned." The J-Nin was consumed by rage, chakra surging wildly. Lightning release. His hand seals abruptly halted. A solitary ice arrow had pierced his palm unbeknownst to him. Ice River Sora stood at a distance, his ice bow gradually dissipating. "For the second time, you failed to notice my ice clone." Only then did the J-Nin realize that 4 Ice River Soras had surrounded him, each maintaining a hand seal. Ice release. 4-fold ice seal. The frigid chakra surged from all 4 directions, instantly encasing the J-Nin in a block of ice. Seizing the opportunity, Minato hurled his kunai with all his might, striking the heart of the ice sculpture. With a crack, the ice began to splinter, before shattering with a thunderous crash. The Jainin fell heavily to the ground. An expression of disbelief etched on his face. Silence returned to the canyon, broken only by the heavy breaths of the three. Minato stumbled to Kushina's side, gently patting her cheek. "Kushina, wake up." The red-haired girl and Appo's eyelashes fluttered before she slowly opened her eyes. Upon taking in her surroundings, her violet eyes widened in shock. "You, two idiots. Who told you to come?" Though her words were scolding, her eyes were undeniably moist. Hikawasaura slumped to the ground, managing a wry smile. True to form, "Kushina, the first thing you say upon being rescued is to berate us." In the distance, urgent whistle signals echoed as the Leaf Village's reinforcements finally arrived. Jiraiya surged into the canyon, his white hair standing on end at the sight of the three battered children and the fallen Cloud Ninja. "You." Three Genin took down a special Jainin from the cloud? Minato struggled to stand and salute. "Sensei, we." Before he could finish, both he and Ice River Sora suddenly succumbed to darkness, collapsing to the ground. Exhausted chakra and severe injuries had finally overwhelmed them. Chapter 14. Expressing affection, the pungent scent of disinfectant infiltrated her nostrils, prompting Kushina to wrinkle her nose as she slowly opened her eyes. In her blurred vision, the stark white ceiling swayed incessantly. She attempted to move her fingers, but a sharp pain radiated from her right shoulder. She was awake. A familiar voice, tinged with uncontainable joy, reached her ears. Struggling to turn her head, Kushina beheld a face marred by bruises. Kakashi's left eye was swollen nearly shut. Yet he endeavored to smile at her. "Water. Gate." Her cracked lips emitted a hoarse whisper. He was unharmed. Kakashi gestured toward the adjacent hospital bed, indicating that it was merely chakra depletion. The medical ninja had explained. Before he could finish, Kushina was already attempting to rise. Kakashi swiftly pressed her back down. "Don't move. You have 3 broken ribs, right now." "I'm fine." Kushina smiled weakly at Kakashi, but froze upon glancing at the bed beside her. The golden-haired boy lay there in silence, his once vibrant face now as pale as parchment. His left arm was swathed in bandages, and the fingertips of his right hand were connected to a chakra monitor's wires. Most alarming was the charred wound on his chest, evidence of a direct lightning strike. Kushina's breath quickened, her violet eyes dilating in panic. She stumbled to Watergate's bedside, trembling fingers hovering in the air, hesitant to touch the horrific injuries. He. Rest assured, there is no danger to his life," Kakashi murmured softly. The head of the medical team mentioned that his chakra pathway is unique, allowing for a quicker recovery than most. Kushina bit her lip fiercely, releasing it only when the metallic taste of blood seeped through. Gradually, she knelt before the hospital bed, her crimson locks cascading down to obscure her expression. "Fool." Her voice quivered, nearly inaudible. "You could have waited for backup. Why did you?" Kakashi, sensing the gravity of the moment, retreated to the corner of the room, granting them privacy. Outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, the last golden rays filtering through the blinds, dancing upon Watergate's golden hair. Kushina gingerly clasped his hand, the warmth radiating from his fingertips causing her heart to ache. Memories flooded back of that rainy night. When she first arrived in Konoha, it was this golden-haired boy who had extended his hand to her. At that moment, his smile had been so warm, as if it could dispel all shadows. At the tail end, she whispered, tracing the lines of his palm with her fingertips. "You promised you would become Hokage. How could you? How could you?" A warm tear fell onto their intertwined hands. In a panic, Kushina wiped her tears away, but they only flowed more freely. She had never imagined that this boy, who always followed her with a smile, would risk his life for her. "Please wake up." She pressed her forehead against their clasped hands. I haven't told you yet. I need to tell you, I truly cherish your smile. I need to tell you, every time you call me Kushina, my heart races. I need to tell you. I have long." A faint voice startled Kushina, causing her to jerk her head up. Watergate's lashes fluttered, and his azure eyes slowly opened, still clouded with the remnants of slumber. "Kushina?" His raspy voice was like a heavenly melody to the girl. "You're all right. That's wonderful." Tears cascaded once more. Kushina wanted to scold him for being foolish, to hit him for his reckless behavior, but all her words became lodged in her throat, transforming into a choked sob. Watergate laboriously lifted his uninjured right hand, gently brushing away the tears from her face. "Don't cry. I'm fine." "Who's crying?" Kushina abruptly swatted his hand away, but the sudden movement tugged at her wounds, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. "Ouch. It's all your fault." Watergate couldn't suppress a soft chuckle, which quickly turned into a bout of coughing due to the pain in his chest. Kushina immediately panicked, frantically reaching for the call button. "Don't move. The medical ninja will be here shortly." Kakashi stood by the window, observing the awkward exchange between the young couple, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. He quietly exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. In the corridor, Jiraiya leaned against the wall, a copy of Pleasure Paradise in hand, yet his focus elsewhere. "Youth is truly wonderful," he mused with a knowing glance. Kakashi nodded, suddenly recalling something. "Lord Jiraiya." What about the situation in the Cloud Village? I've left it to the old man to handle. Jiraiya closed the book, but his gaze remained fixed on the hospital door. That girl is likely in for a lot of trouble. Kakashi felt a pang of anxiety because of K. Shill. Jiraiya placed a hand on his shoulder. Let us discuss this once they officially become genin. From within the room, muffled sounds of Kushina's angry reprimands and Watergate's pleas for mercy could be heard. Jiraiya shook his head with a chuckle, turning to walk to the end of the corridor. Oh, he suddenly turned back. You did well, kid. Would you like to follow me after graduation? Kakashi stood frozen, and by the time he regained his senses, the white-haired sage had vanished. The sun sank completely below the horizon, and the lights of Konoha flickered to life. Kakashi peered through the small window of the hospital door, witnessing Kushina awkwardly feeding Watergate water, her ears beneath her crimson hair glowing a deep shade of crimson. Chapter 15. Daily routine. After discharge morning visit. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the thin mist, illuminating the windowsill of the Konoha hospital. Ice River Keiya gently pushed open the ward door, cradling a bouquet of fresh wildflowers. The sight before him made him instinctively soften his footsteps. Minato leaned against the head of the bed, his golden hair shimmering softly in the morning light. Meanwhile, Kushina curled up on the adjacent chair, her red hair cascading down, her head bobbing slightly as she fought off sleep. Her right hand remained tightly clasped around Minato's fingers, as if fearing that a mere release would cause him to vanish. Ahem. Ice River Keiya cleared his throat deliberately. Kushina jolted awake, reflexively loosening her grip, a blush swiftly spreading from her cheeks to her ears. Gee, good morning. I just came to supervise this guy taking his medicine. Minato smiled silently, accepting the bouquet from Ice River Keiya. Thank you, these flowers are lovely. Pick them from the back mountain, Ice River Keiya replied, placing another bouquet before Kushina. This one is for you too. The red-haired girl was momentarily taken aback, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Thank you. As the trio exchanged light-hearted banter, the ward door swung open unexpectedly. Jiraiya burst in with great fervor. Hey kids, I've brought you something wonderful. He slapped down a bag of items, but as Ice River Keiya leaned in to examine it, Kushina snatched it away. Pervy sage. This is clearly a secretly taken hot spring photo, cough cough. Wrong bag. Jiraiya fumbled, hastily switching to another. Here, this is it. Minato chuckled as he took the breakfast bag. Thanks, I was just getting hungry. Ice River Keiya accepted his share. Thank you. I'm a bit hungry too. Jiraiya handed the largest portion to Kushina. I specifically added extra red bean paste for you. Humph, you're finally being sensible, Kushina retorted, although her eyes sparkled with delight. A moment later, Ice River Keiya and Jiraiya stood outside the ward. Jiraiya spoke slowly. The Cloud Village claims that was merely the rogue ninja's personal action, and the involved parties have been handed over. However, according to the Anbu investigation, this operation was sanctioned by the Raikage's office. Ice River Keiya was not surprised. Is it related to the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? Not only that, Jiraiya said, his expression unusually grave. They are also particularly interested in Kushina and Appo's potential as a Jinchuriki. The din from outside faded into the distance. Ice River Keiya clenched his fists, ice crystals silently forming in his palms. Do they know about this? Minato is already aware, Jiraiya sighed. But Kushina is still in the dark. According to custom, she won't be informed until she officially becomes a genin. Ice River Keiya recalled the strong-willed yet soft-hearted girl in the ward, feeling a heaviness in his chest. He understood all too well what it meant to become a Jinchuriki: loneliness, distrust, and endless surveillance. Suddenly, Ice River Keiya spoke. It's all right. Minato and I will be here for her. Jiraiya looked momentarily taken aback, then nodded in understanding. Because of the will of fire? Because she is our comrade. Ice River Keiya met Jiraiya's gaze steadily. At noon, the hospital entrance was crowded with classmates who had come to hear the news. When the three appeared on the steps, cheers erupted from the crowd. The heroes have returned. We heard you took down a Cloud Village, Jonin. Tell us everything. Kushina's face turned crimson in an instant. Shut up. Who wants to tell stories to you bunch of idiots? Yet the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her good mood. Minato smiled gently, suddenly noticing Uchiha Ryota at the edge of the crowd. He shot them a cold glance before turning away. Ice River Keiya noticed this detail too, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. Hey, Kushina tugged at the sleeves of both boys. Stop daydreaming. Makoto said she would treat us to dango. With youthful exuberance, she dragged the two injured boys forward, her red hair dancing like flames in the sunlight. Minato followed with a resigned smile, occasionally wincing as his wounds were jostled. Ice River Keiya watched them, suddenly feeling that such mundane moments were incredibly precious. Upon reaching the entrance of the dango shop, they heard a booming voice from inside. Boss, another 30 skewers. Youth needs its sugar boost. Pushing the door open, they saw Mike Guy and his son sitting at the most conspicuous table, surrounded by empty plates. The young Kai jumped up upon spotting them, waving enthusiastically. Big brother Minato. Big brother Keiya. Sister Kushina. Ah, young warriors. Mike Guy gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming brightly. Congratulations on your discharge. Kushina pouted. Who wants to eat with you idiots? But before she could finish, a plate of red bean dango was pushed in front of her, causing her to quickly amend her statement. But since you invited us so sincerely, they all gathered around, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. Might Guy animatedly recounted his recent breakthroughs in taijutsu, while young Kai exaggeratedly mimicked various moves alongside him. Speaking of taijutsu, Might Guy suddenly turned to Ice River Kaya. How is your ice release combining with the 8 gates? Ice River K, you took a bite of dango. I've already stabilized the opening of the 2nd gate. Nanny. Might Guy leapt to his feet, tears brimming with emotion. So youthful. To celebrate, let us have a dango eating contest. Dad. Young Kai facepalmed in exasperation. Minato smiled. Trying to mediate. How about sharing some battle experiences instead? We'd love to hear how you developed the 8 gates back in the day. This topic ignited Might Guy's enthusiasm instantly. He gestured wildly as he spoke, occasionally pulling young Kai into demonstrations. Kushina rolled her eyes, calling it ridiculous. Yet she secretly mimicked some of the taijutsu postures. By the way, Minato suddenly inquired, Kaya's ice release can freeze chakra. How does that play out in actual combat? Super impressive. Young Kai interjected eagerly. Last time, Big Brother Kaya used his ice release to pin down a wooden post, allowing me to execute that spinning kick. Kushina raised an eyebrow. Oh, when did that happen? Ice River Kaya calmly sipped his tea. Last Wednesday afternoon, when you were being punished for copying the sealing formula. Huh, you guys trained without me. Laughter erupted among the group. The shop owner brought several plates of freshly made dango, chuckling, youth is truly wonderful. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, the door swung open once more. Uchiha Makoto entered quietly, momentarily taken aback by the lively scene. Makoto, Kushina waved. Come on over. The dango just came out. Makoto hesitated for a moment but eventually approached. She politely nodded to everyone before sitting beside Kushina. I heard you were discharged, so I... Her gaze inadvertently flickered to Ice River Kaya before quickly averting. I came to see. Might Guy enthusiastically offered her a plate of dango. Don't be shy. Youth is all about sharing food. Young Kai chimed in. Sister Makoto, the red bean paste filling is the best. Makoto felt somewhat overwhelmed by the warmth of the father and son duo, but soon relaxed under Kushina's influence. Ice River Kaya noticed her gaze drifting towards him occasionally. Suddenly, a cold snort came from the corner of the shop. Everyone turned to see Uchiha Ryota standing in the shadows, his expression dark. Makoto, the clan leader is looking for you. Makoto immediately stood up. Sorry, I need to. Wait. Kushina pulled her back. Finish eating before you go. That old man always has such a stern face. Let him wait. Ryota's gaze turned even colder. Uzumaki Kushina, mind your words. Tension thickened in the air. Minato stood up at the right moment. Ryota-kun, would you like to join us? We're discussing the application of ninjutsu. No need. Ryota turned to leave. Makoto. Within 3 minutes. Makoto offered an apologetic smile and hurriedly followed after him. Kushina angrily poked at her dango. What a buzzkill. Might Guy gently patted her shoulder, exclaiming, Youth is always accompanied by minor frictions. Come, let the sweetness of dumplings dilute the bitterness. This somewhat clumsy consolation proved unexpectedly effective, as Kushina let out a soft giggle. And the atmosphere revived with vigor. As they departed from the dumpling shop, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. The Might father and son clamored for continued special training, rushing off with great enthusiasm. The remaining trio strolled along the banks of the Naga River, savoring the rare tranquility. Hey, Kushina suddenly spoke up. Once you're healed, help me enhance my strength. Minato looked at her in surprise. Haven't you always said that training is boring? What does that have to do with you? Kushina kicked a pebble. You know, having more skills is never a burden. Kakashi, with an understanding nod, added. You're worried about encountering the Cloud Ninjas again, aren't you? Kushina did not deny it. Her ears, hidden beneath her crimson hair, turned slightly pink. Minato smiled gently. All right. We will train together. As they passed a river bend teeming with fireflies, the trio instinctively halted. Thousands of fireflies danced in the twilight, resembling a cascade of stars. So beautiful, Kushina murmured. Minato turned to her, the moonlight casting a silvery halo around her silhouette. Kushina, I've just remembered. Kushina abruptly turned around. You both have to promise me something. The two looked at her in confusion. No matter what danger we face in the future, she enunciated clearly. You must inform me immediately. No more acting on your own. Minato paused for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile. All right, I promise you. Kakashi nodded in agreement. But you must also promise us not to tough it out when you encounter trouble. Humph. I don't need to. Kushina started, but Minato interrupted her. This is a pact. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the three intertwined. Chapter 16. The chief competition time flies, and in the blink of an eye. 3 months have passed. The cherry blossom trees in front of the Konoha Ninja School have sprouted new buds, and delicate pink and white petals flutter down onto the training ground. Standing beneath the tree is Kei Sora, the boy who unexpectedly obtained the ice fruit. Now poised on the threshold of graduation. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? A familiar voice calls from behind. Uzumaki Kushina playfully drapes her arms around his neck. Her vibrant red hair even more striking than 6 years ago. Since clarifying her relationship with Namikaze Minato, a blissful smile has become a permanent fixture on her face. Rumor has it that this selection for the top student will be personally observed by the Hokage himself. Minato approaches from the other end of the training ground, his golden bangs framing gentle blue eyes that remain as warm as ever, while Elder Danzo and the 3 advisors will also be present. Kairi Sora nods in agreement. Over these past 3 months, their strength has far surpassed that of elite genin, capable of handling even ordinary chunin. Thanks to Jiraiya's specialized training, Guy's guidance in taijutsu, in their mutual sparring, their names have become quite renowned within the school. Humph, the top student is definitely mine, Kushina exclaims, raising her fist in determination. Let me show you the fruits of my training over the past few years. Who was it that turned into an ice statue during the last practical class? Kairi raises an eyebrow. That was an accident. Kushina's cheeks flush with embarrassment. If you have the skill, don't use that damned ice release. Minato stifles a laugh. All right, let us head to the plaza. We can't be late. In the school plaza, all graduates stand in neat rows. Sarutobi Hiruzen stands on a high platform, flanked by Konoha's higher-ups, each displaying varying expressions. Danzo's face is partially shrouded in shadow, his solitary eye scanning the students below, pausing slightly when he spots Kairi and his companions. Soon, Hiruzen begins to extol the so-called will of fire, where the leaves dance, the fire continues to thrive. The flames will keep illuminating the village and nurture the new leaves. The future of the village requires you, the younger generation, to inherit the will of your predecessors. And our duty is to protect and guide you, even at the cost of our lives. With every word, the students' spirits soar, eager to risk everything for the Hokage. This includes Minato and Kushina, their faces flushed with excitement. Kairi Sora feigns enthusiasm, yet within, he remains unperturbed. He reflects on Uchiha Madara, Kurizetsu, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the dominant Otsutsuki clan in the cosmos. To him, the will of fire is but nonsense. His singular ambition is to become the strongest. The only ones he truly cares about are those close to him. Today, you shall face your final significant trial before graduation. Hiruzen's voice resonates throughout the crowd. The top student not only represents the highest caliber of this graduating class, but will also be awarded an A-rank ninjutsu scroll. A stir ripples through the crowd. For noble families, a ninjutsu scroll holds little value, but for common ninjas, it is a treasured heirloom, especially one of A rank. The selection will follow a one-on-one lottery system. The 2 drawn will engage in free combat within a designated area, and the last one standing will be declared the victor. He pauses, scanning the crowd. One crucial rule. He hesitates, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. The use of any potentially lethal ninjutsu is strictly prohibited. The medical team will supervise throughout, and should they determine life-threatening circumstances, disqualification will occur immediately. Danzo suddenly steps forward. Allow me to add that the ultimate victor will have the opportunity to join the Anbu. His gaze lingers on Kairi Sora, hinting at an exceptional honor. Kairi exchanges a glance with Minato. The Anbu? An early taste of the thrill of battle? Now, all those wishing to register, please proceed to training ground number 3. The matches will commence 2 hours from now. The trio swiftly registered. Kushina tied her red hair into a high ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead. What scheme is that old man Danzo up to? Unclear, Minato replied, checking his ninja tool pouch. However, joining the Anbu would undoubtedly be an honor for us. Kairi warned, be cautious of the Uchiha. Ryota has made significant progress lately, and his eyes have evolved into the Tutomo. Humph, merely a defeated foe, Kushina scoffed, though her expression had turned serious. Training ground No. 3 had been transformed into a circular arena with a diameter of 500 meters, surrounded by spectator seating. In addition to the Hokage and higher-ups, several J-nin had come to watch. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru stood behind the 3rd Hokage. Kairi Sora stood in line, glancing at his number tag, number 7. No. 12. Kushina waved her tag as she squeezed past, her red hair particularly striking in the morning light. What about you two? Minato displayed his number 3 tag. I'll be up in the first round. The notice board at the edge of the arena displayed the matchups. Kairi noted that his first opponent was the heir of the Inuzuka clan, Inuzuka Kiba. Meanwhile, Minato would face a member of the Hyuga branch family. And Kushina had drawn a talented member of the Yamanaka clan. Humph, this will be easy, Kushina declared confidently, crossing her arms. Don't underestimate them, Minato cautioned. I've heard that Yamanaka Shimi has already mastered control over 3 different types of mind-affecting insects. On the distant platform, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was engaged in conversation with his advisors. Danzo leaned on his cane, observing the students below, pausing slightly upon noticing Kairi and his companions. Round 3, Namikaze Minato versus Hyuga Takuma. As the referee announced, Minato gracefully leaped onto the central stage. Opposite him, Hyuga Takuma assumed a gentle fist stance, veins bulging around his Byakugan. Begin. Takuma launched the first assault, unleashing the 8 trigrams 64 palms like a tempest. Yet Minato remained unflustered, retreating with precision. Each step calculated to evade the palm strikes. How fast? The observing students gasped. Kairi nodded slightly. At his age, Minato had honed the body flicker technique to perfection. Though not yet at the level of the flying thunder god technique, his speed far surpassed that of an ordinary chunin. Wind release, vacuum wave. Minato suddenly switched tactics, compressing air into a projectile that forced Takuma to alter his rhythm. In the split second Takuma adjusted his stance, Minato appeared behind him, kunai lightly pressed against his back. The outcome is clear. Namake's Minato wins. The crowd erupted into applause. Hiruzen stroked his beard, pleased, a commendable strategy, first testing with speed, then exploiting the fleeting opening. Danzo nodded in agreement, remarkable for his age. Round 12, Uzumaki Kushina versus Yamanaka Shimi. Kushina sprang onto the stage, her red ponytail soaring high. Opposite her, Yamanaka Shimi silently adjusted her sunglasses, a swarm of mind-affecting insects crawling from her sleeves. Begin. Yamanaka Shimi immediately formed seals, secret technique, insect sphere. The dark mass of insects surged toward Kushina, yet she stood her ground, unyielding. Just as the swarm was about to make contact, crimson chakra chains erupted from within her. Diamond lock. The chains danced like ethereal serpents, striking down the entire swarm of insects. Yamanaka Shimi hastily altered her technique, secret technique, phosphorescent insects. A glowing swarm dispersed, attempting to encircle Kushina from various angles. A smirk crossed Kushina's lips as she swiftly clasped her hands together. Sealing technique. For corners seal. For beams of red light surged from the ground, forming a cubic barrier that ensnared all the insects within. The insects crashed against the barrier, falling lifelessly to the ground. Yield, Kushina declared, her chains pointing menacingly at her opponent. I want to hold back on my next strike. Yamanaka Shimi paused momentarily, then raised her hand in submission. I concede. Gasps erupted from the audience. No one expected the genius of the Yamanaka clan to surrender so swiftly. Only a few noticed that all the fallen insects had lost any signs of life. In the seventh match, the illustrious Kurenai Mito emerged victorious. As the stage was set, the formidable Keiya Icewalk stepped forward, facing off against Inuzuka Tsume, who had already fused with the ninja dog, Kuro, with claws sharpened to a lethal edge. Inuzuka Tsume grinned. I have heard tales of your prowess in ice release, but my keen sense of smell allows me to perceive the flow of chakra in advance. Let the battle commence. Inuzuka Tsume instantly transformed, adopting a beastly form and lunging forth with astonishing speed. However, Keiya Icewalk remained unfazed, forming a single hand seal, ice release, mirror reflection. An ice mirror materialized out of thin air, and as Inuzuka Tsume's razor-sharp claws struck the surface, they were momentarily entrapped by their own reflection, causing a fleeting hesitation in the assault. Beast clone technique. 3 manifestations of Inuzuka Tsume surged at Keiya Icewalk from various angles. Yet, with a deft movement, Keiya Icewalk tapped lightly with her feet, unleashing a blanket of frost that enveloped the arena. Ice release. Frost blankets the ground. The frigid chakra notably slowed Inuzuka Tsume's movements, while Kuro's fur glistened with ice crystals, releasing clouds of mist with each breath. The final blow was at hand. Keiya Icewalk brought her hands together in prayer, invoking ice release, piercing spike. Sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, sealing off every route of retreat for Inuzuka Tsume. Ultimately, one ice spike halted perilously close to her throat, exuding a chilling aura. Keiya Icewalk claimed victory with remarkable ease in this encounter. Chapter 17. The semifinals with the mere application of ice release to create a slick path. The movement of the ninja hounds was curtailed, and the refractive crystals scattered sunlight to disrupt their vision. Jiraiya had unexpectedly positioned himself behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, clutching a half-eaten takoyaki in his hand. This young man had infused ice release with the essence of Jinjutsu, leading to the inevitable defeat of Inuzuka's girl. Danzo's cane struck the ground with a dull thud, an exemplary bloodline limit coupled with a composed mind. Hiruzen, entrust Kakyo to me. I shall train him into. Danzo was abruptly interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Enough, Danzo. I have plans for Kakyo. With a huff, Danzo fell silent. As Kakyo descended from the arena, the medical team attended to Inuzuka's paw, treating frostbite. Just as he intended to approach, a piercing gaze suddenly pricked his back. Turning, he found Uchiha Ryota standing in the shadow of the contestant passage, his crimson Sharingan spinning slowly. Next match, it will be you and me. Ryota and Amp. Appo's voice was as frigid as ice. There will be no surprises this time. Kakyo met those blood-red eyes calmly. I await it with anticipation. In the spectator area, whispers emanated from the Uchiha section. Uchiha Sosuke, Ryota's father, wore a grim expression as he conversed with the clan members. The disgrace of their devastating loss in the private duel 6 years ago remained a taboo subject within the Uchiha. The 11th match, Uchiha Ryota versus Akimichi Tudu. As the referee announced, Ryota appeared on the stage in an instant. Opposite him, Tudu had just completed the multi-size technique, his massive form nearly occupying half the arena. Begin. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. Without the slightest hesitation, Ryota unleashed a B-rank fire release. The blazing dragon immediately engulfed Tudu, forcing his enlarged state to dissipate under the intense heat. Too fast. The audience erupted in astonishment. Ryota and Amp, Appo's straw sandals crushed the scorched earth, sparks dancing at his toes. Tudu. now returned to his original size, swayed slightly, his round face charred black from the flames, yet he maintained a hearty grin, truly a genius of the Uchiha. But suddenly, the ground caved in, and a massive, fleshy hand erupted from a 5-meter wide pit. Unnoticed by anyone, Tuda had quietly channeled chakra into the ground while restoring his size. Partial multi-size technique, Buddha palm capture. Ryota's pupils constricted, the overwhelming hand reflected in his Sharingan. In a split second, he bit his thumb and traced a line of blood in the air, summoning technique. Flame crows. A swarm of burning crows erupted from the blood mist, their scorching wings targeting the points of the capturing hand. The moment Tudu recoiled in pain, Ryota leapt onto the back of a crow, soaring into the air, his hands becoming mere afterimages. Fire release. Phoenix flower jutsu. A torrential rain of fire, laced with explosive tags, rained down, but upon contact with the fleshy hand, it was abruptly engulfed by the expanding layer of fat. Tudu's skin took on an eerie orange hue, transforming him into an inflating lava ball, super multi-size, furnace war chariot. The spinning mass rolled through the flames, melting the asphalt in its wake. The front rows of the audience, Hyuga clan members, activated their Byakugan, astonished to discover the abnormal flow of chakra within Tudu. He was converting fire release chakra into energy through fat combustion. Ryota and Amp, Appo's Sharingan whirled frantically, the two Tomo nearly forming a complete circle. As the fleshy sphere brushed against him for the third time, a sinister smile emerged. Caught you. He deliberately allowed the sleeve of his garment to carbonize from the intense heat, concealing 3 transparent threads within the falling ashes. As Tuda charged again, Ryota pulled on the threads, Uchiha style, heavenly fire spider web. The chakra threads, tempered by flames, tightened suddenly, akin to red-hot steel slicing into the meatball. Upon contact with the open flame, the fat ignited explosively, transforming the battlefield into a 30-meter-wide pillar of fire. Amidst the inferno, Tudu's roar echoed. Do you think a Kimichi and Amp, Appo's fat merely burns? The fiery mass erupted, scattering thousands of fat projectiles like a torrential downpour. Each droplet expanded midair, morphing into explosive projectiles the size of fists. For the first time, Ryota's Sharingan displayed a grave expression, and he formed an unfamiliar tiger hand seal. Sharingan, mirror fire flame. A peculiar black flame spilled from his pupils, weaving into a prism in the air. The moment the fat explosives came into contact with the black flames, they were refracted back towards Tudu's original form. Gasps arose from the audience, where Nara's clan leader exclaimed, "This is converting ocular power into optical refraction?" Amidst the smoking debris, Tudu knelt, his combat attire charred and tattered, yet he maintained his hand-sealing posture. His right hand pressed against the sealing mark on his abdomen, where a butterfly pattern faintly emerged. I concede. Tudu suddenly raised his hand, revealing a cunning smile amidst Ryota's astonished gaze. But had you employed your killing move, what would have detonated now would be the butterfly bomb mixed with explosive tags. At the moment the referee declared the victory, Ryota's Sharingan suddenly throbbed painfully. The perpetually grinning rotund figure had exited the arena. Kakyo squinted. Ryota's hand-sealing speed had nearly doubled since 3 months prior, and the potency of his fire release had visibly increased. Those two Tomo shone with a dangerous glimmer, as if to challenge him. Uchiha Ryota wins. Semi-final draw. The midday sun streamed onto the training ground, where the 4 finalists stood at the center, awaiting the draw. Minato and Kakyo exchanged a knowing glance. Nodding in unison, Kushina glared fiercely at Ryota, who completely disregarded her gaze. The semi-final draw commenced. The referee presented a sealed scroll, which the third Hokage personally unsealed. As the results unfurled, gasps reverberated throughout the venue. First match, Namikaze Minato versus Uzumaki Kushina. Second match, Kakyo versus Uchiha Ryota. Chapter 18. A clash. Once more the midday sun refracted by the frost created a prismatic halo, while Ice Glacier gazed at the glaring name of Uchiha Ryota on the battle roster. In his ears, the melodious voice of Kushina resonated. I forfeit. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The red-haired girl sprang onto the referee's platform, and Minato's azure eyes widened slightly, his usually relaxed smile momentarily frozen in disbelief. He raised his hand to grasp Kushina and Amp, Appo's garment, but she slipped away, already darting towards the microphone. Couples need not brawl. She playfully blinked, suddenly turning to Minato with a wink. Minato's fingers hung in the air, his golden hair tousled by the gusts stirred by Kushina. Amidst the audience's erupting whistles, he helplessly rubbed his forehead and chuckled, a suspicious blush creeping across his ears. What a chaotic display. The stands exploded with cheers and whistles. Saratobi Hiruzen nearly dropped his pipe, while Jiraiya at the highest point of the stands laughed heartily, pounding the railing. That kid and Appo's ears are red enough to fry an egg. He hastily scribbled in his notebook, new material for intimate tactics. Only Danzo, with his solitary eye, cast a shadow of discontent. The teacup in Uchiha Sosuke's hand cracked under pressure. Absurd. The referee and Amp, Appo's face flushed. Such an examination could not be. The rules permit forfeiture. The third Hokage and Amp, Appo's voice rang out. the sharp sound of his pipe striking the table silencing all dissent. Thus, the semi-final commenced ahead of schedule. Ice Glacier versus Uchiha Ryota. As Ice Glacier prepared to take the stage, Kushina leaned in, poking his arm. Hey, the next match is all yours. The strategic forfeiture was indeed clever. But was the and amp, oppos, couple and amp, oppos, S declaration and amp, oppos, a bit too Minato, blushing, was still grinning foolishly nearby. You fool. Kushina exclaimed, that arrogant Uchiha up there is certainly no match for you. I must help save Minato's strength. Ice Glacier wore an expression akin to having swallowed expired dog food. Fine, you two enjoy your romance. That guy up there is glaring at me like he wants to kill me. Go for it, Glacier, Minato said earnestly. Ice Glacier nodded. The air on the training ground twisted in the clash between frost and flames, as Uchiha Ryota's straw sandals crunched over the charred asphalt from the previous night, emitting a series of sharp cracks. Ice Glacier and amp, oppos, ice blades had yet to be drawn, yet 12 ice spikes had quietly crystallized around him, refracting sunlight into a rainbow halo. The ice crystals were exquisite. Ryota's Sharingan shimmered with crimson ripples. Alas, beautiful things are often fragile. I hope you've progressed beyond mere words. Begin. The referee and amp, oppos, S call had scarcely faded when Ryota and amp, oppos, S figure vanished from sight. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing fireball hurtled forth. An ice glacier swiftly formed hand seals. Ice release, ice barrier. An ice wall erupted, colliding with the fireball and unleashing a cloud of steam. In the mist, Ryota and oppos, S Sharingan glimmered red as 3 shurikens shot toward Ice Glacier and oppos, S blind spots from devious angles. Clang, clang, clang. Ice Glacier deftly blocked with his ice blades, while frost spread beneath his feet, allowing him to slide backward and create distance. Can you escape? Ryota sneered, forming hand seals, fire release, phoenix fire technique. Dozens of fireballs surged from all directions, each accompanied by a shuriken. Ice Glacier's gaze sharpened. He slammed his hands against the ground. Ice release. 1,000 ice needles. Countless ice needles erupted from the ground, colliding with the fireballs and shurikens, creating a cacophony of explosions. Seizing the opportunity, Ryota advanced, his Sharingan spinning wildly. Jinjutsu. Paralyzing technique. Ice Glacier's vision warped suddenly, the surroundings transforming into a crimson prison. He scoffed, unleashing his ice chakra. Break. The illusion shattered like glass, as Ryota's kunai threatened his throat. Ice Glacier evaded to the side, sweeping his ice blade to force Ryota back. Your Jinjutsu is ineffective against me, Ice Glacier stated coldly. A flicker of anger crossed Ryota and amp, oppos, S eyes. Then try this. His hand seals accelerated, chakra surging violently. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. 3 fire dragons erupted from his mouth, spiraling towards Ice Glacier. Taking a deep breath, Ice Glacier pressed his palms together. Ice release, ice dragon bullet. A massive ice dragon collided with the fire dragons, the clash of ice and fire shaking the entire training ground. As steam enveloped the area, Ryota's Sharingan suddenly locked onto Ice Glacier's form. Got you. Fire release, great dragon flame technique. The intense dragon-shaped flames pierced through the steam, targeting Ice Glacier directly. In a moment of dire peril, Ice Glacier's body suddenly transformed into frost, dissipating as the flames whooshed past. His body vanished. Ryota's pupils constricted. As the searing dragon flames penetrated the form of Ice Glacier, the entire training ground fell into silence. The spectators gasped. Damn, are these two really students like us? Saratobi Hiruzen's pipe slipped from his lips, and through the dissipating steam, the third Hokage's eyes reflected the astonishing scene. The golden-haired boy had transformed into glistening ice crystals, the flames carrying a flurry of snowflakes, which reformed into human shape 3 meters away. Such elemental transformation, Hiruzen unconsciously stroked his pipe. A momentary lapse of composure flashing across his face, as this surpassed the realm of ordinary bloodline limits. In the highest stands, Jiraiya's grip on the railing cracked, oblivious to the cold wind whisking away his notes on intimate tactics. Old man, Konoha Academy has hidden a monster. He suddenly turned to the audience, shouting, Hey kid, what's this technique called? Can you teach me? In the medical team and oppos, S area, Hinata and oppos, S Byakugan flared, his chakra completed transformation in 0.3 seconds. This is not something a human could. Her words halted abruptly as she noticed the warning glare from the elder of the Hyuga clan. In the darkest corner of the stands, Orochimaru and oppos, S eyes glimmered with greed. Such a bloodline limit. Ice Glacier S form reassembled behind him, ice blade piercing toward his back. Ryota barely dodged, yet a cut marred his shoulder, blood freezing instantly. Not done yet. Ice Glacier pressed the attack. Ice release, extreme cold fist. His fist, enveloped in chilling energy, struck Ryota's abdomen with force, the frigid chakra invading his body, noticeably slowing Ryota's movements. Damn it. Ryota gritted his teeth, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Lightning release. Lightning bolt. A massive bolt of lightning descended from above, narrowly grazing Ice Glacier's clothing, leaving a charred mark. Seizing the moment, Ryota distanced himself, forming hand seals, fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. A deluge of flames surged forth, overwhelming Ice Glacier's ice defenses. The intense heat scorched his skin, yet he remained composed. 8 gates. First gate. Open. The torrent of chakra surged, shattering his internal restraints, and Ice Glacier and Appo's speed surged dramatically. He became a blue blur, dashing through the flames, instantly closing in on Ryota. Ice release, rapid freeze fist. Ryota hastily blocked, but was sent stumbling back, his arms encased in frost. A hint of panic finally crossed his features. Such speed Ice Glacier afforded him no respite, forming hand seals. Ice release. Ice spikes. Ice spikes erupted from the ground, cornering Ryota. His Sharingan whirled frantically, suddenly revealing a sinister grin. You've fallen for it. Fire release. Flame prison. At Ryota and Appo's center. The ground within a 10-meter radius erupted in searing flames, melting the ice spikes entirely. Ice Glacier's ice chakra was suppressed by the overwhelming heat, causing a slight delay in his movements. It has come to an end. Liangtai and Appo's hands crafted the final seal. Fire release. Great fire destruction. A colossal column of flames surged skyward, completely engulfing the glacier. Kongye. Gasps erupted from the audience, with Kushina rising abruptly, her expression mirroring that of Minato and Appo's filled with gravity. Yet, from within the flames, a serene voice emerged, belonging to Glacier Konya. Indeed, it is time to conclude. The frigid chakra erupted forth, abruptly freezing the flames into a sculpture of ice. Konya and Appo's figure gradually emerged, his body adorned with crystalline ice armor, his eyes shimmering with an icy blue glow. Ice release, absolute zero. Liangtai and Appo's pupils constricted in shock. And before he could react, the extreme cold chakra had already infiltrated his body. His movements became utterly paralyzed, his surface rapidly succumbing to ice, ultimately transforming him into a statue of ice. Glacier Konya emerges victorious. The referee declared loudly. A moment of silence enveloped the arena, soon followed by a fervent applause. Glacier Konya approached Liangtai, gently flicking his fingers, shattering the ice sculpture, causing Liangtai to collapse to the ground, trembling all over. I have experienced the glory of the Uchiha. Glacier Konya remarked nonchalantly before turning and descending from the arena. Chapter 19. The final battle. The noonday sun scorched the training ground, while the breath of Kaya, like white mist, crystallized into delicate frost flowers upon his icy armor. Standing at the opposite end, Minato Namikaze twirled 3 steel shuriken at his fingertips, the golden arcs reflecting the intensity of his once gentle azure gaze, now hardened with resolve. The finals commenced. The referee's roar shattered the stillness of the air. Go, Minato. Crush that ice lump. Kaya. Kushina's voice thundered from the east stands, startling a flock of resting sparrows. Kaya-kun. Show Minato-san your true prowess. Hinata Natsu and Appo's cheers drew attention from the crowd. As Kushina and Appo's shout echoed, a cool voice interjected. Kaya-kun and Appo's ice release can freeze chakra flow. Minato-san must proceed with caution. Natsu, gripping the railing, stood up, her white eyes flaring with intensity. Kushina, you should worry about your own taijutsu retest tomorrow, considering you didn't even make it into the top 16. With that, Kushina stepped onto her seat, her fiery red hair resembling flames. Laughter erupted from the audience, with several boys mimicking Natsu in high-pitched voices. Kaya-kun, give it your all. A glare from the elders of the Hyuga clan silenced them immediately. At least I won't burn through 3 chakra test papers in medical class, Natsu retorted, her fingers glowing faintly as she pressed against the railing, leaving shallow imprints. And what about you, Kushina? Last week's sealing technique practice. Do you want to fight, be a Kugan girl? Kushina rolled up her sleeves, ready to leap over the railing, but was firmly restrained by Inuzuka's grip. Calm down. You just wrecked 3 training grounds last week. From the Hyuga seats, an elder coughed lightly, commanding attention. Natsu, maintain your composure. The quiet authority of his voice hushed the stands. The girl straightened her posture, her gaze burning with fervor as she replied, Yes, uncle. Seizing the moment, the Uchiha clan members in the east stands jeered. The 2 up there are a far cry from our Ryataisa. But before they could finish, Makoto struck one of them on the head with the handle of a shuriken. Suddenly, the arena erupted with crystalline ice as Kaya launched his attack, his body shooting forth like a released arrow. So fast, A.J. Mean Teacher jumped to his feet. This speed exceeded the graduation assessment standards. Minato, however, transformed into an afterimage just before impact, his true form appearing 5 meters away in midair, 7 shuriken tracing eerie arcs to seal off his escape. Clang. Kaya erected an ice wall with a sweeping arm, the refracted sunlight causing the front row audience to squint. Ice release, prism barrier. Natsu's Byakugan flared, noting that the chakra distribution among the ice crystals deviated by no more than 0.03. Such flamboyance. Uchiha Ryota scoffed from the VIP section, slamming his teacup down upon the wooden table. His clan members quickly echoed him. This fragile ice mirror, Ryota and Appo's fire release. Jiraiya, observing nearby, remarked sarcastically, such weak ice release, and yet it has left your Ryota bedridden. You. Uchiha Ryota glared, fuming with indignation. Before he could continue, Keiya slid forward on the icy surface, his right fist, encased in ice armor, crashing toward Minato's side. The force of the punch sent Minato's golden hair flying. Yet he effortlessly slipped through the blazing afterimage at the moment of contact. Fire release, fireball. The fireball Minato expelled detonated upon hitting Keiya's armor, sending Keiya retreating to the edge of the arena, leaving a web of ice trails in his wake. This is youth, Might Guy exclaimed, tears brimming as he shook Might Guy, who was dizzy from the excitement. Kai, remember this exhilarating moment. The second round of confrontation unfolded amidst swirling ice fog. Keiya pressed his hands to the ground, causing countless ice spikes to erupt like blooming crystalline thorns. Such chakra levels, the head of the medical class gasped, astonished that these two were merely 12 years old. Minato maneuvered through the thorny maze, the sound of his shoes scraping against the ice echoing sharply. Seventh change. Natsu suddenly screamed. The audience realized that the seemingly chaotic ice spikes were forming a precise mirror formation. Ice release, light prison. Hundreds of refracted rays of sunlight converged, causing the front row spectators to hurriedly shield their eyes. Instinctively, Minato closed his eyes and retreated, narrowly avoiding Keiya's ice blade that grazed his neck, severing a few strands of golden hair, which then froze into brilliant golden threads in the air. 214 shards. Natsu and Appo's Byakugan tracked the droplets of blood splattering from Keiya and Appo's left arm, all of which crystallized into red ice crystals suspended in midair. This kid has turned his blood into a weapon? Jiraiya scribbled furiously on his draft of the art of seduction, recognizing the tactical ingenuity. Minato danced through the rain of blood-red ice crystals, his golden afterimages leaving scorched marks upon the ground. 49th evasion. The J-Nin recorded, sweating. Minato had shattered the instant body technique record. As the last ice crystal embedded itself into the rock wall, Minato suddenly flung out a wire wrapped with explosive tags. Splendid. Kushina seized the collar of a front row spectator. Minato is setting up an explosive array. The blast wave sent ice mirror shards flying, yet Keiya emerged from the flames, his right leg clad in ice armor crashing down like a battle axe. Boom. Minato intercepted the blow, but the ground beneath him shattered, and the fragments were halted by the medical class's earth release. A taijutsu showdown. The stands erupted in cheers. A vendor selling dumplings forgot to collect payment as her three-colored dango tumbled down the steps. These two kids are even more handsome than the legendary White Fang. Keiya and Appo's straight punch met Minato and Appo's block, but the subsequent elbow strike was thwarted by the ice armor. As they grappled in a hold, Minato chuckled lightly. You intentionally thinned your armor by 2 millimeters, didn't it, Appo's? To you? And you used 3 shadow clones to lure me during the explosion. Keiya thrust his knee towards Minato and Appo's abdomen, his true self concealed in the light and Appo's refraction and Appo's blind spot. After 10 seconds of stalemate, both retreated simultaneously, the chakra waves erupting in the center of the training ground, toppling the front row seats. The majority of Keiya's ice armor shattered, while Minato's forehead protector flew off, sliding across the ice. It's time to end this. Minato formed hand seals, chakra coalescing into a green glow at his throat. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The high-pressure blast shattered the ice crystals in its path, and Keiya hastily constructed an ice wall that crumbled in layers. Dodge! Natsu screamed, her voice drowned by the roaring cyclone. Just as the wave was about to engulf him, a crisp sound echoed throughout the arena. 8 gates, second gate, rest gate, open. Azure chakra surged like flames, Keiya's silver hair standing erect, veins bulging beneath his skin like cracked porcelain. The gale was frozen into an ice sculpture by the frigid chakra, Keiya leaping onto the icy steps into the air, his right fist draped in a swirling blizzard, emitting a ghastly wail. 214 seconds. Might Guy shouted, clutching a timer, shattering Dai's record for opening the 8 gates. Minato pushed the instant body technique to its limits, his golden afterimages fracturing into 7 illusions amidst the refracted ice crystals. However, upon the activation of the resting gate, the glacier's velocity surged dramatically, ultimately predicting the trajectory of the main body during the 7th change of direction. The frost-laden fist grazed Watergate's cheek, the resultant gale carving deep gashes into the railing of the spectator stands. I've got you. Glacier Kong seized Watergate's ankle, hurling him towards the ground. In a moment of dire peril, Watergate pressed his palm against the earth, executing a roll, while 3 shurikens flew in a triangular formation towards his opponent's eyes. Glacier Kong narrowly evaded by tilting his head. Seizing this opportunity, Watergate lunged into his opponent's blind spot, striking the shuriken's handle forcefully against the carotid artery. It's over. Suddenly, Glacier Kong and Appo's S body dissipated into mist, and his true form emerged from Watergate and Apos' shadow. His right hand, encrusted with ice crystals, pressed against Watergate and Apos' back, instantly freezing the flow of chakra with the extreme cold. The victor is Glacier Kong. As the medical team rushed into the arena, Glacier Kong knelt on the ground, gasping heavily, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, blooming like crimson plum blossoms upon the icy surface. Are you trying to endanger your life? The medical team leader scolded while administering treatment. Is this how you use the 8 gates? Next time. I won't push myself so hard. Glacier Kong managed a bloodstained smile, extending his hand towards Watergate. I'll be waiting. Watergate grasped his hand for support, rising to his feet, his cerulean eyes reflecting the myriad of ice crystals. But during the graduation exam, my body flicker technique will be even faster. Chapter 20. The end of the battle. Tsunade forcefully slammed the sake bottle against the railing, the amber liquid shimmering like gold in the sunlight. The chakra pathways of the 2 young ninjas were nearly severed. Is the medical team merely a facade? She pointed towards the battlefield, shrouded in icy mist, her emerald eyes sparkling with intensity. That white-haired boy, is he alleviating the tearing of capillaries with ice ninjutsu? Such a chaotic talent. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils narrowed slightly, his forked tongue flicking across his lips. Fascinating. The ice-encased cells are still exhibiting vitality. A small white-scaled snake slithered out from his sleeve, its tongue eagerly probing the drifting ice crystals. Wooden and Amp, Apos, do you agree, Glacius? Hey, Snakeface. Jiraiya exclaimed as he shattered the ice crystals with a slap. Don't look at my student candidates like they're lab specimens. He intentionally rustled the draft of the intimate technique, while keeping a watchful eye on the snake tail retreating back into Orochimaru and Apos' sleeve. The sunglasses of Shizune reflected the dazzling light. As the swarm beneath her robe stirred restlessly, Naruto and Apos' body flicker technique truly surpasses everyone his age. Dawn and Apos, do you compare our son to these 2 monsters? Choji mumbled through a mouthful of chips, the grease-stained bag glimmering in the sunlight. Although that ice-armored kid, if he participated in a barbecue contest, he and Apos, save a fortune on frozen meat. In the VIP section, the 3rd Hokage and Apos' pipe flickered uncertainly. Since the days of Tobarama, 20 years later, we witnessed the most astonishing duel of newcomers. Unfortunately, the Uchiha Sharingan has become mere background. Jiraiya sneered at the empty Uchiha seats. In the shadows, Danzo leaned on his cane, the wooden clogs tapping a gloomy rhythm against the stone pavement. You 2 fools. Kushina and Apos' roar echoed from the medical area. The red-haired girl clutched an injured ninja, her eyes reddened, but her expression fierce. Get back on the stretcher. If you keep moving, I and Apos, bind you with the adamantine chains. Step aside. You red-haired freak, don't touch Kuya. Hinata rushed forward, pushing Kushina away. With a crack, the medical tweezers in Kushina's hand twisted into a spiral, her hair standing on end like the 9-tailed chakra. Are you looking for trouble, Byakugan girl? The stretcher at her feet suddenly levitated, dozens of ceiling tags bursting forth from her sleeve. Hinata assumed a gentle fist stance, veins bulging around her. Byakugan, you said you'd use chains to bind people. Enough. Medical team leader. Chakra's surgical threads shot from her hand, restraining the 2. If you want to fight, take it elsewhere. I won't stoop to your level. After scolding Kushina, Hinata turned to Kuya, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Are you all right, Kuya? I'm fine, Kuya replied with a smile. Summer, come back with me. An elder from the Hyuga clan's deep voice resonated. Hey, Hinata said, turning back to express her concern. Kuya, I'll come visit you tomorrow. Okay. Kuya nodded painfully, suppressing the agony coursing through his body. The aged Hokage gazed at the remnants of the battle. Memories of fighting alongside Uchiha Kagami 20 years ago flickering through the smoke. Kagami, do you see? The new sprouts of Konoha are breaking the ice. Overnight, the names of Kuya Ice and Minato Namikaze, these 2 prodigies, spread throughout Konoha, many referring to them as the twin stars of Konoha, symbolizing 2 rising stars destined to shine brilliantly one day. As the moonlight flooded the hospital room, Kuya's fingertips crystallized with ice. The specially formulated painkillers from the medical team churned in his stomach, but could not suppress the searing pain coursing through his veins. The price of forcibly opening the 6th gate was far more brutal than Might Guy had described. His ice ninjutsu could only alleviate but not entirely eliminate the pain, and he had exceeded the limits of what he could typically endure during training. 3 minutes. To defeat Minato, he had opened the frosty gates for a full 214 seconds. Hey, Ice Cube. Kushina burst through the door, cradling a mountain of gifts. The owner of Ikaku Ramen has given you a year's worth of free coupons, and the floor has sent 3 bouquets of Yukimi grass, plus. She suddenly lowered her voice. The bathhouse Granny Chun said you and Apos, always welcome to the women's bath for materials. Minato propped himself up in bed, his bandaged mouth twitching. Is this my prize for winning? He then inquired, what about Minato? After all, he is quite popular with the girls. How dare he? Kushina's red hair flared like the 9-tailed chakra, the adamantine chains clattering as they wrapped around Minato's hospital bed. If you dare go to the women's bath, I'll shatter your ribs. Minato raised his bandaged hand in surrender, his azure eyes sparkling with mischief, but Kuya received love letters, half of which were addressed to both of us. He shook the letters on the bedside table, one pink note prominently featuring a double ice sculpture. They can and Amp, Oppos, T even distinguish stretcher numbers. Kushina and Amp, Oppos, S chains suddenly whisked away all the letters, igniting with crimson chakra flames in her palm. No early romances in the infirmary. Kuya conjured ice flowers to extinguish the flames. There are also condolence cards. Before he could finish, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Hinata stood outside, holding a food box, the hem of her kimono still damp with morning dew. Kuya, I made red bean mochi soup. Kushina and Oppos, S chains instantly interwove into a net before the door. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan even wears clan emblem attire to visit, better than someone who sets fires in the infirmary. Hinata's Byakugan scanned the charred ceiling, and the food box was suddenly lifted by ice crystals. Crossing over the chains, Kuya forced a smile. Thank you. I could use something warm to soothe my stomach. Outside, the tree shadows suddenly swayed. A guard from the main branch of the Hyuga clan revealing half of his face over the wall. Miss, it's time to return to the estate. The mechanical voice startled the crows perched on the branches. Hinata bit her lip, suddenly stuffing a roll of bandages into Kuya's hands. This is specially made from snow mountain silk. It can relieve the burning sensation in your veins. Hinata. The elder and Amp, Oppos, S roar echoed from around the corner. Minato contemplated, stroking his chin. It seems the eldest daughter of the Gentle Fist clan is experiencing a rebellious phase more intensely than most. Chapter 21. The Hokage and Oppos. S summons as the morning light pierced through the clouds. Keisuke, the glacier, was sprinting along the mountain path, carrying a boulder of basalt that was half his height. The rough surface of the rock was adorned with frost, clashing with the beads of sweat that rolled off his bare back, creating a delicate, crisp sound. Keisuke deliberately avoided all ninjutsu practice, focusing solely on the most primal form of physical training. He aimed to hone his physique to the point where he could sustain the activation of the Frost 8 gates for extended periods. His fist shattered the water and Oppos' surface, knuckles crashing heavily against the granite at the bottom of the pond. The ice layer fractured like a spider's web under the impact. Crimson streaks of blood diffusing in the azure waters, only to be frozen into fine blood crystals the next moment by the biting cold. Keisuke's bare torso steamed with white vapor as sweat trickled down the contours of his muscles. The 1000th punch. The young man adopted a low stance, his fist driving 3 inches deep into the rock face, before he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the training ground on the back mountain. Keisuke, with his bare upper body glistening with sweat, watched droplets fall onto the frost below, instantly crystallizing into tiny ice shards. He adjusted his breathing, feeling the flow of chakra within him. Since the conclusion of his graduation assessment, his reputation had spread rapidly throughout Konoha, and several clans had even sent individuals to observe him discreetly. Yet, he paid little heed to these distractions. Remaining focused on his training, he understood that in this world, true security is rooted in strength. Ice release, extreme cold fist. He shouted, thrusting his right fist forward. A blast of icy blue energy surged forth, crashing into a nearby boulder. The surface of the stone was instantly covered in cracks, before it shattered into countless icy fragments. Not enough. Keisuke furrowed his brows, examining his fist. Although the power of his ice release was formidable, there was still room for improvement in both his taijutsu and chakra control, particularly concerning the use of the 8 gates. Every activation placed immense strain on his body. He needed to discover a more effective method to harmonize the conflict between ice release and the 8 gates. Just as he prepared to continue his training, the air around him suddenly grew heavy. He sensed an unusual fluctuation of chakra and swiftly turned, locking his gaze onto the shadow of a large tree. Come out, he commanded coldly. From the shadows emerged a member of the Anbu, clad in an animal mask, their black uniform appearing especially solemn in the morning light. Keisuke. The Hokage wishes to see you. The Anbu and Oppos' voice was deep and calm, devoid of emotion. Keisuke raised an eyebrow slightly. No? Yes, immediately. The Anbu nodded before turning to signal him to follow. Keisuke asked no further questions, hastily donning his jacket and trailing after the Anbu toward the village. As they walked, various possibilities flitted through Keisuke and Oppos' mind. Why had the Hokage summoned him so suddenly? Was it due to his performance in the graduation assessment? Or had his ice release abilities drawn the attention of the higher-ups? He recalled the final remarks made by Danzo Shimura at the graduation ceremony. The top graduate could join the Anbu. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was embroiled in a heated argument with Danzo Shimura. Bloodline limits must be regulated. Danzo slammed his cane down heavily. You are nurturing a second Uchiha Madara. Mind your words, Danzo. Hiruzen's voice was taut as a drawn bowstring. Keisuke is a genius of Konoha, not a possession to be owned by anyone. His talents are better suited for Root. Just give him to me, and in 3 years. I have already made the decision to let him join the Anbu. Hiruzen asserted. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Soon, Keisuke arrived at the Hokage building. The Anbu halted at the entrance, stepping aside. The Hokage is waiting for you in his office. Keisuke nodded in thanks and entered the building. The corridor was eerily silent, the only sound being his footsteps echoing. Just as he reached the door to the Hokage's office, a figure suddenly appeared around the corner. Danzo Shimura. Leaning on his cane, Danzo's single eye scrutinized Keisuke. A mixture of examination and barely perceptible greed in his gaze. The two shared a brief moment of eye contact in the corridor, neither speaking. Moments later, Danzo snorted coldly and brushed past him, leaving behind a cryptic remark. Root always welcomes true ninjas. Keisuke's brow furrowed slightly, but he did not look back. Continuing resolutely toward the Hokage's office. Pushing open the door, he found Hiruzen standing by the window, his back to him, a pipe in hand releasing wisps of blue smoke. Hearing the door open, the third Hokage turned, a gentle smile gracing his face. You and Appos, VE arrived. Keisuke, he gestured for him to take a seat. How is your recovery? Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. I am much better, Keisuke replied politely, his gaze subtly scanning the room. He sensed that a recent argument had taken place here. The air still tinged with tension. Hiruzen seemed to sense his curiosity and chuckled lightly. I was just discussing some matters with Danzo, concerning you. Me? Keisuke felt a chill run through him, yet maintained an outward calm. Indeed. The third Hokage reclined in his chair, his gaze deepening. Your performance during the graduation assessment was remarkable, exceeding my expectations. Especially your integration of ice release in the 8 gates demonstrates a high degree of talent. Keisuke remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Danzo wishes for you to join Root and Appos, and receive his direct tutelage. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. But I have declined his offer. A flicker of surprise crossed Keisuke's eyes, quickly replaced by composure. He was not shocked by Danzo's interest in him. But the Hokage and Appos' refusal was unexpected. Why? He inquired. Because your talents should not be confined to the shadows. The third Hokage and Appos' expression grew serious. Konoha needs ninjas who can thrive in the light, not mere tools stripped of their individuality. Keisuke fell silent for a moment before nodding. Thank you for your trust, Hokage-sama. However, Hiruzen's tone shifted. I hope you will join the Anbu. The Anbu? Keisuke was momentarily taken aback. Yes, after all, Danzo mentioned it at the ceremony. The third Hokage smiled. Only the top graduate is qualified to join the Anbu. The Anbu, unlike Root, while executing covert missions, still prioritizes the protection of Konoha. Furthermore, I will arrange for you to have an excellent mentor. Mentor? Keisuke and Appos' mind raced through several names, but he could not pinpoint who it would be. Hiruzen's finger tapped the Hokage hat insignia. As your guiding Jonin, the side door of the office opened silently. A silver-white short blade appeared before the figure. Droplets of fresh blood still glistening on the blade's tip. The scent of blood mingled oddly with that of mint as Hatake Tsukumo reversed his blade. A trail of blood droplets painting a crescent arc on the wall. Apologies for the delay. The White Fang sheathed his blade, grass and debris cascading from his shoulder. I just finished dealing with 27 corpses at the border of the Land of Rain. Keisuke's ice-release chakra surged uncontrollably. The mere presence of this man felt as if an avalanche were bearing down upon him. Keisuke and Appos' pupils constricted slightly. Tsukumo. He was all too familiar with the man. In the original narrative, Tsukumo faced criticism for a choice made during a mission and ultimately took his own life. Yet, he was undeniably an exceptionally powerful ninja. Receiving his guidance would significantly aid Keisuke and Appos' growth and certainly shield him from the envious gazes of many. I am willing. Keisuke nodded without hesitation. Starting tomorrow. Be at the third training ground in the Forest of Death before sunrise. Tsukumo tossed him a blood-stained forehead protector, its edges engraved with the symbol of the Cloud Village. If you are late. The blade flashed menacingly. On the left side of the glacier, 3 strands of hair lay neatly severed, while the right hand of Hakuba remained firmly clasped around the hilt of his blade. I shall not be late, declared Keisuke. The smile on Saratobi Hiruzen and Appos' face widened in satisfaction. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall undergo training as a provisional member of the Anbu. Hakuba will personally mentor you until you are capable of standing on your own. Yes, Lord Hokage, Keisuke replied solemnly. Furthermore, the third Hokage and Appos' tone softened. I am aware of your close ties with Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. The identity of the Anbu must remain confidential. Yet you may choose to selectively share this with them. After all, the trust of comrades is a ninja's most invaluable asset. Keisuke nodded, I understand. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Keisuke's emotions were a tumultuous blend. Joining the Anbu signified that he would delve into the deeper secrets of Konoha, while also confronting greater perils. Yet, it was also an opportunity, a chance for swift advancement in his prowess. He gazed upward at the sky, where the sunlight continued to shine brightly, though the path ahead was fraught with unknown challenges. Hakuba, is it? He murmured softly. a hint of anticipatory smile gracing his lips. Chapter 22. Conversation within the confines of the Hokage and Appo's office. A haze of smoke lingered. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a large desk, his pipe smoldering gently, wisps of blue smoke drifting in the sunlight. His gaze penetrated the window, observing the young ninjas diligently training in the distance. His expression a tapestry of contemplation and complexity. Shikamo, please take a seat. Sarutobi gestured toward the chair across from him. Kakashi Shikamo nodded slightly. Yes, Hokage-sama. Once White Fang settled into his seat, the third Hokage began. You are likely already aware of Ice River Kuya and Appo's remarkable talent. Indeed, White Fang affirmed. His ice release bloodline limit, the 8 gates, and that almost elemental ability. Those attributes are merely the surface. The third Hokage exhaled a smoke ring, his demeanor serious. His combat aptitude surpasses his peers, approaching Jonin level in certain aspects. But more crucially, he paused, his eyes sharpening. His rate of growth is alarmingly rapid. White Fang furrowed his brow slightly. Are you concerned he may be unable to control his power? No. The third Hokage shook his head, then nodded with a hint of contradiction. Yet, I do harbor some concerns regarding his loyalty to the village. Despite his youth, his intellect is exceptional. He will not be swayed by mere words like other children from the Ninja Academy. Kakashi Shikamo nodded in understanding. Both he and Minato have remarkably mature minds, which is indeed a key trait of a powerful ninja. He paused before continuing. However, I believe you need not overthink this. After all, he is still just a child. Is he not? Yes, ultimately, he is merely a child. Yet, I worry that he may attract unwanted attention. White Fang remained silent for a moment before grasping the Hokage and Appo's implied warning. Danzo? Not only Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's voice dropped. Orochimaru and Appo's recent activities have also been rather suspicious. White Fang and Appo's eyes narrowed. Orochimaru and Appo's research into bloodline limits is no longer a secret. Precisely why I need you to personally mentor Ice River Kuya. To take him as your disciple, the third Hokage and Appo's gaze bore into White Fang and Appo's not only in combat skills but, more importantly, to instill in him the responsibilities and boundaries of a ninja. White Fang inclined his head slightly. I understand. Additionally, the third Hokage and Appo's fingers tapped lightly on the desk, as if weighing his words. His ice release ability may be more intricate than merely a bloodline limit. White Fang and Appo's gaze sharpened. What do you imply? According to the Anbu's observations, his ice release seems capable of directly influencing chakra flow, even freezing an opponent's veins. The third Hokage elaborated slowly. Such a power transcends the realm of ordinary bloodline limits. White Fang contemplated this revelation for a moment. I will observe him closely. One more thing. The third Hokage's voice became grave. Danzo will not easily relinquish the opportunity to recruit him. Should Ice River Kuya display even greater potential, the root will undoubtedly take action. A glint of cold resolve flashed in White Fang's eyes. I will not allow Danzo to lay a hand on him. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. With your assurance, I feel at ease. He rose and approached the window, gazing at the distant Hokage rock. The future of Konoha requires such promising youth. Orochimaru's secret lair. In the dim underground laboratory, flickering candlelight cast distorted shadows upon the walls. The air was thick with the acrid scent of potions and an unsettling metallic tang. Danzo leaned on his cane, his singular eye coldly scrutinizing the specimen on the operating table, a dissected ninja corpse, its chest cavity exposed and its organs submerged in a pale green solution. Orochimaru, how progresses your research? He inquired, his voice hoarse and frigid. From the shadows, a tall figure emerged. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils glinted with an eerie light in the dimness, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. To have Lord Danzo personally visit is quite an honor. His voice was low and raspy, tinged with mockery. Danzo scoffed. Spare me the pleasantries. Is what I seek ready? Orochimaru chuckled softly, retrieving a test tube from his sleeve, containing a dark red liquid with tiny black particles swirling within. An improved version of the first and Appo's cells, he stated. More stable than the previous iteration, with fewer side effects. Danzo accepted the test tube, a flicker of greed igniting in his eye. The success rate? 30%. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Of course, if there were a more suitable test subject. Do not entertain thoughts of Ice River Kuya. Danzo interrupted coldly. He is mine. Orochimaru and Appo's smile deepened. Oh? Yet the Hokage appears to have entrusted him to White Fang. Danzo and Appo's fingers tightened slightly, the test tube producing a faint cracking sound in his grip. Sarutobi believes that handing Ice River Kuya to White Fang will safeguard him? How Navi, he scoffed. Orochimaru regarded him with interest. So, what is Lord Danzo and Appo's plan? I will allow him to choose for himself. Danzo and Appo's voice dripped with danger. Konoha needs greater strength, not to be constrained by the so-called and Appo's will of fire, and Appo's. Orochimaru nodded slightly, intriguing. He turned toward the operating table, his fingers delicately brushing against the body of an ice-release ninja from the Mist Village, preserved perfectly, as if merely in slumber. Ice River Kuya's ice release ability is indeed extraordinary, Orochimaru mused. If only I could analyze his bloodline limit, perhaps. Enough, Danzo interjected coldly. Your task is to continue researching the first and Appo's cells. Other matters do not require your intervention. Orochimaru shrugged, falling silent. Danzo turned to leave, his footsteps echoing in the dim corridor. In his solitary eye, flames of ambition flickered. Ice River Kuya, you shall understand that true power is something only I can bestow upon you. Chapter 23. Entering the Dark Division as dawn broke. The morning light had yet to disperse the mist lingering in the forest, yet Ice River Kong had already arrived at the designated training ground. With his hands tucked into his pockets, the breath he exhaled crystallized into tiny ice shards in the cold air. He had arrived half an hour earlier than agreed upon. A deep voice resonated from behind him. Ice River Kong turned sharply, his pupils constricting. Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo, stood 3 meters behind him. His silver hair gently swaying in the morning breeze, his gaze calm and profound. When did he get so close? I didn't even notice. A jolt ran through Ice River Kong and Appo's mind, yet his demeanor remained composed. Senior White Fang. White Fang offered no reply, instead slowly drawing the short blade from his back. The blade glinted with a cold sheen under the morning light, its edge slightly inclined, pointing towards Ice River Kong. Let me see your strength. Before the words had fully left his lips, White Fang and Appo's figure suddenly vanished. So fast. Instinctively, Ice River Kong sidestepped, feeling the chilling rush of the blade as it grazed his neck, sending shivers down his spine. He quickly retreated, hands forming seals. Ice release. Ice mirror. A mirror of crystallized ice materialized before him, but White Fang's short blade pierced through it without hesitation, slicing the ice mirror with a sharp crack. Ice River Kong's expression hardened as frost spread beneath his feet, propelling him several meters away. With a swift motion of one hand, he unleashed ice release. 1,000 water feathers. Countless ice needles erupted from the ground, shooting towards White Fang like a torrential downpour. Yet, White Fang moved like a phantom, weaving effortlessly between the ice needles, his blade flashing as he severed them all. He can even predict the trajectory of the ice needles. Taking a deep breath, Ice River Kong decided to unleash his full potential, his hands clasping together forcefully. 8 gates release. First gate. Open. The chakra surged through him, shattering his internal restrictions. And his speed soared as his frost-covered fist barreled towards White Fang and Appo's face. A flicker of surprise crossed White Fang and Appo's eyes, but his movements remained unimpeded. He crossed his short blade to intercept, the blade clashing against Ice River Kong's icy punch, emitting a piercing sound of metal scraping against metal. Boom. Ice River Kong was pushed back several steps by the recoil, while White Fang staggered back slightly. Not bad. White Fang finally spoke, sheathing his blade. Combining ice release with body techniques, alongside the explosive power of the 8 gates, you certainly qualify for the Dark Division. Breathing heavily, Ice River Kong released the 8 gates state, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. To have to exert myself to this extent in a mere exploratory skirmish. Is this the prowess of Konoha and Appo's White Fang? It appears I still have a long way to go. The remnants of his pride were thoroughly extinguished. White Fang glanced at him and said coolly, follow me. The Dark Division building stood behind the Hokage and Appo's office, its architecture stark and solemn. The entrance bore no markings. Only 2 silent Dark Division members clad in animal masks standing watch. White Fang presented a token and led Ice River Kong inside. On either side of the corridor were countless closed doors, occasionally interrupted by the hushed footsteps of masked Dark Division ninjas, their presence nearly imperceptible. The Dark Division was divided into 4 main departments: intelligence, assassination, guard, and special operations. As they walked, White Fang explained, you will temporarily be assigned to the Special Operations Department. Under my direct supervision. Ice River Kong nodded, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The atmosphere within the Dark Division was even more oppressive than he had imagined. A faint scent of blood and herbs lingering in the air. As a member of the Dark Division, you are entitled to the following privileges. White Fang pushed open a heavy iron door, revealing a spacious arsenal. First, you may freely acquire standard ninja tools, including kunai, shuriken, smoke bombs, and explosive tags. He gestured towards the shelves brimming with weapons, adding that special tools required an application, but were rarely denied. Ice River Kong picked up a specially crafted kunai, its blade shimmering with a ghostly blue hue, clearly laced with poison. Second, you have unrestricted access to B rank and lower ninja scrolls. White Fang continued. A rank ninjutsu requires merit points for exchange, while S rank necessitates special approval from the Hokage. He led Ice River Kong to another room filled with dozens of bookshelves piled high with scrolls. This is the Dark Division's ninjutsu library, far more extensive than that of the Ninja Academy. Ice River Kong's eyes scanned the scroll labels: wind release, vacuum wave, earth release, earth flow wall, Jinjutsu, Illusion of the Mirage, and even Ice Release, Ice Dragon and Amp, Oppos, S-Tail, a rare bloodline limit ninjutsu. Indeed, the resources available to the Dark Division far surpassed those of ordinary ninjas. Ice River Kong used. Third, mission rewards are doubled. White Fang and Oppos. S voice remains steady. Tasks undertaken by the Dark Division are perilous, but the compensation is equally substantial. Ice River Kong nodded slightly. While money was not his primary concern, ample funding meant the ability to procure superior training resources. Finally, and most importantly, White Fang halted, his gaze piercing as he continued. Your identity as a member of the Dark Division must remain confidential, including from your family and friends. Ice River Kong fell silent for a moment before responding, I understand. White Fang scrutinized him for several seconds, seemingly seeking to confirm his resolve, before proceeding. The responsibilities of the Dark Division are straightforward. Execute missions directly assigned by the Hokage, including assassination, reconnaissance, protection, and infiltration. The contents of these missions will not be disclosed, nor will they be recorded in your ninja dossier. In other words, we are the shadows of Konoha. Ice River Kong exhaled slowly, his gaze resolute. I am ready. White Fang nodded. Producing a Dark Division mask from his robe, a pure white surface adorned with black patterns outlining the shape of a fox. From today forth, your codename will be Oppos, Ice Fox, and Oppos. Ice River Kong accepted the mask, his fingertips brushing against its icy surface. On the rooftop of the Dark Division building, a solitary figure stood silently. Shimura Danzo's single eye peered through the window, coldly observing Ice River Kong and White Fang below. White Fang, Saratobi Hiruzen has indeed chosen a commendable mentor. He murmured to himself. Behind him, a root member knelt on one knee. Lord Danzo, shall we take action? Danzo paused momentarily, shaking his head. Not yet. Let him grow first. Once he witnesses the darkness of the Dark Division, he will naturally understand that what Konoha requires is not the hypocritical will of fire. He turned to leave, his black cloak billowing in the wind. True power has always been accompanied by sacrifice. Chapter 24. The arrival of a formidable foe in the early morning. The back mountains of Konoha were shrouded in a thin mist, the air filled with the fresh scent of earth and foliage. Hikawasaura stood alone in the center of the training ground, eyes closed in meditation, attuned to the flow of chakra within him. Since his battle with White Fang, he had gained a clearer understanding of his inadequacies. Chakra volume, speed, explosiveness, these all required further enhancement. Taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes and swiftly formed hand seals. Ice release, ice armor. Crystalline frost spread across his body, rapidly forming a thin yet resilient layer of ice armor. Unlike the initially crude ice armor, this version fit his form more snugly, with joints designed for enhanced flexibility, allowing for unhindered movement. Yet, it was still insufficient. He shook his head, and the armor shattered and dissipated. This level of defense was inadequate against attacks from a J-mean-level opponent. He needed a sturdier and more flexible means of protection. Let us try this. Hikawasaura pressed his palms together, directing his chakra along a specific pathway within him. This time, the frost did not merely appear on his surface, but seeped out from within. Bones, muscles, blood vessels. Every part was infused with the frigid chakra. Ice release, internal skeletal reinforcement. This idea stemmed from his insights gained from the 8 Gates technique. If chakra could strengthen muscles, why not use ice release to fortify bones? The extreme cold chakra formed a layer of nanoscopic ice crystal structures on his bones, enhancing his resilience without compromising agility. With a decisive strike, he punched a nearby boulder. The moment his fist collided with the stone, ice crystals erupted at the point of contact, creating a web of cracks on the surface. His power had increased by about 30%, yet the energy expenditure remained too high. Hikawasaura shook his slightly numbed hand and continued to adjust his chakra output. Training required continuous experimentation, failure, and retrying. As time passed, the sun climbed higher, marking the beginning of the second phase of his training, speed enhancement. Ice release, 8 gates, first gate, open. The flood of chakra surged forth, instantly boosting his speed. Simultaneously, the ice chakra flowed through the meridians in his legs, causing small patches of ice to form on the ground with each step, reducing friction while providing additional propulsion. Whoosh, his figure darted rapidly across the training ground, leaving behind a trail of ice blue afterimages. This movement technique was an advanced version of his original ice body flicker, not only swifter but also more efficient in chakra consumption. Still not enough. Hikawasaura came to a halt, slightly panting. In the state of the first gate, his speed had surpassed that of an ordinary nin. Yet there remained a significant gap to the level of Minato Namake's S-body flicker technique. Ice release, 8 gates, elemental manipulation, martial arts. My combat system has begun to take shape, but it is still insufficient. He slowly opened his eyes, gathering a crystalline ice shard in his palm, refracting brilliant light in the sunset's glow. The potential of the frozen fruit combined with chakra extends far beyond this. If he could develop wide-range ninjutsu akin to the Ice Age, or combine it with lightning release to create ice-lightning dual attribute attacks. He rose to his feet. rapidly forming hand seals. Ice release, ice clone. 3 identical ice clones materialized around him. Unlike ordinary shadow clones, these ice clones were composed purely of ice release chakra, even if shattered. They could swiftly reconstitute themselves and autonomously execute ice release techniques. The practical effectiveness of the ice clones was commendable, yet their chakra consumption was excessive, allowing for a maximum of 3 at present. As he pondered, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from the forest. "Sora, I found you here." A familiar voice broke through, and Hikawasaura turned to see Minato Namikaze standing nearby, his golden hair shimmering in the sunset, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Minato?" Hikawasaura paused slightly. "Why are you here?" "Kushina sent me to find you." She mentioned needing to discuss something. Minato took a few steps closer, his tone casual. Hikawasaura nodded, though a hint of unease flickered within him. Something feels off. Minato typically wouldn't come to the back mountains to seek him out, and his chakra. His gaze dropped slightly, noticing Minato's right index finger unnaturally bending, a habitual gesture of gripping a kunai. Whereas the real Minato was accustomed to using his middle finger for force. "It's a fake." Hikawasaura maintained his composure, the ice clones remaining still, while his true self quietly melded into the frost beneath him. What did Kushina want? He feigned nonchalance in his inquiry. She didn't elaborate, merely suggesting it was related to some mission or other. Minato smiled, drawing nearer. "Let us not keep her waiting." Just as Minato was within 3 steps of him, lightning release, lightning blade. A blinding surge of lightning erupted from Minato and Appo's right hand. A short blade of condensed lightning lunging towards Hikawasaura's chest. Thud. The blade pierced through his chest, yet Minato's expression shifted dramatically. There was no blood, only shattered ice crystals. An ice clone. "It seems your homework was insufficient." A chilling voice echoed from behind, and Minato spun around, only to find Hikawasaura's true form emerging from the ground, his right fist enveloped in an icy chill, striking towards Minato's face. Bang! Minato was sent staggering back several meters, the illusion crumbling to reveal his true appearance, a dark-skinned, menacing-eyed lightning ninja, adorned with the headband of the hidden cloud village. "No wonder you are the genius of Konoha. You managed to see through my disguise." The lightning ninja wiped the blood from his mouth, sneering. "But do you really think this will be enough to defeat me?" "Who are you?" Hikawasaura asked coldly. "Special J-Nin of the hidden cloud, Yagami Raiga." The lightning ninja swiftly formed hand seals. "Remember the name of the one who will kill you." Lightning release, lightning storm. Furious bolts of lightning erupted from his body, transforming into countless electric serpents that rampaged through the surroundings, instantly turning nearby trees to ash. Hikawasaura swiftly retreated, simultaneously pressing his hands to the ground. Ice release, ice barrier. A thick wall of ice surged upward, halting the lightning's onslaught, yet it crumbled within mere seconds under the ferocious impact. Lightning release counters ice release. This is troublesome. Hikawasaura rapidly formed hand seals. Ice release, ice dragon bullet. A colossal ice dragon surged from the ground, charging at his opponent. Yagami Raiga seemed prepared, swiftly dodging as he hurled 3 shurikens bound with explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves obliterated the ice dragon, shrouding the area in mist. The fake Minato seized the opportunity to advance, brandishing a short blade crackling with lightning. Lightning release, lightning fong. The short blade, accompanied by a deafening crack of thunder, lunged forward, piercing through the hastily erected ice wall. In a critical moment, Hikawasaura barely managed to evade, the lightning blade grazing his shoulder and drawing forth a spray of blood. TSK, quick reflexes. Yagami Raiga licked the blood from the blade, but your next strike 1TB is fortunate. Hikawasaura pressed his hand against his shoulder wound, the ice release chakra rapidly freezing the injury to staunch the bleeding. The opponent and Appo's strength far exceeded his expectations, speed, power, combat experience, all at the level of a special J-Nin. As he contemplated, Yagami Raiga launched another assault. This time, his movements were even more ferocious. Hikawasaura fought while retreating, ice release and lightning release clashing violently in the air, ice shards and electric sparks scattering. What is the matter? Is this all you can do? Yagami Raiga taunted. The genius of Konoha is nothing more than this. Hikawasaura remained silent, secretly adjusting his breath. He needed time to analyze his opponent's combat patterns and identify any weaknesses. The battle raged for 10 minutes, leaving Bingchuan Kong wounded in multiple places and his ice release chakra depleted by more than half. Yet, Yueleya seemed to grow ever more valiant, his lightning release power escalating with each passing moment. It was time to end this. Suddenly halting his assault, Yueleya formed hand seals and unleashed lightning release, false darkness. A torrent of formidable lightning surged from all directions, sealing off every escape route. Bingchuan Kong found himself with no means of evasion. And as the strike loomed closer, the 8th gate, 2nd gate, rest gate, open. A ferocious surge of chakra erupted forth, drastically enhancing Bingchuan Kong and Appo's speed. In a fleeting moment, he broke through the encirclement just as the lightning was about to strike. the icy armor on his body generating friction with the air, leaving a trail of azure behind him. What? Yueleya gasped in astonishment. Such velocity was unparalleled. Ice release. Absolute zero fist. Bing Chuan Kong's fist landed heavily upon the chest of the false Mizukage, frigid chakra instantly invading his body. The false Mizukage let out a muffled groan, hurtling backward and crashing through several large trees before coming to a halt. Coughing, he struggled to rise, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, astonished that his adversary possessed such a technique. Bing Chuan Kong was not faring well either. The strain from opening the rest gate was tearing at his muscles, and his ice release chakra was desperately suppressing the backlash. Yet he could not afford to grant his opponent a moment and Oppos, respite. Ice release, twin dragon decapitation. Two ice dragons surged from the ground, intertwining as they lunged toward the false Mizukage. The latter hastily dodged, but one of the dragons still clamped down on his left arm. A bone-chilling cold spread immediately, causing his arm to freeze at a visible rate. Damn it! Yueleya made a swift decision, slashing his right hand with the lightning blade, severing his own left arm. Blood gushed forth, yet he seemed impervious to pain, instead wearing a twisted grin. Excellent. You have successfully enraged me. His body began to swell, strange lightning patterns emerging on the surface of his skin. Lightning release, thunder god armor. A violent surge of electricity enveloped him, amplifying the false Mizukage's speed and strength once more. Bing Chuan Kong's heart sank. This was the true power of his foe. Die. Yay Chapter 25. The arrival of Kiba. The aftermath of the shattered ice coffin still lingered in the air, as K-Suk lay amidst the scattered ice crystals, each breath a reminder of the excruciating pain that coursed through him. The backlash from the 8 gates had caused extensive rupture of his muscle fibers, leaving his chakra nearly depleted and his vision beginning to blur. Amidst the rustling of leaves, hurried footsteps echoed through the forest. Instinctively, K-Suk tensed, but upon catching sight of the silver-haired figure approaching, he exhaled in relief. Kiba, sensei. Kabuki Tsukumo appeared beside him, his sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield, scorch marks from lightning strikes, remnants of frozen trees, and scattered fragments of the Kumo forehead protectors. Upon spotting the frozen severed arm on the ground, Tsukumo and Oppos' expression turned icy. As the captain of the Anbu, he understood all too well the sensitivity of the training grounds behind the village, so close to the edge of the Konoha barrier, yet still within strict surveillance. The fact that a special jonin from the Kumogakure could infiltrate silently and even strike down Konoha's prodigies was no mere coincidence. It seemed the village harbored more traitors than anticipated. Tsukumo and Oppos' eyes narrowed with resolve. Can you stand? K-Suk shook his head, his voice hoarse. The 8 gates backlash. I can. And Oppos, get up. Without hesitation, Tsukumo hoisted him up and vanished from the spot in an instant. In the Anbu medical room, the acrid smell of disinfectant filled the air as K-Suk slowly opened his eyes, realizing he lay on a medical bed designated for Anbu. His body was wrapped in bandages, and several chakra conduits connected to monitoring devices. A medical ninja in a white coat stood by, diligently recording data. Vital signs are stable. There are multiple burn injuries on your chakra pathways, but they are healing automatically, the medical ninja remarked without looking up. Surviving the backlash from the 8 gates combined with lightning chakra is a miracle, thanks to your bloodline limit. You are indeed a child of wonders. K-Suk turned his head and spotted Tsukumo leaning against the wall, his silver hair glinting coldly under the light. Sensei. He attempted to rise, but was firmly pushed back down by the medical ninja. Do not move. Your muscle tissue is in tatters. You need at least 3 days of rest. Tsukumo approached the bedside, tossing a scroll. Here is the information on the special jonin from Kumo, Yagami Raiga. He specializes in lightning techniques and disguise jutsu, having assassinated 3 Iwagakure jonin last year in the land of hot water. K-Suk struggled to unfurl the scroll, which detailed Raiga's profile, an S-rank rogue ninja, proficient in lightning armor and assassination techniques, with a bounty of 18 million ryo. His intentions were clear. Tsukumo's voice turned steely. He came specifically for you. K-Suk fell silent for a moment, suddenly recalling something. How could Konoha be so easily infiltrated? Rest well, Tsukumo interrupted, his gaze meaningful. The Hokage will personally address this matter. In the Hokage and Oppos' office, the lights remained lit as Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, the embers of his pipe flickering in the night. He did not turn, yet he already knew who had arrived. What is the situation? Tsukumo knelt on one knee. K-Suk is alive. His injuries have been stabilized, and he managed to counter the Kumo ninja. The 3rd Hokage slowly turned, the wrinkles on his face deepening under the light. An infiltration and assassination at the level of a special jonin. Reikage has gone too far this time. It's not just a Kumo issue, Tsukumo replied, his voice low and steady. I examined the battlefield. The Kumo ninja used a highly advanced imitation technique that even K-Suk momentarily fell for. Such a level of infiltration would be impossible without an insider. A glint of sharpness flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. Are you implying? The Uchiha Guard is responsible for the village and Oppos' routine patrols and barrier maintenance. Tsukumo stated bluntly. Today, It happened to be led by a member of the Uchiha clan. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Hiruzen set down his pipe and approached the map. The Uchiha clan has indeed been acting strangely. Ever since Keisuke defeated Uchiha Ryota in combat, they have been brooding. Moreover, Tsukumo added, I investigated the patrol records from the past 3 months. The Uchiha Guard's patrol frequency in the area where Keisuke trains is significantly lower than in other regions. The third Hokage tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. What movements have been detected from Danzo and Appo's side? The Root organization has not directly intervened, Tsukumo replied with a hint of sarcasm. But they conveniently withdrew their nearby scouts during the incident. Are they simply going to stand by? Hiruzen's gaze grew profound. Tsukumo fell silent for a moment before speaking. Hokage-sama. Keisuke's potential far exceeds our expectations. A 12-year-old child capable of independently slaying a special jonin. Such talent. I understand your point. The third Hokage interrupted. But now is not the time to stir the hornet and Appo's nest. The Uchiha clan and Appo's influence within the village runs deep. And Danzo and Appo's side? Hiruzen and Appo's eyes glinted coldly. I will speak with him personally. The Root organization may have its own agenda, but they must not jeopardize the village and Appo's future. Tsukumo nodded, preparing to take his leave, but the third Hokage suddenly called out to him. Tsukumo, what is your opinion of this child? Tsukumo paused, a rare smile crossing his lips. He reminds me of my younger self, but with more creativity. Given sufficient time and resources, he may even surpass me. Such an evaluation from Konoha and Appo's White Fang carried significant weight. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Then I entrust you to keep a close eye on him. As night deepened, the streets of Konoha appeared tranquil, yet turbulent currents began to stir beneath the surface. 2 days later, Keisuke awoke in his hospital bed. The blinding sunlight made him squint, and it took a moment to acclimate to his surroundings. He found himself in a single patient room. A bouquet of fresh wildflowers on the windowsill and several scrolls of jutsu on the bedside table. Awake? A familiar voice came from the doorway. Keisuke turned to see Minato Namikaze standing there, holding a food box. The blonde youth and Appo's left arm was still wrapped in bandages, but his complexion had improved significantly. Minato. Keisuke asked, how long have I been unconscious? 2 days, Minato replied, approaching the bed to set down the food box. Kushina wanted to see you. But the medical ninjas stopped her, saying she would disturb your rest. Keisuke Kuden and Appo's helped but chuckle, only to wince at the pain in his chest. Drawing in a sharp breath. Don't move, Minato adjusted his pillow. Your injuries looked quite severe. The backlash from the 8 gates, combined with internal burns from lightning chakra. The medical chief said it's a miracle you survived. Anyone else would have either died or been left incapacitated. Keisuke tried to feel the chakra within him, only to realize he could sense almost none of its flow. My chakra is temporarily sealed. Minato explained, the medical ninja said your pathways are healing automatically. But it and Appo's best to rest for a week. Keisuke nodded silently. For a ninja, losing one and Appo's chakra felt akin to a beast having its claws pulled out. It was deeply unsettling. At that moment, the door to the ward opened again. An Anbu clad in a mask entered, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Minato present. Apologies. I shall return later. No need, Minato said tactfully, standing up. I was just about to check on Kushina. Keisuke, rest well. Once Minato left, the Anbu removed his mask, revealing Tsukumo's chiseled face. How do you feel? Keisuke struggled to sit up and salute, but Tsukumo pressed him back down by the shoulder. Save your strength. You can barely hold a kunai right now. Baya spoke in a low voice. This task was likely issued directly by the Reikage. Your intervention in rescuing Kushina in the canyon disrupted their plans, and your innate talent and demonstrated prowess have rendered them apprehensive. Bing Chuan Kong felt a moment of helplessness. After all, Minato was also involved in saving Kushina and possessed extraordinary abilities. Why then was it only him that the Reikage remembered? Suddenly recalling something. Bing Chuan Kong furrowed his brow. But how did they know I would be training at the back mountain at that time? Baya's gaze sharpened. That is precisely the crux of the matter. Is your training schedule fixed? No. I choose randomly. Bing Chuan Kong abruptly paused, realizing that unless someone had been surveilling him consistently. Baya nodded. The Uchiha Guard is responsible for the village and Appo's routine patrols, and for the past 3 months. The areas you frequently frequented coincidentally fall under the jurisdiction of Uchiha Zonjia. A heaviness settled in Bing Chuan Kong and Appo's heart. It was hardly surprising that the Uchiha clan harbored animosity toward him. But colluding with external enemies to assassinate a ninja of their own village transcended the bounds of internal clan disputes. Is there evidence? There are numerous indirect indications, yet none are sufficiently conclusive. Baya and Appo's tone was frigid. What complicates matters further is that on the day of the incident, the Akatsuki organization withdrew their nearby sentinels, clearly disregarding the occurrence. Bing Chuan Kong clenched the bedsheets. Does the Hokage know of this? Baya displayed a hint of admiration. You are quite perceptive. Indeed. The third Hokage is aware, but it is currently inconvenient to act directly. The Uchiha clan wields considerable influence within the village, and Danzo the Hokage is preparing to issue a warning. He stood up and approached the window. I share this with you to ensure you comprehend the perilousness of your situation. From this moment onwards, you must exercise greater caution. Bing Chuan Kong remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Lord Baya, why have you chosen to take me as your disciple? Baya turned around, his silver hair glinting coldly in the sunlight. Because I see in you the reflection of my younger self. Konoha requires new strength. Rather than being mired by the decay of familial politics, he produced a small scroll from his robe and placed it on the bedside. Once your chakra has recovered, you may wish to examine this. It is not a high-level ninjutsu, but it may prove useful to you. Bing Chuan Kong solemnly accepted the scroll. Thank you. Baya donned his mask once more, and before departing, he added, remember, becoming stronger is not for the sake of vengeance, but for the purpose of protection. The future of Konoha ultimately relies on your generation. The hospital door gently shut, and as Bing Chuan Kong gazed out at the village of Konoha, a multitude of emotions surged within him. Uchiha Danzo, he quietly uttered these two names, his gaze gradually steeping in murderous intent. Chapter 26. Instruction. A week later. On the training ground where the morning dew had yet to dry, the breath of Glacier Kuya crystallized into white mist in the frigid air. With his eyes closed, he focused intently, feeling the flow of chakra within him. After a week of recuperation, the injuries to his meridians had completely healed, rendering them even more resilient than before. Concentrate. The calm, yet authoritative voice of Tsukumo Hatake resonated from behind. Glacier Kuya opened his eyes to find the silver-haired figure of White Fang standing 3 meters away, his hair glinting with a cold sheen in the morning light. Master. Glacier Kuya greeted him respectfully. From today onward, I shall teach you 2 things. Without further ado, White Fang got straight to the point. First, the swordsmanship of the Hatake style. Second, the survival principles of the Anbu. He unsheathed the renowned short blade, White Fang. From his back, the blade absorbed all light, reflecting none under the sun, a name earned through the lives of enemies. White Fang caressed the blade and Appo's surface. The Hatake swordsmanship consists of 3 essential tenets: speed, precision, and lethality. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished. A chill enveloped Glacier Kuya and Appo's neck as the tip of White Fang and Appo's blade gently touched his skin. You and Appo's, re-dead. White Fang and Appo's voice echoed behind him. Had this been real combat? Glacier Kuya and Appo's pupils constricted. He had barely perceived White Fang and Appo's movement, a speed that transcended mere body flicker techniques. This is not merely physical prowess. As White Fang retracted the short blade, he seemed to read Glacier Kuya and Appo's thoughts. The essence of Hatake swordsmanship is to compress chakra to its utmost limit, unleashing it in a moment of explosive force. It resembles body flicker technique, but is a supreme application of chakra transformation. He took a deliberate step forward. His movements appeared slow, yet, in the blink of an eye, he covered a distance of 10 meters. Chakra compressed beneath his feet, much like a spring gathering energy, then released in an instant. White Fang's figure vanished once more, reappearing at the opposite end of the training ground, an explosion of speed. Glacier Kuya pondered this. It bore resemblance to Minato and Appo's body flicker technique, yet it was more extreme, entirely sacrificing persistence in pursuit of ultimate instantaneous burst. Your ice release is well suited for this technique. White Fang approached him again. The hardness of ice can protect your meridians, allowing you to endure greater chakra pressure. Give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Glacier Kuya concentrated chakra to his feet. Initially, the chakra flowed smoothly as usual, but upon attempting to compress it, he felt a sharp pain. Too scattered. White Fang shook his head. Imagine your chakra as a block of ice, continuously compressed until it transforms into the hardest diamond. Closing his eyes, Glacier Kuya summoned the characteristics of his ice release chakra. This time, under his control, the chakra gradually coalesced, forming a thin layer of frost beneath his feet. Bang! He suddenly stepped forward, propelling himself 5 meters ahead in an instant. Although still short of White Fang and Appo's 10 meters, it far exceeded his usual speed. Good. White Fang rarely displayed approval. Now add this. He tossed a standard training short sword to Glacier Kuya. The moment he caught the hilt, White Fang attacked. Clang! Sparks flew as metal clashed. Glacier Kuya hastily blocked, feeling the reverberation force him back several steps. The sword is not a mere ornament. White Fang and Appo's voice accompanied the relentless onslaught. It is an extension of your body, a vessel for your chakra. Clang! 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 Each collision sent tremors through Glacier Kuya and Appo's arms. White Fang's assault was akin to a tempest, devoid of flamboyant techniques. It consisted solely of the simplest and most direct strikes, each one lethal. Ice release. In a moment of peril, Glacier Kuya instinctively activated his ice release, encasing his wielding arm in a layer of ice, finally stabilizing his stance. Excellent. Make good use of your bloodline limit. White Fang's barrage intensified. But remember, the Hatake swordsmanship seeks a single fatal blow, the longer you prolong it, the more disadvantageous it becomes for you. The training persisted throughout the morning. As the sun reached its zenith, Glacier Kuya was drenched in sweat, his arms trembling from wielding the sword. Only then did White Fang cease his assault, signaling a break. In the afternoon, we will engage in survival training. He sheathed his short sword, announcing the first lesson of the Anbu, how to avoid being killed. The afternoon woods were even colder and more humid than the training ground. White Fang led Glacier Kuya through the dense forest, their footsteps silent. Ninja combat relies heavily on intelligence. White Fang and Appo's voice was soft yet remarkably clear. Understanding your enemy and Appo's abilities, habits, and weaknesses is far more advantageous than mastering Tenjutsu. He suddenly halted, pointing to an unremarkable oak tree. Look there. Glacier Kuya followed his gesture, initially seeing nothing until White Fang peeled back a piece of bark, revealing a nearly indistinguishable microseal beneath, the same color as the bark. A reconnaissance seal from the land of lightning, capable of recording the chakra signatures of passersby. White Fang crushed the seal. Such trinkets are common at the borders, but their presence here in the back mountains of Konoha is unusual. Glacier Kuya felt a chill run down his spine. This signified that spies from other villages had infiltrated Konoha's inner sanctum. Your ice release has an advantage. White Fang continued onward. The extreme cold of your chakra disrupts most reconnaissance tools. Utilize this to create blind spots. He demonstrated several hand signs, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Several hidden reconnaissance insects perched in the treetops froze and fell to the ground. Next came trace elimination. White Fang crouched, pointing to an almost imperceptible depression in the ground. This is my footprint. Can you discern how I concealed it? Glacier Kuya examined it closely, noting subtle disturbances in the soil surrounding the depression. You used chakra to loosen the surrounding earth, allowing it to settle naturally? Close, but not entirely. White Fang placed his hand on the footprint, causing the chakra to vibrate slightly, and the depression began to visibly level out. This is a variant application of earth release. Any chakra attribute can achieve this, as long as one masters the frequency. For an entire afternoon, White Fang imparted dozens of survival techniques commonly employed by the Anbu, from identifying poisons to swiftly setting traps. From judging night orientation to basic wound care, Glacier Kuya absorbed this knowledge eagerly. These were practical experiences that the Ninja Academy would never teach. As the sun set, training concluded. White Fang stood at the cliff and Appo's edge, gazing at the distant Konoha, bathed in the crimson glow of twilight. Do you know why I chose to teach you? He suddenly inquired. Glacier Kuya shook his head. Given White Fang and Appo's position and strength, he could have easily declined the Hokage and Appo's request. Because I see it in your eyes. White Fang and Appo's gaze was profound, searching for the glimmer of survival. In this twisted ninja world, it is precious. He turned, his silver hair billowing in the evening breeze. Tomorrow at the same time, I will teach you the essence of the Hitaki style. Tonight, take the time to digest today and Appo's lessons. With that, White Fang's figure dissipated like smoke, leaving Glacier Kuya alone at the cliff's edge, lost in thought. Chapter 27. Survival skills throughout the ensuing week, from dawn till dusk. The young Ice River and White Tooth dedicated themselves to rigorous training amidst the training grounds and the forest. The techniques of the Konoha style gradually began to take shape, while the survival skills of the Anbu became increasingly proficient. As dusk fell on the seventh day, White Tooth presented a wooden box. No training today, he declared, placing the box on the ground for a test. Upon opening the lid, it revealed a neatly arranged array of 12 throwing knives, 3 rolls of bandages, 2 bottles of military rations, and a short blade as white as snow. The mission briefing stated, an enemy spy has fled with crucial intelligence. Your objective is to intercept and reclaim the information. White Tooth's tone shifted to a formal demeanor. I will play the role of the fugitive, departing from this forest and reaching the border in 1 hour. You have 50 minutes to prepare. Ice River inhaled deeply, swiftly inspecting his equipment. The throwing knives were standard issue, the bandages and military rations typical supplies, but that white short blade. What is this? He inquired. Snow Walk, White Tooth replied, allowing a rare smile to grace his features. It is my backup weapon, temporarily lent to you. The blade is infused with chakra metal, which possesses excellent conductivity for ice techniques. Ice River solemnly accepted the short blade, its hilt chilling to the touch, resonating wonderfully with his chakra. The blade was slightly longer than the conventional short sword, possessing an elegant curve, its edge shimmering with a faint blue light in the twilight. Time begins in 50 minutes. White Tooth concluded before vanishing in an instant. Ice River wasted not a second. He quickly surveyed the entire training area, marking potential routes and ambush points. Utilizing his ice techniques, he set concealed traps in several strategic locations, not lethal, but rather ice prisons and slippery paths to hinder movement. In the final 20 minutes, he chose a vantage point among the treetops, crafting an ice mirror capable of refracting light, allowing him to observe from a distance without revealing his position. Time and Appo's up. White Tooth's voice echoed from the opposite end of the forest. Ice River held his breath, watching as the silver-haired figure darted through the trees with astonishing speed. The chosen route was cunningly devised, nearly evading all conventional ambush points. Indeed, Ice River smirked slightly as White Tooth and Appo's path led him directly into the third ice prison he had set. As the figure stepped into the trap and Appo's range, Ice River swiftly formed hand seals. Ice technique. Binding. The ground erupted with dozens of ice chains, writhing like living creatures towards White Tooth. Yet, the latter seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly evading the encirclement. Too obvious, White Tooth's voice resonated from a different direction. The chakra fluctuations from your ice techniques would prematurely reveal your traps. Undeterred, Ice River promptly initiated his secondary plan. He hurled 3 throwing knives, not aimed at White Tooth, but toward the surrounding trees. Clang, clang, clang. The knives struck the preset ice mirrors on the trunks, refracting at unbelievable angles towards White Tooth. Simultaneously, Ice River leapt from the treetops. Snowwalk aimed directly at his opponent's back. Intriguing. White Tooth effortlessly blocked all the throwing knives. But as he turned to confront Ice River and Appo's assault, he noticed the young man and Appo's figure suddenly blur. Ice clone technique? The true Ice River erupted from the ground. The tip of Snowwalk pointed at White Tooth and Appo's throat. Bang! A puff of white smoke dispersed, revealing that the struck White Tooth had transformed into a wooden stump. The real White Tooth stood 5 meters away, his eyes glimmering with admiration. Impressive tactics, but still a fraction short. He lunged towards Ice River, his speed more than doubled. In a moment of haste, Ice River raised his blade, only to see White Tooth and Appo's form suddenly split into 3. Konoha style, crescent moon slash. 3 beams of sword light surged forth simultaneously, leaving Ice River unable to discern the real from the illusion. In a moment of desperation, he executed a surprising maneuver, abandoning defense and thrusting with all his might towards the central figure. Thud. The tip of Snowwalk pierced White Tooth and Appo's shoulder. While the other 2 beams of light dissipated upon contact with Ice River, White Tooth staggered back, eyeing the shallow wound on his shoulder, and erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. Truly excellent. How did you discern the truth? Chakra. Ice River panted in response. No matter how perfect the clone technique, the flow of chakra will exhibit subtle differences. My ice techniques are highly sensitive to chakra fluctuations. White Tooth nodded in satisfaction. This is the answer I sought. The essence of the Konoha style lies not in the techniques themselves, but in the decisiveness, finding the most direct path amidst countless possibilities. He patted Ice River on the shoulder. From this day forth, you may proclaim to all that you are my disciple. As twilight enveloped the surroundings, the campfire illuminating the faces of the master and apprentice, Ice River gripped Snowwalk tightly, feeling the chilling sensation emanating from the blade. White Tooth's voice resonated deeply in the firelight. Remember, a blade is not meant for slaughter, but for protection. The moment you wield it, you must possess the resolve to sacrifice everything for that which you seek to protect. Ice River nodded solemnly. Chapter 28. Sincerity. The fire crackled, and sparks danced in the night air. Kwang Kong gazed intently at the flickering flames. White Fang and Appo's words echoing in his mind. The resolve to sacrifice everything for that which one seeks to protect. He clenched the snow blade in his hand, the cold hilt resonating with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Sensei, Kwang Kong suddenly spoke. Do you believe in fate? White Fang paused in his tending of the campfire, his silver hair glowing warmly in the flickering light. I do not, he replied decisively. A ninja forges his own path with each step taken. Kwang Kong raised his gaze, the firelight reflecting in his icy blue eyes. What if, one day, you find yourself disgraced because of a mission? A choice between saving comrades or fulfilling the task, facing the villagers' scorn. What would you do? The campfire erupted with a sharp crack, sparks flying. White Fang and Appo's expression sharpened momentarily before settling into calmness. He did not respond immediately but quietly added more wood to the fire. The flames leapt higher, illuminating the chiseled contours of his face. Do you think such a thing could happen to me? His voice was unnaturally serene. Kwang Kong chuckled softly. Having spent time with you, I can and Appo's help but feel your personality might lead to such a situation in the future. Perhaps, White Fang mused. Then what would your choice be? Kwang Kong stood, his silver hair billowing in the night breeze. If that were to happen to me, my choice would be, my comrades are everything. This is the ninja way of the Hitaki clan. But, Kwang Kong's urgency surged as he stood. That would mean death? Disgrace? White Fang turned to face him, his gaze resolute as iron. What of it? If I cannot protect those I cherish, then reputation is but an illusion. Kwang Kong clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. He could not comprehend White Fang and Appo's conviction. To him, the lives of others beyond himself and his immediate circle were inconsequential. White Fang and Appo's expression softened. He placed a hand on Kwang Kong and Appo's shoulder. Listen, Kwang Kong. If you truly see something, then understand this. You have the opportunity to change it. Those words struck like lightning, clearing the fog in Kwang Kong and Appo's heart. Indeed, he had come to this world, gained the power of the ice fruit, and met White Fang. Wasn't all of this meant to alter those tragedies? I understand now. Kwang Kong lifted his head, determination igniting in his eyes. I will grow stronger, strong enough to protect those around me, including you, sensei. White Fang nodded with satisfaction. Now you sound like my disciple. He sat back down, retrieving a small scroll from his robes. Since you possess such resolve, it is time I impart this to you. The scroll bore the bold characters, Hokage style, thunderclap slash. This is the secret technique of the Hokage clan, combining lightning release chakra with swordsmanship. White Fang unfurled the scroll, revealing the intricate pathways of chakra and the secrets of the technique. I had planned to wait until your foundation was more solid, but it seems time waits for no one. Kwang Kong accepted the scroll with reverence. Feeling the weight of this gift, it was not just a powerful ninjutsu, but also a trust, a legacy. Thank you, sensei. I will not disappoint your expectations. White Fang rose. Night has fallen. We shall conclude for today. Tomorrow, I will teach you the fundamentals of thunderclap slash. Remember, this technique demands precise chakra control. Do not rush. Understood. In the days that followed, Kwang Kong and Appo's training intensity doubled. By day, he studied the Hokage style of swordsmanship and covert techniques alongside White Fang, while by night, he delved into the intricacies of thunderclap slash alone. His life became remarkably structured, yet profoundly fulfilling. On a misty morning a month later, the training grounds were shrouded in fog. Kwang Kong wielded the snow blade, tendrils of lightning coiling around its form. He inhaled deeply, chakra surging through him along a predetermined path. Hokage style, thunderclap slash. With a sharp whoosh, the blade sliced through the air, cleaving a wooden post neatly in two. The severed ends charred and emitting wisps of smoke. You are still far from mastery. White Fang's voice came from behind. The essence of thunderclap slash lies in convergence, compressing the lightning release chakra to its utmost limit, then unleashing it at the moment of impact. Your current execution is too dispersed. Kwang Kong wiped the sweat from his brow. Yes, sensei. I will continue to practice. White Fang approached him, a rare contemplative expression crossing his face. Your ice release and lightning release do not harmonize well. Perhaps we could explore a modification. Modification? Combine thunderclap slash with your ice release, White Fang explained. Absolute cold can enhance the conductivity of metal, theoretically improving the efficiency of lightning release. This audacious idea sparked excitement in Kwang Kong's eyes. He began to experiment, coating the blade with ice release before executing thunderclap slash, and indeed found that the flow of lightning release chakra became more fluid. Ice release, thunderclap slash. This time, the lightning coalesced into a brilliant blue blade. As the edge descended, a rock 3 meters away shattered, its surface cloaked in glimmering ice crystals. White Fang nodded in approval. Well done. This can be considered your original ninjutsu. Kwang Kong beamed at the snow blade in his hand. It felt as though the weapon had become an extension of his body, the powers of ice and lightning coexisting in harmony. Sensei, I wish to ask you a question. During a training pause, Kwang Kong inquired about the operations of the Anbu, particularly regarding intelligence gathering. White Fang raised an eyebrow. What piqued your interest in this? Knowledge is power. Kwang Kong quoted a saying of White Fang and Appo's. If I wish to protect what is important to me, I need to know in advance where threats may arise. White Fang regarded him thoughtfully, as if grasping an underlying truth. You seek to investigate that future, do you? Kwang Kong nodded. At least, I want to know who might pose a danger to you. To his surprise, White Fang did not dismiss this seemingly audacious request. He fell silent for a moment, then produced a small metal piece from his robe and handed it to Kwang Kong. This is the Anbu and Appo's contact token. Place it inside your ninja tool pouch. When you require intelligence, seek out the pharmacist Oi in the basement of the Konoha Hospital. He is my informant and trustworthy. Kwang Kong accepted the token solemnly, tucking it away carefully. This was yet another testament to White Fang's trust in him. He would never betray it. Thank you, sensei. White Fang waved his hand dismissively. Do not celebrate too soon. Intelligence work is perilous and intricate. A single misstep could lead to ruin. Exercise utmost caution. Chapter 29. A rare respite. Hey, Keiya, rise and shine. The sun is up. A thunderous voice, accompanied by a flurry of knocks, jolted Keiya from his slumber. Blinking groggily, he squinted against the harsh sunlight streaming through the window. Clearly, he had overslept. Keiya, if you Don and Appo's, open the door. I swear I and Appo's. Blow it up. Kushina and Appo's voice was piercing, likely rousing every neighbor on the street. Coming. Keiya dragged his weary body out of bed. Still sore from last night's extensive training in lightning blade, he hastily threw on a coat and shuffled to the door. As he opened it, a burst of crimson burst into the room. Dressed in a light green kimono, Kushina's vibrant red hair was tied into a high ponytail, radiating energy like a little lion. What time do you think it is to still be sleeping? Minato and I have been waiting for you for half an hour. She stood with her hands on her hips, her violet eyes wide with indignation. It was only then that Keiya noticed Minato standing outside. The blonde youth, clad in a deep blue uniform, bore a gentle smile, his left arm healed from injury. Sorry, did we come too early? Minato inquired softly. Kushina mentioned she wanted to take you to a newly opened dango shop. Not too early at all. It's this lazy bum who sleeps too late. Kushina had already made herself at home in Keiya and Appo's kitchen, rummaging through cupboards. Hey, how come you Don and Appo's? Do you have a decent breakfast in here? Keiya rubbed his temples. Because I usually eat out after training. What? Kushina and Appo's voice shot up an octave. That and Appo's unacceptable. A growing boy must eat properly. Come on. We and Appo's re-heading to the dango shop right now. It and Appo's on me. Minato interjected quietly. Actually, every time she says she'll treat, I end up paying. Kushina. Her face flushed a bright red, matching her hair. Keiya couldn't help but laugh. The spirited banter of these two had effectively dispelled any lingering drowsiness. Give me 5 minutes to change. As he turned to return to his room, a gentle but rhythmic knock echoed at the door, starkly contrasting Kushina's earlier onslaught. Who could that be at this hour? Keiya wondered, opening the door to reveal a pair of pure white eyes. Standing outside was Hinata, poised gracefully in a pale purple kimono that accentuated her fair complexion. She held a delicate lacquered food box, and as she caught sight of Keiya, a faint blush graced her cheeks. Keiya-kun, I made some snacks for you. Her words trailed off as Kushina and Appo's head suddenly popped up from behind Keiya and Appo's shoulder. Oh, if it isn and Appo's, the heiress of the Hyuga clan. What brings you to a boy's house this early? Kushina's voice heightened once more, teasingly. Hinata's expression cooled momentarily but soon returned to her elegant smile. I merely came to deliver some snacks to Keiya-kun, considering he has been training hard lately. Oh, how thoughtful. Kushina exaggeratedly covered her mouth. But Keiya is already committed to us today, right, Keiya? She interjected, linking her arm with his. Keiya felt as though his arm might snap under the pressure. Hinata's gaze fell upon their intertwined arms, her eyes growing colder. Is that so? What a pity, she said, extending the food box towards Keiya. Please accept these snacks, Keiya-kun. Panic surged within Keiya. Kushina was Minato and Appo's girlfriend, and he himself was still single. How could he let Kushina's disdain for Hinata disrupt his own potential happiness? Moreover, Hinata came from a prestigious family, was strikingly beautiful, and had great prospects at such a young age. Wait, Hinata. Before he could finish, Kushina snatched the food box from Hinata's hands, casually opening it. Let me see what the Hyuga heiress has conjured up. Her voice suddenly halted as she beheld the meticulously arranged wagashi, exquisite to the point of being breathtaking. Humph. All show and no substance, Kushina retorted, though she could not suppress a swallow. Hinata smiled softly. It and Appo's certainly better than some who only know how to eat dango. Keiya-kun has been practicing precise chakra control, and too many sweets could affect his perception. As tension mounted between the two, Minato hastily intervened. How about we all go to the park for a picnic? The weather is splendid today. Keiya gave Minato a grateful glance and seized the opportunity to take the food box. Hinata, your cooking has always been exceptional. Thank you. He used an affectionate term. Noticing the tips of Hinata's ears turn slightly pink, Kushina pouted, tugging at Keiya's arm. Let's go. If we dawdle, we'll have to queue at the dango shop. Hinata and Appo's expression dimmed briefly, yet she quickly regained her composure. If Keiya-kun already has plans, let us go together, Keiya offered warmly. I would love to try your snacks. Minato tactfully added, yes, Hinata, the more the merrier. Kushina shot Minato an annoyed glare but, surprisingly, did not object. Keiya keenly observed as Minato discreetly squeezed Kushina's hand, and though the red-haired girl appeared reluctant, she miraculously fell silent. At the grassy expanse of Konoha Park, the four laid out a picnic blanket. Keiya deliberately positioned himself beside Hinata, while Minato naturally settled next to Kushina, establishing a delicate balance. Hinata gracefully knelt, delicately extracting the snacks from the food box. Each piece of wagashi resembled a work of art, some shaped like cherry blossoms, others resembling adorable little animals. Did you make all of these? Keiya asked, holding up a bunny-shaped treat, hesitating to take a bite. Hinata nodded, her eyes sparkling. I have loved making sweets since I was little, though my father insists it's not a skill befitting the Hyuga clan. How could that be? It's impressive, Keiya genuinely praised, carefully tasting a piece. Delicious. Hinata and Appo's face lit up with joy, her smile brightening her entire being. Keiya-kun and Appo's helped but steal a few more glances. Hinata, usually so composed and reserved, looked exceptionally beautiful when she smiled. Hey, Keiya. Kushina suddenly thrust a dango into his mouth. Try this. This is the real delicacy. Caught off guard, Keiya nearly choked as his mouth filled. Minato quickly offered him tea, shaking his head at his girlfriend. Kushina, take it easy. Hinata frowned slightly but quietly extended a handkerchief to Keiya. Keiya-kun, be careful not to choke. Watching their interaction, Kushina rolled her eyes before suddenly wrapping her arms around Minato. Minato, I want to feed you dango too. Minato and Appo's face turned beet red. Kushina. Keiya observed this comical duo and Kuden and Appo's helped but laugh. Hinata also stifled a giggle. But when her gaze met Keiya's, the atmosphere between them shifted subtly. Keiya cleared his throat. Shall we go see the Ninja Turtles at the Nanga River? I heard they often sunbathe on the shore this season. Hinata's eyes brightened slightly. That sounds great. I've never seen wild ninja turtles before. Just as Kushina was about to protest, Minato cleverly interjected. I heard a new barbecue place just opened nearby. We can try it on the way back. This suggestion successfully diverted Kushina's attention. The four gathered their belongings and set off towards Nanga River. By the banks of Nanga River, several large ninja turtles basked in the sun on the riverbank. The patterns on their shells shimmered with a metallic luster under the sunlight, appearing both ancient and enigmatic. How magnificent! Hinata Natsu whispered in awe. Cautiously approaching a smaller tortoise, Glacial Sora naturally walked beside her, reassuring her, they are quite gentle and will not attack unless provoked. Upon witnessing this, Kushina immediately pulled Minato to squeeze between the two. Minato, let us touch them too. Hinata was pushed aside, furrowing her brow, but soon regained her composure. She gracefully crouched down, gently caressing the tortoise's shell, so hard like steel. Glacial Sora also squatted beside her, their proximity allowing them to share each other's breath. A faint scent of cherry blossoms wafted from Hinata, prompting him to inhale a bit deeper. I've heard that tortoises can live for centuries. Minato's voice floated from the other side. They have witnessed the founding of Konoha and even earlier histories. Then they must have seen the first Hokage. Kushina exclaimed with excitement, completely forgetting the earlier unpleasantness. Hinata pondered. Centuries does that mean? To them, our lives are fleeting? Unconsciously chiming in, Glacial Sora replied. Precisely because life is ephemeral, we must cherish those who are present. Realizing the ambiguity of his words, he quickly added, I mean cherish friends. Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head to continue stroking the tortoise's shell. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon her. While the blue butterfly hairpin in her hair glimmered softly, Kushina glanced back and forth before a look of realization crossed her face. She tugged at Minato and Appo's sleeve and whispered something in his ear. Minato was initially taken aback, but soon chuckled in understanding. Hey, you two, Kushina suddenly exclaimed. Minato and I are going to buy drinks, you wait here. Without waiting for a response, she pulled Minato away, leaving Glacial Sora and Hinata exchanging glances. Glacial Sora began awkwardly, that's just how Kushina is. Always so fiery. Hinata nodded gently. She is very lively and well-matched with Minato-kun. A comfortable silence enveloped them. The sound of flowing river water, distant laughter of children, and the occasional snoring of tortoises composed a symphony of summer. Sora-kun, Hinata suddenly called softly. Yes, thank you for your company today. She looked up, her pure white eyes reflecting Glacial Sora's figure. I'm very happy. Glacial Sora's heart raced a little faster. Under the sunlight, Hinata's smile was pure and beautiful, making it difficult for him to look away. Me too, he replied softly. Next time can we go out again? Just the two of us. Hinata and Appo's eyes widened slightly before blossoming into an even brighter smile. Yes. In that moment, it felt as if a subtle affection quietly grew between them. In the distance, Kushina hid behind a tree with Minato, a mischievous smile adorning her face. I told you. That Sora kid is interested in Hinata. Minato shook his head helplessly. Kushina, it's not nice to spy on others. What does it matter? Kushina retorted confidently. I'm just concerned for my friends. Minato looked at her sparkling eyes and Kuden and Appo's. He helped but smile. You don't actually dislike Natsu-san, do you? Kushina pouted. Who says that? That pretentious young lady. Her voice gradually faded. But her pastries are indeed delicious. Minato chuckled knowingly. Taking her hand. Come on, let us go get drinks. Let them have some time alone. As the sun set, the surface of the Nankagawa shimmered with a golden hue. Glacial Sora and Hinata sat side by side on the riverbank, their shadows gradually stretching in the sunset, ultimately merging into one. Chapter 30. Confession. As the last rays of the setting sun gradually faded, the streets of Konoha were illuminated by countless twinkling lights. Hikawasaura stood at the crossroads of the shopping district alongside Hinata Natsu, bidding farewell to Kushina and Minato. See you tomorrow. Kushina waved her hand, a mischievous smile gracing her face. You too, Don and Appo's. Stay out too late. Minato hastily pulled her away. Let and Appo's go, or the dessert shop will close. Watching the two depart, Hikawasaura turned to Hinata Natsu. It's dark now. Allow me to escort you home. Natsu lowered her gaze, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks in the twilight. Thank you. The pair walked side by side along the narrow path leading to the Hinata clan and Appo's residence, the surrounding clamor gradually fading away, leaving only the sound of summer night insects and their footsteps. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Today was wonderful. Hinata Natsu softly broke the silence. Kushina is a bit loud, but she has a good heart. Hikawasaura chuckled lightly. That and Appo's just her nature. She genuinely cares for her friends. Natsu nodded, then suddenly halted. Sora-kun, yes, you mentioned wanting to go out alone next time. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost inaudible. Are you serious? Hikawasaura's heartbeat quickened unexpectedly. Under the moonlight, Natsu's lowered eyelashes trembled slightly, her fair face adorned with a delicate blush, breathtakingly beautiful. Of course, I am serious. He summoned his courage and gently took her hand in his. I cherish the moments spent with you. Natsu and Appo's hand trembled slightly within his grasp, yet she did not withdraw. She lifted her gaze, her pure white eyes shimmering with anticipation and unease. But I am the daughter of the Hinata clan, and my father is very strict about my acquaintances. It doesn't end Appo's matter, Hikawasaura asserted firmly. I will prove myself worthy of you. My ice release bloodline limit, coupled with Lord Kakashi as my mentor. Lord White Fang, Natsu exclaimed in surprise. Yes. His words were cut short as Natsu suddenly stood on her tiptoes and embraced him gently. The fleeting embrace left Hikawasaura yearning for more. Each time he beheld her captivating demeanor, he felt an overwhelming desire to reach out. Thank you. Natsu stepped back, her face as red as a ripe apple. We are almost there. Hikawasaura snapped back to reality. Realizing they had unknowingly arrived at the outskirts of the Hinata clan and Appo's territory, the tall walls and gate loomed solemnly in the moonlight, with 2 guards from the branch family standing at the entrance. This was it. The opportunity was slipping away. Next time, he must seize the moment, Hikawasaura thought. Let me take you to this point, Natsu said softly. Just ahead is the clan and Appo's territory. Hikawasaura nodded but hesitated to part ways. Tomorrow, will we see each other again? Natsu smiled slightly. The day after tomorrow, at 3 in the afternoon, I will wait for you in the park. All right. Hikawasaura nodded earnestly. I will be there on time. Natsu hesitated for a moment before suddenly producing a small sachet from her sleeve. This is for you. I made it myself. It contains some calming herbs. Hikawasaura accepted the sachet, a gentle fragrance of cherry blossoms wafting towards him. He carefully tucked it into his chest. I will treasure it. A radiant smile blossomed on Hinata Natsu and Appo's face as she turned to walk towards the clan and Appo's gate. Just before entering, she glanced back one last time, her silhouette bathed in moonlight, causing Hikawasaura's heart to skip a beat. Only when Natsu and Appo's figure had completely vanished behind the gate did Hikawasaura reluctantly turn to leave. He touched the sachet in his pocket, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented determination. He must grow stronger, strong enough to protect this precious bond. Deep within the Hinata clan and Appo's territory, Hinata Natsu tread softly through the corridor, careful not to disturb her family. Just as she was about to reach her room, a commanding voice echoed from behind her. Returning so late, where have you been? Natsu froze, slowly turning around. Her father, the 3rd elder of the Hinata clan, Hinata Takuma, stood in the shadows, his white eyes piercing through the darkness. Father, Natsu bowed her head respectfully. I went to Minagawara with a friend to see the Ninja Turtle. A friend? Takuma approached, eyes narrowing. I saw someone escorting you home. Who was it? Natsu and Appo's heart raced, but she knew that concealing the truth would only worsen the situation. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her head. It was Hikawasaura, a classmate from the Ninja Academy. The child from the Uchiha clan? Takuma's brow furrowed slightly. The one who awakened the ice release bloodline? Natsu nodded, summoning her courage to continue. He is now Lord White Fang's disciple and can defeat Special Jonin on his own. A flicker of surprise crossed Takuma's expression. Kakashi's disciple? Moonlight streamed through the corridor's windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Father and daughter stood in silence, the tension palpable in the air. Finally, Takuma spoke. Do you have feelings for him? The direct question caused Natsu and Appo's face to flush instantly. She lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, to her surprise. Takuma did not immediately oppose her. He walked to the window, gazing at the moonlit night. Kakashi is one of the top ninjas in Konoha, and Hikawasaura is indeed exceptionally talented. He has great potential. Moreover, the ice release bloodline is more aggressive than our Byakugan. Natsu gazed up in astonishment, unable to believe that her father was seriously considering the matter. However, Takuma suddenly turned, his gaze intense. But he is not strong enough to marry into the Hinata clan. Even a Jonin may not suffice. Father, are you implying? Takuma waved his hand dismissively. I do not oppose your relationship, but I will not openly support it either. If he truly possesses the potential you claim, he must prove it to me. Natsu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you. Father, do not rejoice too soon, Takuma said sternly. The other elders in the clan will not accept it so easily. He gave Natsu a meaningful look. Moreover, there are matters that even the clan leader cannot decide. Those words felt like a bucket of cold water dousing Natsu and Appo's hopes. Indeed, as the daughter of the main house, although she bore no cursed seal of the branch family, it did not mean she possessed complete freedom. Once the clan made a decision, her marriage would still not be entirely her own choice. I understand, she replied softly, yet her heart resolved, no matter what, she would fight for her own happiness. Takuma observed his daughter and Appo's determined expression and sighed imperceptibly. Go rest. Remember, do not do anything that would tarnish the Hinata family and Appo's reputation before you come of age. Yes, father. Natsu bowed respectfully before swiftly making her way to her room. Once inside, she leaned against the door, her heart racing. Her father and Appo's attitude was far better than she had anticipated. This was the best outcome possible. She walked to the window, gazing at the courtyard bathed in moonlight. Her thoughts drifting to Hikawasaura, from whom she had just parted. The upcoming date, she was already looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Hikawasaura was walking home, holding the sachet that Hinata Natsu had given him, a smile playing on his lips. Today and Appo's progress exceeded his expectations. It seemed that Hinata Natsu also. Hey, why so cheerful? A teasing voice suddenly called from above. Hikawasaura looked up to see Jiraiya hanging upside down from a tree, his white hair cascading down, nearly brushing his face. Lord Jiraiya, how do you gather material? Of course, it's about gathering material. Jiraiya landed gracefully, brushing off the leaves from his attire. But it seems I have stumbled upon a more intriguing subject, the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan. Hikawakuya and Appo's face flushed instantly. Did you see that? From the moment you bid farewell at the entrance of the Hyuga residence, Jiraiya raised his eyebrows, surprised by your swift actions. Hikawakuya felt a wave of embarrassment, wishing he could sink into the ground. Being discovered in such a personal moment was undeniably peculiar. Don and Appo's, be anxious. Don and Appo's, be anxious. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, patting his shoulder. Youth is such a delightful phase. However, his expression turned serious. The daughter of the Hyuga clan is not so easily pursued. Are you prepared to face the entirety of the Hyuga family? Hikawakuya clenched the pouch in his hand, his gaze resolute. I will grow stronger. Strong enough that they cannot refuse. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, ambitious. Yet, mere determination is not sufficient. He produced a scroll from within his robe. Here. Consider this an early congratulatory gift. Hikawakuya accepted the scroll, opening it to reveal a technique. Is this an advanced skill for chakra nature transformation? Indeed, Jiraiya said with a sense of pride, running his fingers through his hair. While it may not rival your teacher's Konoha-style blade technique, it will significantly enhance your abilities. Especially when he glanced meaningfully at the pouch, when you wish to protect someone dear. With a sigh, Jiraiya continued. I had initially intended to take you as my disciple, but alas, that White Fang fellow beat me to it. What a pity. Hikawakuya solemnly stored the scroll. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Think nothing of it. Jiraiya turned to leave, but suddenly looked back. Oh, and should you dare to let that girl down, you need not wait for the Hyuga clan to intervene. I shall break your legs myself. Watching Jiraiya's figure vanish into the night, Hikawakuya couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Hinata had a far better reputation in the village than he had anticipated. Chapter 31. The mission. As the morning sun gently streamed into the room, Hikawakuya was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks on his door. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed that the scented pouch by his pillow still emanated a faint cherry blossom fragrance. There was a full day remaining until his rendezvous with Hinata Natsu. Who is it? He donned his coat and approached the door. Outside stood a dark-clad ninja, wearing a tanuki mask. His voice was low and commanding. Hikawakuya, Lord White Fang summons you. Immediately, a tightness gripped Koya and Appo's heart. His mentor, White Fang, would never call upon him without cause, indicating that something urgent was afoot. I will be there shortly. 10 minutes later, Koya was fully dressed and standing outside the conference room of the Anbu headquarters. He took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. Enter. Came White Fang's voice from within. Pushing the door open, Koya found his mentor standing before a map. I apologize for interrupting your rest, Koya said. Stepping closer, as White Fang gestured him to do so. A true ninja is not forged at home, but in the throes of battle. Koya straightened his posture. Please instruct me, sensei. White Fang pointed to a marked location on the map. The border patrol has detected unusual movements from the Rain Ninja Village. I have assigned you to Team 7. Your mission is to infiltrate and gather intelligence to confirm any hostile actions. Koya felt a shiver run down his spine. The Rain Ninja Village. This was the territory of Hanzo and the future birthplace of the Akatsuki. Such a mission would be anything but simple. As for your codename, White Fang handed him a pristine mask, stating, Ice Fox. Your responsibilities will include reconnaissance and special support. Koya accepted the mask. It was pure white, with a single icy blue line etched over the right eye, resembling a frozen bolt of lightning. He solemnly donned it, instantly feeling his identity obscured, replaced by that of the Anbu ninja, Ice Fox. He nodded in acknowledgement, suddenly recalling something. Sensei, how long is the mission expected to last? White Fang and Appo's sharp gaze pierced through the mask as he regarded him. At least 3 days. Is there a problem? Images of Hinata Natsu and Appo's expectant face flashed in Koya and Appo's mind, but he quickly suppressed his personal feelings. No, I am ready to depart at any moment. Excellent. White Fang patted his shoulder. We will assemble at the village entrance in 1 hour. Dismissed. Leaving the Anbu headquarters, Koya hurried towards the Hinata clan and Appo's compound. He could not afford to let Hinata Natsu down. He needed to inform her of his temporary departure. The gates of the Hinata compound were still guarded by 2 branch clan ninjas. Upon seeing Koya approach, they immediately became alert. Halt. This is the Hinata. I am Hikawakuya. He had already removed his mask, as his affiliation with the Anbu must remain confidential. Please inform Hinata Natsu that I must leave the village for a few days. I fear our meeting the day after tomorrow will have to be postponed. The two guards exchanged glances, and the older one nodded. We will relay your message to Miss Natsu. Thank you. Koya turned and left. He did not notice a slender figure peering through the slightly swaying curtains of the second floor of the Hinata estate, watching his retreating form. As the morning mist lingered, the stone statues at the entrance of Konoha appeared hazy and indistinct. Koya adjusted his mask, feeling its cool surface, comfortable enough for extended wear. Newcomer, over here. A low voice emerged from the fog. Following the sound, Koya spotted 3 Anbu ninjas lined up, each adorned with distinct masks. The leader wore a crimson dog-shaped mask, adorned with the emblem of the Inuzuka clan, codenamed Red Dog, Inuzuka clan, Jonin. The individual introduced himself succinctly, his voice muffled by the mask. Expert in scent tracking and close combat. To his left stood an Anbu adorned in a fully sealed dark green mask, concealing even his eyes. Bugmaster, Yamanaka clan. Special Jonin. His voice resonated with an uncanny hum, as if multiple voices spoke simultaneously. Expert in insect manipulation and toxins. The final member's mask caused Koya to pause. It was a pure white mask, featuring the Hinata clan's crest over the right eye. White eye, Hinata branch, Special Jonin. Expert in reconnaissance and taijutsu. The voice was cold and sharp as ice. In an instant, Koya understood the significance of this squad. They were the elite from Konoha's 3 great bloodline clans, each member bearing their clan's secret techniques or bloodline limits. As White Fang and Appos, disciple and an awakened wielder of the Ice Release, his inclusion in such a team held profound implications. Codenamed Appos, Ice Fox and Appos, Hikawa clan, Genin. Koya replied briefly. Ice Release, proficient in area control and swordsmanship. Due to Koya's renowned talent and his mentor's stature, the others had no qualms about accepting a Genin into their ranks. Red Dog nodded, retrieving a secured scroll from his robe and unfurling it. Mission briefing. According to the Border Patrol and Appos, intel. The Rain Ninja Village has been active near the Land of Hot Water, suspected of preparing for a large-scale infiltration. Bugmaster added. Recent reports indicate they have hired rogue ninjas from the obscure organization as advanced scouts, skilled in toxic mist and jinjutsu. White Eye scoffed, a rabble. Do not underestimate them. Red Dog cautioned. Hanzo is not holding back this time. Even his elite poison unit has been deployed. Our task is to stealthily gather intelligence on enemy troop deployments and strategic intentions. We anticipate a mission duration of 7 to 10 days. He indicated a red line marked on the map. The route is divided into 3 phases. First, traverse the Deadwood Forest to reach the marshlands. Second, infiltrate the Rain Ninja forward base for information. Third, if necessary, penetrate deep into the Rain country. Koya meticulously noted every detail. This was his first formal Anbu mission, and any oversight could jeopardize the team and Appos' safety. Red Dog rolled up the scroll. Remember, we have only code names, not names. As they passed through the gates of Konoha, Koya could not help but glance back. The guards at the village entrance regarded the Anbu team with indifference. This was standard protocol. Anbu operations were never made public. First time on a mission outside the village? White Eye inquired, approaching him, his voice muffled by the mask. Yes, Koya replied succinctly. One of the Anbu's rules was to minimize unnecessary communication, even among teammates. White Eye seemed to see through his thoughts. Relax, rookie. We can converse normally until we reach the target area. He lifted a corner of his mask, revealing a slight smile. After all, we will be together for several days. Red Dog, leading the way, warned without turning his head. White Eye, rules are rules. Yes, White Eye adjusted his mask, but discreetly gestured to Koya to ease up. Koya had previously encountered members of the Hinata branch, all bearing solemn expressions. This was his first experience with a Hinata who exhibited such a demeanor. The team advanced steadily towards the northeast. Red Dog led. White Eye documented the terrain. Bugmaster trailed, erasing their traces, while Koya took up a vigilant position on the flanks. This formation maximized their chances of avoiding ambush. At noon, they arrived at the first lookout station along the border of the Land of Fire. This was not a conventional ninja outpost, but a secret supply station for the Anbu. Outwardly, it appeared merely as a humble hunter's cabin. Rest for 20 minutes. Red Dog signaled with a series of complex gestures, and the wooden door creaked open, revealing a stash of water and rations. Inside, the furnishings were sparse, yet the storage room was brimming with military rations, ninja tools, and medical supplies. White Eye skillfully retrieved several packets of specially made rations to distribute among the group. Try this version. It's enhanced with honey and far more palatable than the standard fare. Bugmaster accepted the rations, lifting a corner of his mask to reveal a stubbled chin. You always waste it. Eventually, Lord White Fang will scold you. Regardless, Lord Baya is unaware of who took it. Bai Tong casually replied, turning to smile at Bing Chuan Kong, adding, besides, isn't there a disciple of Lord Baya present? What is there to fear? The fact that Bing Chuan Kong was also a disciple of Kiki Shoma was not a well-kept secret within the Anbu. Bing Chuan Kong chuckled softly, shaking his head without saying a word, as he retrieved the sachet gifted by Hinata Natsu and inhaled its delicate fragrance. The faint scent of cherry blossoms evoked memories of the girl and Appo's forlorn gaze at their parting. A girlfriend? Bai Tong keenly observed his actions. Bing Chuan Kong swiftly tucked away the sachet, replying, Oh. Bai Tong elongated his tone. It must be the young lady of the Hyuga clan, right? The entire Hyuga family is aware of it. He then leaned closer to Bing Chuan Kong, teasingly saying, You ought to be cautious. Many of the young men in the Hyuga family harbor feelings of discontent towards you. The insect master cleared his throat, admonishing, Bai Tong, refrain from gossiping. Chapter 32 Departure. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it cast a sanguine hue upon the grayish-white branches of the withered trees. Glacier Kong had been traversing the rugged terrain alongside his team for an entire day, and the soil beneath their feet began to soften and dampen, a precursor to the marshy expanse ahead. Suddenly, Akainu raised his hand, nostrils flaring. The scent of blood wafted through the air, fresh blood, no more than 10 minutes old. Bai Tong activated his Byakugan, the veins around his temples bulging, 300 meters ahead. 5 corpses, clad in the attire of the range shinobi. A faint buzzing sound emanated from beneath the Bugmaster's mask. My insects have detected residual toxins, indicative of the neurotoxin commonly employed by the obscure organization. Glacier Kong discreetly formed hand seals, his ice chakra radiating outward. The ground bore numerous footprints, leading northwest. At least 20 individuals. Internal strife? Bai Tong pondered aloud. Akainu shook his head, his gaze sharp as a blade beneath his crimson mask. It resembles a purge. It appears there has been a conflict between the range shinobi and mercenaries. The team cautiously approached the scene. The 5 bodies, dressed in the uniforms of range shinobi, lay scattered in a clearing, their throats expertly slit before they could even resist. A professional touch. The Bugmaster examined the wounds. A single strike was enough to claim their lives, indicative of a skilled assassin. An unsettling chill washed over Glacier Kong. Something feels amiss. It's too quiet. No sooner had he voiced his concern than Bai Tong issued a sharp warning. Enemy attack. Below, the ground erupted violently as a dozen shadowy figures burst forth. Shuriken and kunai rained down like a torrential storm. Tooth for tooth. Akainu transformed into a whirlwind of crimson, deflecting most of the assault. The Bugmaster unleashed a swarm of insects, forming a protective barrier. Ice release. Mirror reflection. Glacier Kong clapped his hands to the ground, and an ice mirror erupted, rebounding the remaining attacks. Amidst the screams, 3 assailants plummeted from the air. Defectors of Appo's, obscure Appo's. Bai Tong's Byakugan locked onto the enemies, 12 in total, forming a surrounding formation. The battle ignited in an instant. Akainu clashed with the leader of the attackers, a scarred face, engaging in an intense duel between the Inuzuka clan's physical prowess and the enemy's peculiar curved blade. The Bugmaster found himself encircled by 4 foes. Yet his swarm provided impeccable defense. Bai Tong danced with 3 ninjas, his precise, gentle fist techniques making it difficult for them to approach. Before Glacier Kong stood 4 adversaries, each adorned with breathing masks, clearly experts in toxic gas. The Anbu of Konoha has truly fallen into disrepair. Even youngsters of this age can enter? The leader cackled as he tossed 3 purple smoke bombs. Let us see how you handle this. The toxic mist enveloped the area instantly. Glacier Kong held his breath, swiftly forming hand seals. Ice release. Frost nova. A surge of frigid chakra erupted, freezing the toxic vapors into countless tiny ice crystals that cascaded down. The enemies were taken aback. Before they could react, Glacier Kong had already appeared behind them. Ice blade. Swallow's return. The short blade of snow sliced through the air, leaving 3 azure trails. 2 enemies fell lifelessly to the ground. The remaining 2 retreated in haste, only to be pierced by sudden ice spikes erupting from the earth. On another front, Akainu and Appo's skirmish intensified. The scarred adversary moved with blinding speed, the venom coating his blade corroding the surrounding trees with a sizzling sound. Inuzuka style, beast clone. 3 Akainus lunged simultaneously, their indistinguishable assaults overwhelming the scarred foe. Ultimately, a lethal claw slashed across his throat, concluding the confrontation. The Bugmaster's battlefield was the most surreal, for enemies found themselves engulfed by a swarm of insects, desperately clawing at their own skin as the insects feasted upon their chakra from within. Bai Tong's combat resembled a graceful ballet. Each of his steps precisely evaded attacks, and each strike targeted the enemy's vital points. The 3 opponents soon crumpled to the ground, their chakra pathways completely sealed. With the area secured, Bai Tong turned to Glacier Kong. You're unscathed, I trust? Glacier Kong shook his head, ready to respond when he suddenly sensed something amiss. No. There's still one. Be cautious. A shadow descended from the treetops, aiming straight for Bai Tong's back. The speed was too swift. Bai Tong had no time to turn. At the critical moment, Glacier Kong clasped his hands together. Ice release. Absolute zero. Time seemed to freeze. The assailant's movements slowed dramatically, a thin layer of ice enveloping his body. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Tong pivoted. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A flurry of precise strikes shattered the enemy's defenses. As the last adversary fell, tranquility returned to the forest. The team members converged, scanning their surroundings cautiously. The Bug Master released reconnaissance insects to ensure no threats remained, while Akainu inspected the enemy's equipment. An elite squad from Endapos, obscure, Endapos, his voice was grave, suggesting we have stumbled upon a covert operation. Baitong lifted the mask of one enemy, revealing the ranged shinobi forehead protector, a double agent? Or perhaps, regardless of the truth, the higher-ups of the ranged shinobi are eliminating those in the know. The Bug Master deduced, which explains why they turned on each other. Glacier Kong noticed a reflective object on the ground. He bent to retrieve it, a small metallic cylinder, inscribed with peculiar symbols. This is... Akainu took the cylinder, his expression shifting dramatically, a secret order from Hanzo. The symbols denote Endapos, top secret, Endapos. The team exchanged glances, realizing they might have inadvertently intercepted vital intelligence. Change of plans. Akainu decisively declared. We must prioritize escorting this back to Konoha. Bugmaster, can you decrypt it? The Bugmaster examined the cylinder's mechanisms. It will require time, and possibly specialized decoding tools. Baitong suddenly pressed his hand against his temple. More enemies are approaching. At least 30 individuals, coming from the northwest. What about our retreat route? Akainu inquired swiftly. Glacier Kong's eye sensing immediately provided an answer. The southeastern marshlands. The moisture there will enhance my eye's concealment. Let us move. The team hastily retreated from the battlefield, delving deeper into the marsh. Glacier Kong set ice spike traps behind them to slow the pursuers, while Baitong used his Byakugan to guide them along the safest path. As night fell, the fog of the marsh thickened. The team discovered a concealed elevation to rest temporarily. We momentarily lost them, Baitong confirmed, but they will undoubtedly locate us before dawn. Akainu handed the secret order cylinder to the Bug Master. Decipher it as quickly as possible. The others took turns standing guard. Glacier Kong sat upon a rock, assessing his chakra expenditure. The continuous use of advanced ice techniques had left him somewhat fatigued. But his greater concern lay with the secret order. Whatever secret had compelled Hanzo to take such drastic measures was undoubtedly significant. He vaguely recalled that the outbreak of the Second Great Ninja War was imminent within the next couple of years. At that moment, Baitong quietly settled beside him. Earlier. Thank you. Glacier Kong shook his head. There is no need for gratitude among teammates. No, I meant. Baitong's voice lowered in that moment. I truly felt the specter of death. If it were not for your ice release. He left his statement unfinished, yet Glacier Kong understood that sentiment. In the chaos of battle, life and death often hinge on a mere thought. Your gentle fist is formidable, Glacier Kong sincerely remarked. I have never witnessed such precision in point strikes. Baitong chuckled softly. It's merely a requisite for the Hyuga branch family. However, he paused. Your ice release is indeed astonishing. Such instantaneous freezing approaches the realm of bloodline elimination. The Bug Master suddenly interrupted their conversation. I've cracked it. The team immediately gathered around. The Bug Master had opened the secret order cylinder, revealing a sheet of paper as delicate as a cicada and Apos' wing. The words inscribed upon it caused all faces to pale. On July 7th, an alliance with the Sand-Hidden Village to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. A heavy breath escaped from beneath Akainu's mask. This is a declaration of war. Chapter 33. Extreme danger 3 hours later. Amidst the dense forest on the border of the Land of Rivers, the four-member squad trudged forward with great difficulty. Hikawasaura was supported by Akainu and Byakugan, each step akin to treading on cotton. The taste of depleted chakra was anything but pleasant, compounded by the agony from that cannon fire. Just hold on a little longer, Byakugan whispered, the veins around his Byakugan bulging. 2 kilometers ahead lies a cave that could. Suddenly, Akainu perked up, nostrils flaring. Conceal yourselves. Enemies approaching. 8. No 10. Chakra levels. For special Jonin, the rest are Jonin level. The squad immediately dispersed to hide. Hikawasaura gritted his teeth against the pain, leaning against an ancient tree, holding his breath. Through the gaps in the leaves, he spotted 10 ranged shinobi passing nearby. At the forefront was a burly, bald man, adorned with a ranged shinobi headband, his face marred by eerie black markings. It was the venomous Fang unit of the ranged shinobi. The voice of the insect master whispered in Hikawasaura's ear like a mosquito. That bald man is the trusted aide of Endapos, Venom Demon Endapos, Hanzo, the elite Jonin Kuroiwa. Kuroiwa suddenly halted, a sinister grin spreading across his marked face. Little mice from Konoha. No need to hide. He opened his palm, a plume of purple poisonous mist slowly rising. My poison mist has already found you. Exposed. Battle formation. Akainu barked sharply. Swiftly forming hand seals, Inuzuka style, beast clone. 3 Akainus lunged simultaneously, claws aimed at Kuroiwa and Apos' throat. Kuroiwa did not flinch, allowing the claws to glide past, only to hear a hissing sound as Akainu's claws were corroded, emitting green smoke. My skin has been soaked in potent poison. Kuroiwa cackled madly, punching Akainu away. Next. Secret technique. Insect sphere. The insect master pressed his hands to the ground. Countless poisonous insects surged from his sleeves, forming a black tide rushing towards the enemy. A ranged shinobi Jonin immediately formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. Flames collided with the swarm of insects, erupting into a nauseating stench of charred flesh. Byakugan locked onto another range shinobi. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms. His figure flickered like a specter, instantly striking 18 chakra points on the opponent. However, the range shinobi grinned wickedly, tearing open his shirt. His body had no chakra points. My body has been modified. There are no chakra points. The range shinobi and Appo's punch struck Byakugan and Appo's abdomen, sending him flying several meters. Before Hikawasaura stood 2 range shinobi jonin, one wielding dual blades, the other wearing a poisonous mist mask. At such a young age, you have entered Konoha and Appo's Anbu. You must be a genius? The dual blade ninja smirked. Let me, and Appo's blood blade and Appo's Tuching, show you what I can do. No sooner had he spoken than the dual blades transformed into a crimson whirlwind. Hikawasaura barely managed to block with his snowwalk dagger, but was still shaken to the core. The other poison mist ninja seized the opportunity to release purple mist, poison release, nerve paralysis mist, ice release, ice crystal wall. Hikawasaura hastily erected an ice wall, yet the poisonous mist rapidly corroded through the ice. The battle situation took a dire turn. Akainu was being driven back by Kuroiwa and Appo's poisoned fists, his arms already turning purple. The insect master and Appo's insects were burnt to pieces by the flames. Byakugan was being suppressed by the monstrous foe, struggling for breath. Hikawasaura was struck on the shoulder by the dual blades, blood instantly staining his clothes. The poison mist seeped into his lungs, his vision began to blur. Hikawasaura fell to one knee, his snowwalk dagger plunged deep into the ground, propping up his faltering body. Blood flowed from the wound on his forehead, obscuring his sight. Not far away, Akainu was besieged by 3 rain shinobi jonin. The Inuzuka secret technique had slowed under the toxin and Appo's erosion. Byakugan and Appo's Byakugan, while capable of discerning the enemy and Appo's movements, was severely drained of chakra. The insect master and Appo's swarm was being overwhelmed by fire. Is this the end? Hikawasaura panted heavily, his lungs felt as if they were being scorched by flames. The poisonous mist eroded his nerves, and the edges of his vision began to darken. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted before his eyes. Akainu was pierced through the shoulder by a kunai, letting out a muffled cry of pain. That sound struck Hikawasaura and Appo's heart like a hammer. No, I can still fight. He tremblingly raised his hands, forming the forbidden seal. The chakra within began to flow in reverse, as if a frozen river had suddenly thawed. Frost gate, second gate, open. As Hikawasaura opened the second gate, the temperature of the entire battlefield plummeted. Ice blue chakra patterns surfaced on his skin, resembling cracks in a polar glacier, spreading from his limbs to his torso. Each pattern radiated an excruciating chill, distorting the surrounding air. Tiny ice crystals floated around him, refracting a chilling light. Ice release, frost blossom instant. His figure suddenly blurred, leaving behind a crystallized frost flower. In the next moment, he appeared before the injured Akainu. What? The range shinobi elite jonin poised to deliver the final blow to Akainu only saw a flash of blue light. Extreme cold slash, a flash. The snowwalk dagger traced a perfect ice blue arc, freezing the range shinobi and Appo's kunai along with his entire right arm, shattering it. The man didn't and Appo's to even have time to scream as Hikawasaura spun around, kicking him away for dozens of meters, crashing through 3 large trees before coming to a halt. The first one, Hikawasaura and Appo's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of emotion. The remaining 2 range shinobi attacking Akainu were taken aback, quickly adopting a back-to-back defensive stance. One formed seals, earth release, earth flow wall. The other unleashed, wind release, great breakthrough. Useless. Hikawasaura raised his left hand. Ice release, mirror reflection. The earth wall had just risen when it was frozen into a fragile ice sculpture by the extreme cold. The gale was rebounded by the suddenly appearing ice mirror. The 2 range shinobi were struck by their own techniques, staggering backward. Extreme cold slash, double swallows return. Hikawasaura and Appo's figure split into 2, simultaneously attacking the enemy from both sides. The left range shinobi hurriedly blocked, only to see Hikawasaura and Appo's blade suddenly change direction, tracing a bizarre Z-shaped trajectory. The right range shinobi didn't and Appo's to even have time to react, feeling a chill at his neck. Both their headbands shattered, a line as thin as a hair appearing at their throats. The second, third, Hikawasaura did not pause, turning towards Byakugan's battlefield. That modified ninja was grinning maliciously, hoisting Byakugan, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. I shall take back as a trophy. Ice release, frost blossom bloom. Hikawasaura's figure suddenly transformed into dozens of ice crystal frost flowers, surging towards the modified ninja from all directions. The man frantically waved his arms, only to find that each frost flower sprouted an ice blade. 8 trigrams, frosty 64 palms. This was Hikawasaura's original technique, merging the Hyuga gentle fist with ice release. 64 strikes imbued with extreme cold chakra descended like a snowstorm, each blow precisely striking chakra notes. The modified ninja, claiming to have no chakra points, began to display ice blue meridian patterns on his body. No, it can end Appos, TB. The man's eyes widened, watching his body gradually freeze over. Hikawasaura and Appos, as final palm struck his chest, break. With a crack. The modified ninja and Appos, S body shattered like ice sculpture. Byakugan seized the opportunity to escape, gazing in shock at the scene. This is integrating the principles of gentle fist into ice release. There was no time to explain. Hikawasaura had already dashed towards the insect master and Appos' battlefield. The fire release ninja was forming seals. Fire release, dragon fire. Too slow. Hikawasaura's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Ice release, instant ice prison. 5 ice pillars erupted from the ground, trapping the fire release ninja within. In the extreme cold, even flames weakened. Extreme cold slash, 2 flashes. The Snowwalk dagger again traced a perfect ice blue arc, cleaving the ice prison along with the ninja into 2 segments. The 4th. But at that moment, the backlash from the 8 gates began to take effect. Time has surpassed 3 minutes, and the chakra of Ri has been utterly depleted. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He staggered slightly, his vision becoming blurred. Kid, you don't seem to be in good shape, a chilling voice echoed from behind. With great difficulty, Keiya turned around to see Kuroiwa approaching with a sinister grin. Remarkably, this leader of the rain shinobi emerged completely unscathed. Chapter 34, The Fury of Kiba. The fist of Kuroiwa surged forth, enveloped in a swirling purple miasma. The vision of Tsukuwa quite blurred, and he could barely discern the expanding shadow of death before him. The ominous specter loomed over his heart. He summoned every last ounce of strength to raise his arm in defense, only to discover that even his fingertips lay unresponsive. Damn it. After all the effort to acquire the frozen fruit, and I have yet to reach the pinnacle of the ninja world. Is this where it ends? A bitter smile crept onto Kwai and Appos' lips as the visage of Hinata Natsu flashed through his mind, accompanied by the stern countenance of Kiba as he had taught him the art of the sword. I'm sorry, Teacher Kiba. Just as the poisoned fist was about to strike his face, a blinding white light abruptly tore through the dim forest. Kakashi-style, lightning flash. The familiar voice sent a jolt through Kwai's heart. Straining to widen his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a silver figure darting past like lightning. The figure moved with astonishing speed, their silver hair tracing elegant arcs in the moonlight. Teacher, Kwai wished to call out, yet only a faint whisper escaped his lips. Kuroiwa's sinister grin froze upon his face. His fist was mere inches from Kwai and Appos' nose but could advance no further. A thin line of blood began to emerge from his wrist. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Kuroiwa's right hand was severed at the wrist. Kwai struggled to focus, finally recognizing the silhouette standing before him tall as a pine. Silver hair tied back, a black mask obscuring half his face, with a left eye burning with frigid fury. It was his teacher, Konoha and Appos' Kiba. Kwai. Kiba's voice resonated with a terrifying gravity. Kwai had never heard his teacher speak in such a tone. Hold on. This was the last phrase Kwai comprehended before darkness surged like a tide, dragging his consciousness into the abyss. A tall figure appeared silently before Kwai. With silver hair tied high at the back, a black mask covering half his face, and a left eye sharp as a blade. He brandished a short knife that glinted with a chilling light. The blade was devoid of embellishments, yet it emanated an oppressive aura of death. Kakashi. Tsukumo. Kuroiwa staggered backward, his face marred with dark patterns contorted in agony. How could Kiba be here? Kiba offered no reply, slightly shifting to shield Kwai behind him. His gaze swept across the battlefield. A cane lay purple and incapacitated. The Bud Master curled in agony from burns, while Hakuto struggled to rise. Withdraw the injured. Kiba and Appos' voice was calm and measured, as if stating a simple fact. Leave this to me. What nonsense. A rain ninja shouted, forming hand signs. Water style, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water erupted from nowhere, crashing toward them like a tsunami. Kiba did not even lift his eyelids. With a gentle flick of his short knife, he cleaved the enormous water curtain in two, allowing it to rush past him without dampening his attire. The rain ninja, still in shock, found Kiba's form already vanished from sight. First, the cold voice echoed in the air, and the rain ninja felt a chill at his neck, his vision spinning violently. The last thing he saw was his headless body collapsing. Scatter. Do not let him close in. Kuroiwa barked, covering the area with poisonous mist. The remaining 4 rain ninjas immediately dispersed, forming hand signs. Poison style, miasma formation. Dense purple miasma surged from all directions, enveloping the area in an instant. Trees withered swiftly within the toxic haze, while the grass beneath turned to putrid sludge. Yet, Kiba remained unfazed, positioning his short knife before his chest as his left hand rapidly formed a sign. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. A violent whirlwind erupted around Kiba, instantly dispersing the miasma. At the same time, his figure vanished once more. Second, the glint of his blade flashed, and a rain ninja and Appos' chest erupted in a bloom of crimson. He gazed down in disbelief, realizing his heart had been precisely pierced, blood gushing forth from the wound. This is impossible. Before he could finish his thought, he collapsed lifelessly. Kuroiwa and Appos' expression shifted to one of sheer terror. Retreat. Immediately. At that moment, Kuroiwa recalled a warning from a fortunate ninja who had survived Kiba's blade. If one encountered Kiba on the battlefield, one must not hesitate but flee with all their might to survive. At the forefront was the illustrious Minato Namikaze, who, upon spotting Kakashi and the others, promptly quickened his pace towards them. Chapter 35. Return to the village in the moonlight. The golden strands of Minato and Appo's hair shimmered softly. Upon recognizing the figure behind the ice fox mask on Hakushin Keiya and Appo's back, his pupils abruptly contracted. Even through the mask, the familiar pulsation of chakra allowed him to instantly identify the elder, White Fang. Senior White Fang. Minato suppressed the shock within him, maintaining an appropriately steady voice. The medical team will arrive shortly. He hurried forward, his gaze discreetly sweeping over Hakushin Keiya and Appo's pale fingers, still bearing traces of the ice crystals from opening the Frost 8 gates. Minato and Appo's fingers trembled slightly but quickly steadied as he skillfully assessed the conditions of other injured comrades. The burns on his senior required immediate attention. Minato retrieved an emergency medical kit from his ninja pouch, noting that the poison had already spread to the elbow. White Fang nodded slightly, carefully handing Hakushin Keiya to the arriving medical ninjas. Prioritize treating his internal injuries. His chakra is severely depleted. The medical team leaders swiftly formed hand seals, enveloping Hakushin Keiya in a green glow of chakra. There are multiple internal hemorrhages, and his chakra pathways are nearly exhausted. How did this child manage to hold on until now? Minato clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He forced himself to divert his gaze, turning to White Fang. The Hokage has received word and dispatched reinforcements to the border. White Fang and Appo's gaze lingered on Minato and Appo's face for a moment, seemingly seeing through his facade, but ultimately only nodded curtly. Lead the way. The acrid scent of disinfectant invaded the air as Hakushin Keiya furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes. The blinding white light compelled him to instinctively raise a hand to shield his eyes, inadvertently pulling at the wounds on his arm. Don't move. The familiar voice rendered him motionless. Turning his head, he saw White Fang seated beside his hospital bed, holding a scroll. The silver-haired ninja and Appo's mask still concealed the lower half of his face, but dark circles clearly framed his eyes. Teacher. Hakushin Keiya and Appo's voice came out hoarse. White Fang set the scroll aside and poured a cup of water, bringing it to his lips. Drink slowly. The warm water soothed his parched throat. And only then did Hakushin Keiya notice that his entire body was wrapped in bandages, his right arm immobilized, sending sharp pains with even the slightest movement. What about the others? He asked anxiously. They are all fine, White Fang replied succinctly. Akainu and Hakuto have been discharged. CH Share needs to be observed for 2 more days. Hakushin Keiya exhaled in relief, then recalled something important. The mission was accomplished. White Fang's expression softened. The intelligence you brought back is crucial. A brief silence enveloped the room as Hakushin Keiya discreetly observed his teacher's expression. White Fang rarely displayed emotions. Yet a flicker of pride shone in his eyes at this moment. Teacher, the Hokage wishes to see you. White Fang interrupted, standing to adjust his attire. Once you are able to get out of bed. Hakushin Keiya was taken aback. Hokage-sama? White Fang moved to the door and glanced back at him. You single-handedly eliminated 3 special J-Nin and 1 J-Nin, saving your entire team. He paused. At your age, this is unprecedented in Anbu history. Suddenly, the door to the ward was pushed open, and White Fang sprang to his feet, hand instinctively resting on his short blade. Keiya-kun. Hinata Natsu's voice trembled as she rushed in, her pristine white kimono hem-stained with dirt, clearly having run all the way. Upon seeing Hakushin Keiya, bandaged and lying in bed, her Byakugan activated instantly, veins prominent. Her slender fingers clenched tightly at her clothing, knuckles whitening. Natsu. Hakushin Keiya murmured softly, his voice laden with apology. Natsu dashed to the bedside but hesitated to touch him, standing helplessly with tears brimming in her eyes. White Fang observed the two, silently stepping aside. Hey, make way. Kushina burst into the room, her fiery red hair dancing like flames. Upon seeing Hakushin Keiya's injuries, her words faltered. Minato entered last, gently closing the door behind him. His gaze flitted between Hakushin Keiya and Hinata Natsu, a knowing smile gracing his lips. What happened to you all? Hakushin Keiya managed a strained smile. 2 days without seeing, you made Natsu nearly frantic, Kushina remarked, hands on her hips. We searched every hospital. She suddenly noticed Natsu and Appo's reddened eyes, her tone softening involuntarily. Natsu took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure. Your internal organs still. Her Byakugan clearly revealed the damaged meridians. How could you be injured like this? White Fang cleared his throat. I will fetch the attending physician. He cast a meaningful glance at Hakushin Keiya before exiting the ward. Minato approached Kushina, naturally taking her hand. Let us step outside for a moment, allowing them some privacy. Kushina pouted. What could I possibly not hear? Yet she obediently followed Minato out. At the door, she suddenly turned back. Hey, Keiya, you must treat us when you recover. Once the door closed, the ward fell into silence. Natsu could no longer contain herself. Gently brushing her fingers over Hakushin Keiya's bandaged arm. Was it an Anbu mission? Hakushin Keiya paused. You, no? The information network of the Hyuga clan is broader than you imagine, Natsu replied softly, her tone resolute. My father told me long ago. Hakushin Keiya chuckled bitterly. I thought I was keeping it well hidden. Idiot. Natsu and Appo's tears finally fell. Do you have any idea how scared I was when I saw your injuries? Her fingers traced the scars on his face. Why didn't you tell me you were going on a dangerous mission? Hakushin Keiya struggled to lift his uninjured left hand, wiping her tears away. I'm sorry. I didn't want you to worry. Natsu suddenly leaned down, gently embracing him while carefully avoiding all his wounds. Next time, at least let me see you off. Outside the door, Kushina pressed her ear to the crack, her eyes wide with surprise. Minato, exasperated, tugged at her collar to pull her back. Stop eavesdropping. When did they start dating? Kushina whispered, incredulous. How did I not know? Minato shook his head with a smile. You're just oblivious. He squeezed her hand gently. Come on. Let us get Keiya something to eat. Kushina allowed herself to be led away, but suddenly remembered something. Wait. So, Keiya has really joined the Anbu? Minato halted, inwardly cursing. I've suspected it for a while. Kushina declared triumphantly, raising her chin. He always disappears mysteriously for long periods, only to reappear lying in a hospital bed. Minato sighed in relief, smiling. So you were pretending not to know earlier? Just playing along, Kushina winked. But Natsu already knew. That's just not fair. The two chatted amiably as they walked away. In the ward, Hakushin Keiya quietly recounted the mission and Appo's events to Natsu, deliberately downplaying the most perilous parts. Natsu listened attentively, their fingers intertwined. So, you killed 4 J-nin all by yourself? She concluded. Hakushin Keiya shook his head. 3 of them were special J-nin. Just as he finished explaining, he winced in pain from moving his injured body. Natsu quickly supported him. Don't move. Chapter 36. The Book of Seals. On a crisp morning a week later, Hikawasaura stood before the door of the Hokage and Appo's office, his fingers instinctively adjusting the pristine attire of the Anbu uniform. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and knocked. Come in, came the voice of the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, echoing through the heavy wooden door. Keiya entered to find not only the third Hokage present but also his advisors, Mito Gaiden and T. Runkabuto, alongside the brooding Shimura Danzo standing by the window. To his astonishment, his mentor, White Fang, leaned against the Hokage's desk, his silver hair tied back. Eyes behind the mask giving him a subtle wink. Keiya, come here, the third Hokage beckoned, releasing a puff of smoke from his pipe. Keiya stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Hokage-sama, rise, the third Hokage instructed, retrieving a special J-nin forehead protector from his drawer. Following deliberations within the Anbu Council, and in light of your performance during the border mission, I hereby promote you to the rank of special J-nin. Keiya accepted the forehead protector with both hands, feeling no surge of emotion. It was merely a title. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Moreover, the third Hokage continued, producing a large horizontal scroll adorned with a massive red seal, its surface ensnared by thick black chains. The Book of Seals. Keiya and Appo's heart raced at the sight. It was only upon seeing it that his pulse quickened. Given your remarkable feat of single-handedly dispatching 3 special J-nin and 1 J-nin while retrieving classified intelligence, I permit you to select 1 S-rank ninjutsu. Remember, it must remain confidential. At that moment, Danzo and Appo's cane struck heavily against the floor. Hiruzen, this is against regulations. The atmosphere in the office thickened with tension. Kabuto frowned. Danzo, Keiya and Appo's accomplishments are significant. A mere 14-year-old child learning S-rank ninjutsu? Danzo and Appo's single eye glinted with menace. Moreover, his lineage raises questions. White Fang leaned forward slightly, his hand resting on his short blade. Are you questioning the judgment of the Anbu, Danzo? What I question is his loyalty. Danzo retorted sharply. Keiya's fingers tightened discreetly. He yearned to unleash an ice release technique to silence this insufferable elder. Enough. The third Hokage rapped his pipe. The Hikawa clan has been settled in Konoha since its inception. Keiya's parents sacrificed their lives for the village, and his loyalty is beyond reproach. Danzo scoffed. Then what of his ice release? According to the Foundation and Appo's research, such a bloodline limit requires a pure lineage of at least 3 generations, yet both his parents were merely ordinary chunin. Suddenly, White Fang moved, appearing before Danzo like a specter. Though his blade remained sheathed, the air around him brimmed with a menacing aura. My disciple. White Fang's voice was as frigid as ice, needs no validation from anyone. Wyan Takan and Yamashiro Kaze materialized at Danzo's sides. But the third Hokage halted them with a mere glance. The tension in the office was palpable, as if a conflict might erupt at any moment. Tsukumo. The third Hokage sighed, lowering his blade. White Fang remained unmoved, his silver hair flowing like a tempest. Keiya had never witnessed such fury in his mentor. whose typically calm eyes now blazed with icy wrath. "Master," he murmured softly. At last, White Fang stepped back, yet his gaze remained fixed on Danzo. "Should this happen again, I will show no mercy." Danzo's single eye narrowed to a slit, his scarred visage more menacing than ever. "Hiruzen, is this the result of your indulgence? An Anbu captain dares to lay a hand on an advisor? Let us all calm down," Mito Gate and finally interjected. "Today is a day of recognition, not a quarrel." Kabuto nodded in agreement. Keiya and Amp, Appo's achievements are evident. The reward is well-deserved. Seizing the moment, the third Hokage redirected the conversation. "Keiya, which ninjutsu piques your interest?" Keiya inhaled deeply, his focus shifting to the Book of Seals. The list of techniques within dazzled him. Flying Thunder God Technique, Spirit Transformation Technique, 8 Gates. His fingers glided over each legendary ninjutsu, his heartbeat quickening. "Choose what suits you best," White Fang advised from behind him, "not necessarily the strongest." Keiya nodded, ultimately pausing at a unique entry. Water Release. His eyes scanned the descriptions, and he felt his mouth water with desire. Water Release. Water Severing Wave. S-Rank Forbidden Technique. Characteristics. Compresses high-pressure water to its limits, forming blades as fine as hair capable of slicing through steel. Range exceeds 100 meters, easily severing the chakra cloak of tailed beasts. The second Hokage once used this technique to cut off the horns of the 8 tails. Water Release. Heavenly Cry. S-Rank Forbidden Technique. Characteristics. Summons torrential rain from the sky. Each drop infused with explosive chakra. Coverage spans the entire battlefield, making it a formidable military-grade ninjutsu. The second Hokage once obliterated an allied force of 3,000 shinobi at the borders of the Land of Lightning using this technique. Water Release. Great Whirlpool Technique. S-Rank Forbidden Technique. Characteristics. Creates a deep-sea vortex with a diameter of 1 kilometer, accompanied by powerful suction effects. Once ensnared the 9 tails for 10 minutes. Further entries included the second Hokage's creations, Water Release, Water Mirror, and Water Release, Water Prison Dance, both categorized as forbidden techniques, demanding high chakra levels and control from the user. At this moment, Keiya harbored a singular thought. He desired them all. Yet he quickly dismissed this unrealistic notion. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not his father. He could not simply grant him everything. Thus, he could only select the technique best suited to his current stage and one that synergized advantageously with his ice release. After a moment of contemplation, Keiya's gaze settled on the Great Whirlpool Technique. In his view, this technique resonated profoundly with the developmental philosophy of the Ice Age. Both were large-scale terrain alteration ninjutsu. Moreover, the fluid dynamics of the vortex represented the ultimate control from liquid to solid state. Once his chakra reserves increased, Keiya could wield this technique for widespread devastation or to subdue shadow-level adversaries or tailed beasts. Danzo's cane struck the ground forcefully. That is a forbidden technique requiring immense chakra to sustain. Even J-Nin struggled to master it. Seeing he could not sway Keiya, Danzo turned to obstruct his ascent. "My ice release chakra is 3 times that of an ordinary person." Keiya met Danzo's gaze directly. The office fell silent. The third Hokage's eyes widened in surprise, while White Fang subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Danzo's expression darkened further. "Even so, such a level of ninjutsu." "I concur," White Fang interjected suddenly. "Keiya's chakra levels have reached J-Nin standards, and considering the unique properties of ice release, this technique is indeed suitable for him." The third Hokage pondered for a moment. Then a look of realization dawned upon him. "You intend to develop a new technique?" Keiya nodded earnestly. "Yes, Hokage-sama. I envision a technique that can instantaneously freeze vast bodies of water. But I must first master advanced water release as a foundation." "Arrogant!" Danzo interrupted sharply. "A mere genin dares to claim the development of new ninjutsu?" White Fang's figure abruptly appeared before Danzo, his blade, though still sheathed, pressed against Danzo's throat. "My disciple needs no assessment from you." Takan and Kaze materialized at Danzo and Amp, Appo's sides once more, but the third Hokage silenced them with a mere glance. "Enough," he declared, wrapping his pipe. Keiya's proposition holds significant merit. Ice release, as a bloodline limit, indeed necessitates suitable advanced ninjutsu. He handed the scroll to Keiya, urging him to transcribe it promptly. "Remember to report your training progress to me weekly." Keiya accepted the scroll with both hands, its weight causing his heart to race. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Tuanzong let out a cold snort and turned to leave, pausing briefly at the doorway. "Remember, young one, forbidden techniques are no trifling matter. A single misstep could cost not only your life." White Fang's gaze pierced into Tuanzang's retreating figure until he vanished completely. "Do not be concerned." The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. "Tuanzang is merely excessively cautious." He then turned to White Fang and Shuo-Mo. "I entrust the supervision of this technique's training to you." White Fang nodded slightly. "I will arrange a dedicated training ground." As they departed from the Hokage building, Bing Chuan Kong Ye's fingertips still trembled slightly. White Fang glanced at him and inquired, "Nervous?" "No, sensei." Bing Chuan Kong Yi tightened his grip on the scroll. "It is excitement." Chapter 37. Experimenting with new techniques. The following day, In the back mountains of Konoha, Ice River Keiya stood upon a rock in the center of a lake, his fingers unconsciously caressing the transcription scroll of the Book of Seals. Each character of the forbidden S-rank technique, water release, great whirlpool technique, was etched deeply into his mind, yet as he prepared to attempt it, beads of perspiration formed in his palms. This was the first S-rank forbidden technique he had acquired since traversing into the Naruto world. And the complexity of the hand seals alone was dizzying. "Are you ready?" came the voice of White Fang from the shore. The silver-haired shinobi leaned against an ancient pine, a short blade casually sheathed at his waist, exuding an air of relaxed readiness that belied the lethal force he could unleash at any moment. Not far behind him, 3 shadow clones maintained a vast barrier technique to prevent any disturbances from alarming the village. "Give me 5 more minutes." Keiya took a deep breath. Closing his eyes to recall the contents of the scroll, the chakra flows first clockwise, then counterclockwise. "Do not rely solely on rote memorization," White Fang interrupted. "Feel the essence of water." What did the second Hokage write at the end of the scroll? A line of elegant script floated into Keiya and Appo's mind. "Water has no fixed form. It balances hardness and softness. At the peak of the whirlpool, it can engulf the heavens and earth. Then go and feel the and Appo's peak of the whirlpool, and Appo's, a rare warmth tinged White Fang and Appo's voice. Your ice release is not a constraint, but a liberation." Keiya nodded, plunging his palm into the lake. The biting cold spread through his fingertips. Yet he felt an unexpected comfort. This was the characteristic bestowed by the ice fruit. Chakra rippled from his palm, causing unnatural ripples to dance across the lake and Appo's surface. For the first attempt, he utilized only a tenth of his chakra. White Fang and Appo's voice rang out from the shore. The silver-haired shinobi stood by the ancient pine, while his shadow clones arranged a soundproof barrier around them. "Remember, first master the basic form before considering the integration of ice release." Keiya nodded, his hands swiftly forming the seals. "Cho yu shin yu zihai?" Chakra surged forth, causing the lake to undulate unnaturally. A small vortex, approximately 5 meters in diameter, began to form, but after 3 rotations, it suddenly collapsed, splashing water everywhere. "Your chakra output is unstable," White Fang noted bluntly. This technique emphasizes continuity, not explosiveness. On his second attempt, Keiya slowed his hand seals. This time, the vortex persisted for 10 seconds, but lost control as it expanded, sending a column of water soaring into the sky, drenching him thoroughly. "Your control over the form is too rigid." White Fang shook his head. "Imagine the water flow as an extension of yourself, not a tool." The third and fourth attempts ended in failure. Keiya and Appo's chakra was now depleted by more than half, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The closest he came to success was when the vortex reached a diameter of 10 meters, but froze just as it was about to stabilize. His ice release inadvertently interfered with the water release and Appo's operation. Frustrated by the continued failures, Keiya took a break. 10 minutes. White Fang tossed him a water bottle. "The issue lies in your breathing rhythm." As Keiya gulped down the specially formulated supplement, a thought struck him. "Teacher, how did the second Hokage resolve the issue of a tribute conflict?" "The second did not possess a bloodline limit," White Fang elaborated, unusually verbose. "However, he invented the Appo's chakra diversion technique, and Appo's, allowing different chakra natures to coexist harmoniously within the same chakra pathways." This insight illuminated Keiya and Appo's mind. He seated himself cross-legged, attempting to divide his chakra into 2 streams, one pure water release flowing through his right hand, while the other, ice release, concentrated in his left. When he formed the seals again, Keiya altered his approach. First, he executed the water release technique solely with his right hand. Once the vortex stabilized, he infused it with ice release using his left hand. This time, an 8-meter diameter vortex emerged on the lake and Appo's surface, the water swirling at an increasing velocity. "Now," White Fang suddenly commanded. Keiya thrust his left hand into the vortex and Appo's center. "Ice release. Freeze." In an instant, it felt as though an invisible giant hand gripped the entire lake. The once rapidly spinning vortex abruptly solidified, crystalline ice spreading outward at a terrifying pace, forcibly freezing the tumultuous water into a spiral ice sculpture. Keiya's pupils narrowed. He could distinctly sense that every droplet of water within the vortex was being forcibly immobilized by the ice release. More alarming was the realization that those frozen currents continued to maintain their terrifying rotational inertia. Crack, 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 the sound of fracturing ice echoed from within. The frozen vortex began to twist, shattering as countless sharp ice blades whirled within, resembling a frost giant struggling against its confines. Below the lake and Appo's surface, the water was drawn into this force, forming a massive ice vortex with a diameter exceeding 20 meters, its terrifying suction even grinding the nearby rocks to dust. White Fang and Appo's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively leaped back several meters. The blade at his waist was drawn in an instant, creating a silver chakra barrier before him. Boom. The ice vortex erupted completely. Countless ice blades shot outward like a torrential downpour. each possessing the cutting force of high-speed rotation, severing trees in half, shattering rocks into fragments, and even tearing apart the soundproof barrier White Fang had erected in the blink of an eye. Kaya stood at the vortex's center, his body encrusted in frost, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He could feel his chakra being drained at a terrifying rate. Merely maintaining the technique for 3 seconds had consumed over half of his chakra. This technique, White Fang and Amp, Appos, S voice born unusual gravity, is no longer merely water release or ice release. Gritting his teeth, Kaya struggled to maintain the technique, acutely aware that anything caught in the vortex was not merely subjected to physical destruction. Those ice blades carried an extreme cold chakra that would freeze an enemy and Amp, Appos, S chakra pathways upon invasion, leaving them unable to form seals. If a person were to be caught within, a horrifying image flashed in Kaya's mind. The enemy's body would be shredded by the ice blades while their chakra was completely frozen, leaving them no chance to utilize the body replacement technique. Enough, dispel it, White Fang commanded sharply. Startled back to reality, Kaya immediately released the technique. In the next moment, his knees buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. The depletion of chakra was far beyond his expectations. Maintaining it for a mere 5 seconds had left him on the brink of exhaustion. The lake returned to calm, yet the once clear waters were now littered with shattered ice, and the shore lay in disarray, as if ravaged by some colossal beast. White Fang approached Kaya's side, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. What do you intend to name this technique? Breathing heavily, Kaya gazed at his palm and murmured, Ice Vortex Strangle. White Fang nodded, his gaze profound. Its power has already reached the standard of an S-rank forbidden technique, perhaps even exceeding that. While Kaya felt a surge of excitement alongside his astonishment, he understood the evident cost. Your chakra reserves are insufficient for prolonged combat, White Fang stated coolly and incisively. Once you employ this technique, you must conclude the battle swiftly. Or else. Kaya offered a wry smile. Or else I will become easy prey. White Fang did not refute him, merely stating, therefore, what you must focus on next is twofold. First, increase your total chakra reserves. Second, learn to control the range and power of this technique, transforming it into a controllable killing move rather than a last-ditch effort that leads to mutual destruction. Kaya inhaled deeply, nodding in understanding. He recognized that he had just birthed a fearsome ninjutsu capable of altering the tide of battle, yet mastering it would require considerable effort. Moreover, the voice of White Fang suddenly lowered. The existence of this technique should not be disclosed to anyone for the time being. Glacier Kong fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. He understood his teacher and Appos' concerns. The destructive power of this technique was exceedingly formidable. Should it come to the attention of the higher-ups, it could very well be forcibly categorized as a forbidden technique, or worse, attract the attention of certain individuals. Deep down, he was aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not a benevolent elder. Those who wield power are unlikely to tolerate the existence of anything that poses a threat to them. Return now, and rest early, White Fang said as he turned toward the woods. I will need to be away for a while. Take good care of yourself. Glacier Kong watched White Fang and Appos' retreating figure, a warm feeling rising within him. He glanced back at the scarred surface of the lake and thought to himself, I truly am a genius. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 38, Danzo and Appos' actions in the underground of Konoha. At the headquarters of the Root organization, a dimly lit chamber flickered with candlelight, casting shadows on the sinister visage of Shimura Danzo. Seated upon a stone chair, his right eye was bound in bandages, while his left hand lightly tapped the armrest, producing a dull thud. So, has the new jutsu of Hyogakaku been completed? His low voice reverberated in the empty room, laced with an almost imperceptible hint of apprehension. The Root member kneeling before him, a ninja codenamed Crow, raised his head slightly, his voice hoarse. Yes, Lord Danzo. According to the intelligence gathered, today, White Fang has set up a barrier at the lake in the back mountains, and Hyogakaku unleashed a brand new ice release ninjutsu. Its power, far exceeding expectations. Danzo and Appos' solitary eye narrowed slightly. What were the specific effects? After Hyogakaku departed, we examined the scene and found the lake's surface frozen in a spiral shape, ice blades shredding everything within a 20-meter radius, including rocks and trees. Crow and Appos' voice was unusually grave. The most terrifying aspect is that these ice blades seem capable of freezing chakra flow, rendering those caught in them unable to perform even a substitution jutsu. Danzo's fingers tightened suddenly, the armrest creaking under the strain. Another threat. Images of Hyogakaku flitted through his mind, a previously mediocre ninja trainee who, within a little over a year, awakened a rare bloodline limit of ice release and could even perform certain ice techniques without hand seals. And now, he had developed a lethal technique that could rival S-rank forbidden arts. White Fang, truly a nuisance, Danzo coldly remarked. He and his disciples are becoming increasingly troublesome. Crow fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. Lord Danzo, Hyogakaku, and Appos' rate of growth is alarmingly rapid. If left unchecked, I fear. I know, Danzo interrupted, a cold glint flashing in his eye. but Sarutobi will not permit us to act against him directly, at least not within the village. He slowly rose and approached the wall, pressing his hand against a stone slab inscribed with sealing formulas. The slab slid open silently, revealing a hidden compartment containing several ancient scrolls. Though Hyoga Kaku's ice release is formidable, it is not without its countermeasures. Danzo retrieved a yellowed scroll, his tone icy. This is the Andapos, sealing technique of ice and Apos, left by the Uzumaki clan, specifically designed to counter ice release bloodlines. Crow and Apos, pupils contracted. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? Indeed. Danzo unfurled the scroll, the densely packed runes glimmering dark red in the candlelight. No matter how powerful Hyoga Kaku and Apos' ice release is, it ultimately relies on chakra and Apos' transformation. If we seal his chakra flow at the moment he casts his jutsu, he will be rendered powerless. Crow bowed his head. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Lord Danzo. Danzo rolled the scroll back up, his voice frigid. White Fang is about to leave the village on a mission. Hyoga Kaku will be unprotected for a time. When he next ventures out, that will be our opportunity. Crow hesitated slightly, but Hyoga Kaku is still a Konoha ninja. If he perishes during the mission, the third Hokage will undoubtedly investigate. Investigate? Danzo scoffed. A dead ninja, no matter how talented, is worth nothing. Moreover, a fierce glint flickered in his solitary eye. As long as we dispose of the body properly, who could possibly prove we were responsible? Crow ceased further protest. Bowing deeply, understood. Danzo resumed his seat upon the stone chair, his fingers gently tapping the armrest. Furthermore, arranged for surveillance on Hyoga Kaku and Apos' every move, particularly the weaknesses of his new jutsu. Understood. And Danzo and Apos' voice lowered suddenly. We must also closely monitor White Fang and Apos' movements. Crow and Apos' eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. White Fang hasn't and Apos' he already. Humph. Danzo sneered. Do you truly believe he would leave his disciple unattended in the village? Crow suddenly comprehended. I will arrange for personnel to closely monitor White Fang's whereabouts. Danzo nodded slightly, his solitary eye gazing into the dark recesses of the chamber, as if staring down an unseen adversary. Hyoga Kaku, your talent is indeed remarkable. Alas, Konoha has no need for a second White Fang. The following day, Hyoga Kaku stretched lazily, a sense of elation coursing through him as he strolled down the street. The fatigue of the previous day had dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented exhilaration. The completion of the ice spiral had finally endowed him with the confidence to confront Danzo, though it had demanded immense energy. He was no longer a weakling at the mercy of others. Next, he ought to seek out Hinata. A smile crept onto his lips as he briskly made his way towards the Hyuga clan and Apos' estate. At the entrance of the Hyuga clan and Apos' residence, two members clad in white kimonos stood guard, their Byakugan activated, scanning their surroundings warily. As Hyoga Kaku approached, one raised a hand to halt him. Stop. This is the Hyuga estate. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. Hyoga Kaku smiled slightly, responding politely. I am Hyoga Kaku, here to see Hinata. The two guards exchanged glances, and one nodded. Ah, it is you. Miss Hinata has already instructed that you may enter if you seek her. Hyoga Kaku was momentarily taken aback, warmth flooding his heart. Hinata had anticipated his visit and even made prior arrangements. Thank you. He nodded appreciatively and stepped into the grounds of the Hyuga clan. The architecture of the Hyuga estate was ancient and elegant, with lush trees shading the courtyard and stone pathways winding gracefully. Hyoga Kaku followed the path and soon heard the familiar sound of gentle fish training. Outside the training grounds, Hinata was practicing alone, her delicate fingers gathering chakra as she precisely struck the pressure points on a wooden post. Her movements flowed seamlessly, embodying both grace and strength, clearly indicating that she had not slacked off in her training during this time. Hinata, a familiar voice called from behind, causing Hinata to momentarily pause before resuming her practice. As if she hadn't heard, Hyoga Kaku blinked, moving closer to her side. What is this? Ignoring me? Hinata let out a soft huff, remaining focused on the wooden post. Some people forget others once they've healed. Now you remember me? Hyoga Kaku was taken aback for a moment, then realized he had indeed been preoccupied with his training for the past few days and had tea sought her out. My apologies. I've been busy with matters these past days, he said, stepping closer with sincerity, but I haven't forgotten you. I thought about how wonderful it would be if you were watching me practice every day. Hinata's ears flushed slightly, but she feigned indifference. Smooth talker. Observing her reaction, Hyoga Kaku immediately donned a look of feigned hurt. Really? I even brought you a gift. A gift? Hinata finally turned to him, her expression laced with skepticism. Hyoga Kaku smiled mysteriously and retrieved a small box from his ninja tool pouch, presenting it to her. Open it and see. Hinata hesitated before accepting it, gently lifting the lid. Inside lay an exquisite ice crystal hairpin, the transparent ice intricately sculpted into the shape of cherry blossoms, glimmering with a soft blue hue in the sunlight. This is crafted from my ice release. It won't melt, Hyoga Kaku explained with a smile. I thought it would look beautiful on you. Hinata and Amp, Appo's cheeks turned slightly rosy as her fingers delicately brushed over the ice crystal petals, involuntarily lifting the corners of her mouth. I suppose you have a bit of conscience left. Hyoga Kaku sighed in relief, seizing the moment to propose, to make amends. Let me treat you to grilled meat today, and we can invite Minato and Kushina along. What do you think? Hinata shot him a sidelong glance. You're treating? Of course. Then I want 3 servings of the special beef. No problem. Hinata finally broke into a smile, tucking the ice crystal hairpin into her hair and gently shaking her head. Does it look good? Bing Chuan Kong gazed at the shimmering ice crystals glistening under the sunlight, as well as her slightly flushed cheeks. His heart skipped a beat. Beautiful, he murmured softly, particularly beautiful. Chapter 39. The provocation of the Hyuga clan. Hinata, Natsu, smiled gently, about to speak when suddenly a cold voice echoed from the far end of the training ground. Natsu, what are you doing here? Hikawasaura also turned to look, spotting a tall Hyuga clansman striding towards them. The young man, in his early 20s, bore a stern expression, and his white pupils betrayed an unmistakable hostility. 3 other Hyuga ninjas, clad in the clan and Appo's traditional attire, followed him. Their expressions varied yet tinged with scrutiny. Hinata, Natsu, and Appo's expression stiffened slightly, and she leaned closer to Hikawasaura, whispering, Hyuga Ryuichi, a rather annoying fellow. Hikawasaura raised an eyebrow, quickly comprehending the identity of the newcomer, Hyuga Ryuichi, the son of the clan and Appo's third elder. It was said that he possessed exceptional talent, having ascended to the rank of Nin at a young age, and held considerable status within the Hyuga clan. As Ryuichi approached, his cold gaze swept over Hikawasaura before settling on Natsu and Appo's hairpin. During the clan and Appo's training hours, you dare to engage in idle chatter with an outsider? His tone was low, laced with a clear reprimand. Natsu furrowed her brow. Ryuichi-senpai, my training is complete, and this is my free time. Free time? Ryuichi scoffed. As a member of the Hyuga clan, every action you take reflects the honor of our family. How can you associate closely with such a dubious ninja? Dubious? Hikawasaura narrowed his eyes, maintaining a calm demeanor, though his gaze had turned icy. Ryuichi finally regarded him with disdain. Hikawa clan? I and Amp, Appo's, never even heard of such a minor clan. How dare you think you can associate with the Hyuga? The commotion drew the attention of more Hyuga clansmen, who gathered around. The branch family members stood at a distance, whispering among themselves, while the main family members positioned themselves behind Ryuichi, forming an implicit confrontation. Hikawasaura surveyed the surroundings, a cold smirk forming clearly they intended to intimidate him. Sensing the tension, Natsu stepped forward. Hyuga Ryuichi, Kuya is my friend. Please refrain from speaking like that. Friend? Ryuichi chuckled derisively. Natsu, you and Amp, Appo's, still young and naive. Some people approach you solely for the status of the Hyuga clan. With a sneer, he abruptly reached for Natsu and Appo's hairpin, disdainfully commenting on its supposed cheapness. His movement abruptly halted. Hikawasaura and Amp, Appo's hand had captured Ryuichi and Amp, Appo's wrist, a thin layer of ice rapidly spreading from the point of contact. I implore you. Hikawasaura and Appo's voice was as frigid as the Arctic winds. Do not touch her. The training ground fell into an eerie silence. All Hyuga clansmen widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. An outsider dared to lay hands on a member of the main family. Ryuichi and Amp, Appo's expression shifted from shock to fury. You seek death. Violent chakra erupted from within him, shattering the ice encasing his wrist. He retaliated with a swift, powerful strike aimed directly at Hikawasaura's vital point, his movements creating afterimages. Bang! Astonishingly, the strike that seemed certain to hit passed right through Hikawasaura, merely stirring a shower of ice crystals. Ryuichi stumbled forward, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. It went through? Murmurs of disbelief arose from the gathered Hyuga. Hikawasaura and Amp, Appo's figure reformed a short distance away, surrounded by a faint chill. Though he appeared composed, he remained vigilant. After all, Ryuichi was Nin. Had he not reacted swiftly, he could have been sealed. Lord Ryuichi. The 3 main family ninjas leaped into the arena, encircling Hikawasaura. Natsu, anxious to intervene, was halted by 2 branch family kunoichi. Miss Natsu, please do not complicate matters for us. Ryuichi waved his hand dismissively. Let us see how formidable your ice techniques truly are. Attack. With his command, the 3 main family ninjas advanced, forming a triangular formation around Hikawasaura. Hikawasaura glanced at his adversaries, a slight smile gracing his lips. Is it customary for the Hyuga clan to rely on numbers to overpower a single opponent? Against you, I am more than sufficient, Ryuichi retorted coldly. However, since you believe yourself so capable, let my clansmen entertain you. The surrounding Hyuga members retreated, creating an open space. The branch family members stood at a distance, some with expressions of concern, others reveling in the spectacle. Among them, a young man observed the unfolding situation with keen interest. Natsu bit her lip, poised to intervene, but Hikawasaura shook his head at her. It is fine, he declared loudly. Since they wish to play, I shall humor them. Natsu gazed at him, worry evident in her eyes. But, Trust me, Hikawasaura smiled reassuringly, then turned towards the center of the arena. Ryuichi scoffed, signaling to his three companions. They immediately activated their Byakugan, chakra coalescing in their palms. Hikawasaura, do not say we are bullying you. One of the main family ninjas sneered. You may choose to concede and leave the Hyuga territory. Hikawasaura stood casually with his hands in his pockets. You speak too much. If you wish to fight, then let us begin. Seeking death. The three ninjas struck simultaneously. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist techniques were renowned for their precision, and their attacks effectively cut off all of Hikawasura's escape routes. However, just as their fingertips were about to make contact with his body, ice release, body flicker, Hikawasura's figure vanished, leaving only a scattering of ice crystals in his wake. What? The three main family ninjas and Appos, pupils constricted. Before they could react, a light laugh echoed from behind them. Too slow. Bang. A sweeping kick sent the leftmost ninja flying several meters before crashing to the ground. The other two quickly turned, but Hikawasura was swifter. Forming hand seals, ice release, frostbind. The ground instantly crystallized with frost, ensnaring the feet of both ninjas. One attempted to shatter the ice with chakra, but Hikawasura had already closed in, delivering a precise chop to the back of his neck. GUH. The second ninja stammered, collapsing to the ground. The last one's expression changed dramatically as he erupted with chakra to break free from the ice, retreating hastily. However, he felt a chill at his back. Hikawasura had appeared behind him, a hand resting lightly on his shoulder. You have lost. Crack. Frost rapidly spread, encasing half of his body. Silence enveloped the arena. I truly wonder how you dare to challenge me. Have you not inquired about who Konoha and Appos, as top geniuses? Hikawasura declared arrogantly, tilting his head back. The branch family members gaped in astonishment, as if witnessing such shamelessness for the first time. The main family members, however, wore expressions of fury. Ryuichi clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously, his rage threatening to erupt. Useless, he shouted, striding into the arena, clearly prepared to take matters into his own hands. Hikawasura clapped his hands, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Ryuichi. Finally willing to step in yourself? Ryuichi ceased his chatter, activating his Byakugan fully, chakra swirling around him in visible currents. The J-level pressure was unleashed without restraint, causing the surrounding Hyuga to step back. Hikawasura, you will pay for your arrogance. Hikawasura shrugged nonchalantly. Let us see. Ryuichi wasted no time, his form flickering as he closed the distance in an instant. His speed far surpassed that of the previous three, the air around his gentle fist crackling with a sharp sound as he advanced. The glacier, Keiya, narrowed his eyes and swiftly sidestepped. Yet Hinata Ryuichi's assault clung to him like a shadow, each palm strike forcing him to retreat further. Recognizing his advantage, Hinata Ryuichi rapidly formed hand seals, veins bulging on his forehead, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A flurry of palm shadows descended like a tempest. Each strike aimed precisely at chakra points. Keiya, continuously elementalizing to evade, soon felt the drastic drain on his chakra. Such high-frequency elemental transformations were an immense burden for him at this moment. Bang! A vacant palm finally struck a solid target, sending Keiya stumbling back several steps, though fortunately, he sustained only minor injuries. Nevertheless, Hinata Ryuichi smirked, declaring that with the next strike, he would cripple Keiya and Appos' chakra pathways. Just as he prepared to unleash his next move, Keiya coldly smiled to himself, contemplating that had he not chosen to spare this wretched life, he would have already executed the ice release, ice vortex decapitation upon him. Suddenly, Keiya brought his hands together, ice release, mirror return. A colossal ice mirror materialized out of thin air, reflecting Hinata Ryuichi's full force strike back at him. With a muffled grunt, he was jolted backward, stumbling 7 or 8 steps from the recoil of his own strength. Chapter 40. My father-in-law is quite nice, how infuriating. Hyuga Ryuichi was completely enraged, the veins around his eyes bulging ominously as he unleashed the 8 trigrams, breaking mountain strike. The force of this attack was far greater than before, and the shockwave formed by his chakra tore through the ground and surged forward. Bingchuan Konya and Appos' eyes narrowed. It was evident that he was facing the genius Jonin of the Hyuga clan. Such ordinary defenses would be utterly ineffective. If only he had brought Shui along. Taking a deep breath, Bingchuan Konya swiftly formed hand seals. Ice release. Absolute zero. A barrier of icy chakra formed before him, and as the shockwave collided, it was instantaneously frozen into a solid mass. The watching members of the Hyuga clan gasped in astonishment. Hyuga Ryuichi's face turned ashen. And just as he was about to launch another attack, 2 authoritative voices rang out simultaneously. Stop. At the entrance of the training ground stood Hyuga clan leader Hyuga Tiani alongside a stern-looking middle-aged man, who bore a striking resemblance to Hyuga Xia, clearly her father. Father. Leader. The Hyuga clan members all bowed in respect. Reluctantly, Hyuga Ryuichi withdrew. Leader, this brat. Enough, Hyuga Tiani interrupted coldly. 3 Chunin attacking a single genin, and a jonin resorting to secret techniques. This is a disgrace to the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Xia and Appos' father, Hyuga Dekan, stepped forward to scrutinize Bingchuan Kongya with piercing eyes. Just as the atmosphere reached a tense peak, he unexpectedly patted Bingchuan Kongya on the shoulder. Young man, you're quite commendable for protecting our Xia. Turning to Hyuga Ryuichi, he added, Ryuichi, you are nearly a decade older than him, and yet you take this so seriously? This unexpected reaction left everyone in shock. Hyuga Ryuichi opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Dekan. Hyuga Tani frowned. Leader. Hyuga Dekan chuckled heartily. They are merely sparring. There is no need to escalate matters. He then turned to Hyuga Xia. Xia, take your friend for a stroll in the village. It's not fitting to remain cooped up in the clan grounds. Hyuga Xia's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, father. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Hyuga Dekan even affectionately patted Bingchuan Kongya's back. Young man. Do remember to inform me next time you come by. I'll have the kitchen prepare some good dishes. It wasn't until they exited the gates of the Hyuga clan that Bingchuan Kongya felt slightly dazed. Your father is completely different from what I imagined. Hyuga Xia smiled shyly. Father despises formality. He believes that the pride of the Hyuga family should be reflected in strength, not in pompous displays. Bingchuan Kongya turned back to glance at the imposing gate of the Hyuga clan, sincerely exclaiming, your father truly understands. Of course, Hyuga Xia said proudly, lifting her chin. The icy crystal ornament in her hair glistening in the sunlight. But you were amazing today, teaching those brats a lesson. Who told him to touch your ornament? Bingchuan Kongya replied softly. I spent 2 nights crafting it. Hyuga Xia's face suddenly flushed, and she lowered her head, her fingers nervously playing with the ornament. Fool. You mustn't do that again. Ah, my father-in-law is quite nice, Bingchuan Kongya suddenly remarked. Rogue. Who's your father-in-law? Your father, of course. Did you not see how he spoke in my favor? Humph. He just isn't familiar with you yet. Bingchuan Kongya and Hyuga Xia walked side by side. The distance between them, so close that they could almost feel each other and Apos, as warmth. Hyuga Xia kept her head down, her fingers unconsciously toying with her hair ornament. The blush on her cheeks still evident. Bingchuan Kongya glanced at her, feeling his heartbeat inexplicably quicken. Xia, he suddenly halted. Hyuga Xia looked up in confusion, her lavender eyes sparkling. Bingchuan Kongya gazed at her slightly flushed cheeks, the delicate tip of her nose, and her lips which were pressed together from nervousness. A rush of impulse surged within him. He gently cupped her face, and before she could react, he leaned down and kissed her. Hyuga Xia and Apos, as pupils dilated. Her entire body frozen in place, as if stripped of all cognitive ability. Her fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothing, her mind a blank slate. Even forgetting to breathe, Bingchuan Kongya pulled back slightly, observing her reaction, unable to suppress a chuckle. What is the matter? Are you startled? It was only then that Hyuga Xia seemed to awaken from a dream. Her entire face turned crimson, even the tips of her ears blushing. She took 2 hurried steps back, stammering, Why you? What about me? Bingchuan Kongya tilted his head, deliberately teasing her. How could you? Suddenly. Hyuga Xia's voice dwindled to a near whisper, her fingers intertwining tightly, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Bingchuan Kongya watched her flustered demeanor, his heart softening. He reached out to gently ruffle her hair, playfully teasing, Is it not allowed here? Fool, what are you saying? Hyuga Xia glared at him in embarrassment. Though her eyes held no anger, only a hint of panic and shyness. Bingchuan Kongya chuckled softly, taking her hand. Let us go. If we don't hurry to the barbecue place, Minato and Kushina will be waiting impatiently. Hyuga Xia allowed him to lead her, her mind still in a daze. The fleeting sensation of their lips lingering on hers made her feel lightheaded, as if she were walking on clouds. She stole a glance at the boy beside her. Noticing the faint smile on his lips, his profile exceptionally handsome under the sunlight. Her heart skipped a beat once more. Inside the barbecue private room. You two are awfully slow, Kushina exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring at the 2 who had just entered. The meat is nearly burnt. Minato smiled, trying to ease the tension. All right. They're here now, aren't they? Bingchuan Kongya pulled Hyuga Xia down to sit, pouring her a glass of juice. We got delayed on the way. Kushina scrutinized the 2 suspiciously. What could take you so long? Hyuga Xia lowered her head, quietly sipping her juice, pretending not to hear. Bingchuan Kongya, however, remained unfazed as he placed a piece of grilled meat onto her plate. Try this. It's just off the grill. Kushina narrowed her eyes, suddenly leaning closer to Hyuga Xia. Xia, why is your face so red? Hyuga Xia sprayed her juice, coughing violently. Bingchuan Kongya hurriedly patted her back. Slow down, take your time. Minato glanced between Bingchuan Kongya and Hyuga Xia, seemingly piecing things together, a slight smile forming. Kushina. Let us not pry. Let us just eat. Kushina pouted but obediently settled back down, so mysterious. For the remainder of the meal, Hyuga Xia kept her head down, quietly eating the meat Bingchuan Kongya had given her, occasionally responding but never daring to look up. Bingchuan Kongya, however, appeared perfectly composed, even discussing ninjutsu insights with Minato, all the while his fingers discreetly entwined with Hyuga Xia's beneath the table, sending shivers down her spine. Though Kushina was rather oblivious, she sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere. Leaning close to Minato's ear, she whispered, Are they? Minato smiled without answering, merely nodding slightly. Kushina's eyes widened, then a sly grin spread across her face as she suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I just remembered, Minato and I have a mission. We need to leave now." "Huh?" Minato blinked in confusion. "When did we? Let us go, let us go." Kushina interrupted, pulling him along. Winking at Bing Xuan Kongya and Hugasiya. "You two take your time eating. Don't mind us." With that, she dragged Minato out of the private room, even taking care to close the door behind them. The room fell silent instantly. Hinata Natsu stared blankly at the closed door, and it took her a moment to comprehend. They. Hikawasaura chuckled softly. It was intentional. Natsu and Appo's face flushed once more, observing her bashful demeanor. Sora felt his heart soften immensely. He reached out and gently pinched her cheek, teasing, "Is it that easy for you to blush?" "And no, it isn't," Natsu retorted defiantly. Yet the crimson tips of her ears betrayed her. Sora leaned in closer with a smile. "Then, shall we try again?" What again? Before she could finish her sentence, a warm, soft sensation grazed her lips once more. This time, Sora kissed her lightly, yet with earnestness. Natsu's eyes widened as her fingers instinctively tightened around his sleeve. This time, she did not shy away. Chapter 41. The oncoming war in the dimly lit corridors of the Konoha Anbu underground base. The footsteps of Keiya Ikegawa were entirely absorbed by his specially designed ninja boots. As he rounded the third corner, a figure adorned with a white fox mask silently emerged from the shadows. "You're here too, Hakuto?" Keiya greeted with a smile. He always felt that someone in the Branch family during their last encounter at the Hyuga household bore a striking resemblance to Hakuto. "Follow me," Hakuto replied, his voice muffled by the mask. "Why is it so cold today?" Keiya murmured. Hakuto led him into a soundproof chamber, retrieving a scroll from within his robes. "This is left for you by Lord Shikaku before his departure. From my teacher?" Keiya took the scroll, and as it made contact with his chakra, the sealing technique automatically unraveled. Unfurling it, he was met with the sharp, precise script of White Fang. "The situation in the Land of Rain is deteriorating. Hanzo is secretly colluding with the Wagakure. I have been ordered to form a special operations team, accompanied by Orochimaru and his companions. War is inevitable. Strengthen yourself as soon as possible." Keiya's fingers tightened around the scroll, creasing its edges. The Second Shinobi World War approaches. In the original narrative, the turning point of the Second Shinobi World War was indeed the battle in the Land of Rain. The three legendary shinobi would face off against Hanzo the Salamander, earning the title of the Legendary Three of Konoha. White Fang would achieve remarkable feats in this war, solidifying his name as a nightmare for their enemies. However, Keiya understood that the brutality of this conflict would surpass all expectations. "I must grow stronger." He inhaled deeply, incinerating the scroll before turning to depart. In the evening, at the Might Guy household, Keiya arrived bearing a large sack of ingredients and several bottles of sake, knocking on the door. "Hey, Keiya." Might Guy opened the door with his usual exuberance. "What brings you here today?" "I came to see you and Kai," Keiya replied, raising the bag of food. "I brought some snacks and I hope you can assist me with a favor." Might Guy laughed heartily, embracing him. "A request from the fiery youth." "Of course, no problem." Inside, young Might Kai was doing handstand push-ups. Upon spotting Keiya, he jumped up excitedly. "Brother Keiya." "Kai, how has your training been lately?" Keiya ruffled his spiky hair. "I can do 500 handstand push-ups now," Kai declared proudly. "Dad says in 2 years, I can start learning the 8 gates." Might Guy and Appo's wife peeked from the kitchen, smiling gently. "Keiya-kun, please stay for dinner. Then I shall impose," Keiya replied. At the dinner table, as he savored the steaming dishes, Keiya conversed with Might Guy about their recent training progress. When he mentioned White Fang being deployed to the Land of Rain, Might Guy's expression grew unusually serious. "War," he sighed. The fiery youth should not waste their passion on pointless bloodshed. After a brief silence, Keiya spoke softly. "Guy-senpai, I wish to open the third gate as soon as possible." Might Guy set down his chopsticks, gazing intently at him. "The third gate. The life gate is the first watershed of the 8 gates. Opening it will impose a tremendous burden on your body. Your chakra reserves are ample, but your physical strength." Keiya had never neglected his physical training, yet age remained a barrier. His bones had not fully developed, and overexertion could lead to permanent damage. "I can endure," Keiya asserted resolutely. "The war is coming. I must be prepared." Might Guy studied him for several moments before breaking into a wide grin. "Very well. If you possess such determination, we shall train intensively in the mountains tonight." "Thank you, Guy-senpai." In the depths of the Konoha Mountains, the moonlight illuminated the training ground, casting shadows of 2 figures in constant motion. Bang, bang, bang. Keiya, enveloped in a pale blue frost chakra, clashed vigorously with Might Guy's strikes. Each encounter sent ripples of air, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. "Not fast enough," Might Guy bellowed, suddenly accelerating. "The third gate requires your chakra to break through the Appo's, life gate and Appo's constraints. You must condition your body for this explosion." Keiya gritted his teeth as his chakra surged within him. He could feel the life gate in his chest acting as a heavy dam, obstructing the flow of chakra. Again, Might Guy appeared behind him in an instant, delivering a sweeping kick. Keiya barely sidestepped, only to be struck by a following punch to his abdomen, sending him crashing against the rocky wall. Cough. He knelt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Pain is the catalyst for breakthrough. Might Guy's voice echoed through the night. Feel the flow of chakra and find that gate. Kaya closed his eyes, delving into his inner self. With the perception granted by his ice-style chakra, he could distinctly see the pathways of chakra within him there. At his chest, a faint barrier impeded the energy's rush. That's the spot. He opened his eyes abruptly, swiftly forming hand seals. Ice-style, frost meridian. The frigid chakra coursed through his meridians, temporarily freezing the surrounding muscles and vessels to mitigate the tearing injuries of opening the 8 gates. 8 gates. Third gate. Open. Boom. The violent chakra burst forth like a flood, shattering the barrier in his chest. Kaya and Appo's skin flushed red as blue chakra steam mingled with ice crystals, forming a magnificent aura around him. Success! Might Guy exclaimed with delight. However, the power exceeded Kaya's expectations. The eruption of the third gate sent his chakra spiraling out of control. The extremes of cold and heat clashed within him, threatening to tear his very being apart. He collapsed to the ground, ice crystals spreading uncontrollably across his surface, even causing the air around him to crystallize with frost. Might Guy's expression turned grave. This is bad. Quickly, release the 8 gates. Moments later, Kaya knelt, beads of sweat cascading from his chin, each drop creating dark spots on the hard rocky ground. Might Guy, usually brimming with enthusiasm, bore a rare, serious expression. He crouched beside Kaya, gently pressing his rough fingers against his back. The chakra flow after breaking through the life gate was more ferocious than anticipated. Might Guy frowned. Your ice style indeed protected the major meridians, but the chakra flow needs to be more fluid. Kaya clenched his teeth, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. He felt as though the chakra unleashed after opening the life gate was a flood, and even with the ice style shielding the meridians, it was difficult to contain. Guy-senpai. He struggled to speak, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. What did it feel like when you first opened the life gate? Might Guy's gaze turned distant, as if traversing time itself. He sat cross-legged, signaling Kaya to adjust his breathing. That was when I was 16, he began, his voice deep and resonant. I spent 3 whole months, enduring the force of the waterfall every day, until one day, his fists instinctively clenched, knuckles cracking with a sharp sound. Until I realized that the 8 gates cannot be breached solely by brute force. The life gate is so named because it connects to the most primal vitality of life. Suddenly, Might Guy tore open his green training uniform, revealing a chest adorned with scars. You see these scars? Each one is the price of a mistake. Under the moonlight, the intersecting scars glistened with a silvery sheen, resembling an intricately woven web. Glacial's pupils constricted slightly. He had never imagined that such shocking wounds could lie hidden beneath the exterior of this man, who perpetually wore a smile. Chapter 42, The Breakthrough of the Life Gate. The third gate opens. Dai and Appo's fingers traced patterns on his chest, not merely using chakra to strike, but rather to invigorate it, to make it live. Like the tender shoots of spring breaking through the frozen earth, it relied not on brute force, but on the very rhythm of life itself. This metaphor sent a shiver through Hikawasaura. He suddenly realized that he had been assaulting the life gate in the wrong manner, like attempting to smash an iron door with an ice pick. How could success be expected? I understand now. He inhaled deeply, unsteadily rising to his feet, ready to try once more. Might Dai wore a proud smile, but it quickly turned serious, this time. I will attack you with full force. Remember, the sense of pressure between life and death is often the best teacher. Hikawasaura nodded, closing his eyes. This time, he did not rush to mobilize his chakra. Instead, he allowed his consciousness to sink deep within, under the perception of his ice release. He could see the meridians wrapped in cold, like rivers frozen in time. Ice release, meridian nourishment. He altered the nature of his chakra. The frigid aura transformed into a gentle flow, akin to a brook in early spring coursing within him. The frozen meridians gradually expanded, and the flow of chakra became increasingly smooth. Here it comes. Might Dai's roar echoed. His fist, enveloped in a fierce wind, surged toward him, moving so swiftly that it left a trail in the air. Hikawasaura and Appo's eyes snapped open. At that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. He could clearly perceive the trajectory of Dai and Appo's fist, feel the pressure of the wind rushing toward him, and even hear the rush of blood flowing through his veins. Now, he no longer forced his way through the life gate but allowed the chakra to surge naturally with his breath, inhaling to gather strength, exhaling to release. The 8 gates of liberation. Third gate, life, open. Boom. A visible wave of blue energy erupted, centered around Hikawasaura. His skin flushed crimson, and vapor, mingled with ice crystals, rose from his body. Unlike before, the flow of chakra was now much smoother, though it surged like a flood breaking through a dam. It flowed along a predetermined path. Might Dai and Appo's fist halted mere inches from Hikawasaura and Appo's face, the force of the wind tousling his white hair. Success! Dai exclaimed in surprise. But his expression changed swiftly. Oh no, the chakra is going out of control. At that moment, Hikawasaura experienced an unprecedented sensation. The opening of the third gate heightened his senses. He could hear the sound of leaves falling 100 meters away, could see every speck of dust dancing in the moonlight. Yet simultaneously, the raging chakra rampaged within him. Even with ice release protection, his meridians began to show minute cracks. Control it, Dai urged anxiously, envisioning the chakra as a galloping steed, and himself as the rider. Hikawasaura knelt on the ground, his hands gripping the earth tightly. His nails dug into the soil, drawing blood, yet he felt nothing. His entire focus was on the tumultuous energy within him. Ice release, meridian freeze. He took a risk. Injecting more ice released chakra into the main meridians, forming a protective layer within. The clash of extreme cold and heat brought excruciating pain, yet miraculously stabilized the flow of chakra. Gradually, the rampant energy began to be tamed. The chakra vapor ceased its chaotic eruption and enveloped him like a translucent shroud. Hikawasaura staggered to his feet, each step leaving a frozen imprint on the ground. 15 seconds, 20 seconds. Dai nervously counted. Good. Slowly bring it back. As he reached 30 seconds, Hikawasaura finally could not hold on any longer and released the 8-gate state. He collapsed forward like a marionette with severed strings, caught by might Dai. Well done. Dai's voice brimmed with pride. To sustain it for half a minute on your first attempt is far better than I ever did. Hikawasaura lacked the strength to speak, managing only a faint smile. His vision blurred, and the last image he saw was Dai and Appo's face, etched with concern and pride. As his consciousness descended into darkness, he faintly heard Dai murmuring, "War is coming, but at least you now possess another lifeline." At the border of the land of fire, Kakashi Hatake stood before a sand table, his silver-white hair glistening under the dim light. His finger gently tapped at the juncture of the land of fire and the land of rain, where several black pieces representing the sand-hidden forces were placed. Is the intelligence accurate? He inquired in a voice as calm and sharp as a blade slicing through the air. Beside him, a shadowy ninja codenamed Falcon, a reconnaissance expert, nodded. Accurate. Chiyo is personally leading the team, and her son and daughter-in-law are also part of the squad. The puppet troops have already crossed the border of the land of rivers and are expected to arrive by tomorrow night. Kakashi's gaze flickered momentarily. Chiyo, the most skilled puppeteer and poison expert of the sand-hidden village, along with her elite son and daughter-in-law, adept in poison techniques and puppetry. If they succeeded in launching a surprise attack on the border of the land of fire, the consequences would be dire. What about Tsunade? Kakashi asked. Lady Tsunade is ready. Falcon replied. Thanks to the intercepted letter from the Anbu, we were forewarned of the sand-hidden and Appo's attack timeline. A subtle smile graced Kakashi and Appo's lips. That letter was brought back by Hikawasaura and Appo's team from the border of the land of rain. Send the orders. Kakashi and Appo's voice was steady and powerful. The first and second teams will lie in ambush on either side of the canyon, while the third team will be responsible for luring the enemy. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are already in position, and Tsunade will provide medical support. Understood. Falcon's figure dissipated like smoke into the darkness. Kakashi stood alone in the command room, his fingers unconsciously tracing the white-toothed short blade at his waist. War is finally about to commence. The following dusk, at the border of the land of fire, the canyon was bathed in the blood-red hues of the setting sun. As the sand-hidden puppet troops glided through the shadows like phantoms, Chiyo led the way, flanked by a young couple, her son, Sanda, and daughter-in-law, Sanda. The Konoha defenses will crumble effortlessly, Chiyo mused coldly. Once the poisonous mist spreads, they will lack the strength to even rise. However, just as the sand-hidden forces were about to traverse the narrowest part of the canyon, whoosh, 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 dozens of shurikens shot down from the rocky walls, striking precisely at the joints of the puppets. Several puppets froze in place, their chakra strings severed. An ambush. Chiyo's pupils constricted, and she immediately formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A raging whirlwind whirled up dust and sand, momentarily obscuring their vision. Yet the next second, several figures burst forth from the haze. The masks of the Konoha Anbu glinted coldly in the twilight. Do not engage. The leading Anbu barked, act according to plan. Chapter 43. Thankfully, there is Keiyu. The poison squad of Tsunade swiftly dispersed, several ninjas retrieving specially crafted poison fog bombs from their garments, and with a resounding crash, they hurled them to the ground. Bang! The dark green miasma instantaneously enveloped the entire gorge, prompting Konoha's Anbu ninjas to retreat. Yet, several were still ensnared by the noxious mist, collapsing to their knees. Chiyo scoffed derisively. Foolish Konoha ninjas. This can incapacitate even shadow-level warriors. Her words abruptly ceased. Those who were meant to fall had inexplicably risen once more. How could this be? Suna's Tetsu gasped. A soft chuckle emanated from beneath the mask of a Konoha Anbu. Impressive poison. But alas, Lady Tsunade had already prepared the antidote. Chiyo's countenance darkened ominously. It struck her suddenly, Tsunade and Appo's internal intelligence had been compromised. Cursing inwardly, damn you, Danzo. Retreat. She commanded decisively as plans shifted. However, it was too late. A silver-white figure darted onto the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, the White Fang's short blade tracing a deadly arc in the sunset. Kazashi! Chiyo exclaimed in shock. Without a moment of hesitation, Kazashi lunged for Chiyo's throat with his blade. Chiyo hastily maneuvered her puppets to block. Yet the White Fang's edge sliced through the chakra threads as though they were mere tofu, forcing her to retreat continuously. Your Sunagake poison is ineffective against me. Kazashi's voice was chillingly calm, for my subordinates never engage in unprepared battles. Gritting her teeth, Chiyo swiftly formed hand signs, puppet technique, mechanized light shield. A colossal puppet shield rose before her, but Kazashi's form abruptly vanished. In the next instant, the cold blade was poised at her nape. It's over. Chiyo's body stiffened. Yet, just as Kazashi was about to strike, magnet release, sand iron shower. Countless fine sand iron needles surged from the side, forcing Kazashi to retract his blade and evade. Chiyo's son, Tetsu, seized the opportunity to dash forward and pull his mother back. Do not even think of escaping. A figure suddenly entered the fray, Jiraiya forming hand signs. Fire release, flame bullet. The searing fireball raced toward Tetsu, only to be intercepted by a wall of sand. Chiyo's daughter-in-law, Sarana, pressed her hands to the ground, the sand swirling like a living entity. Sand release, sandstorm wall. Ugh, troublesome woman, Jiraiya grimaced. Meanwhile, from the opposite side of the gorge came a chilling laugh. Hee hee hee. Sunagaker's poison techniques are hardly remarkable. Orochimaru's figure materialized like a specter. Countless venomous snakes slithering from his sleeves to ensnare the Sunagaker ninjas. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Kazashi charged again towards Chiyo. But Tetsu and Sarana's coordination was impeccable, one defending with sand while the other unleashed poison mist to confuse. Even for Kazashi, breaking through was no easy feat retreat. Chiyo ordered once more. The Sunagaker forces began an orderly withdrawal, puppets and poison mist covering the main body as they exited the battlefield. Kazashi did not pursue, merely watching their retreating figures with cold detachment. Next time we meet, he murmured to himself, I shall use this blade to claim your heads. Captain. Hayabusa leaped down from the rock face. Casualty report complete. 12 lightly injured. No fatalities. Kazashi nodded, sheathing his blade. Thanks to that confidential letter. He gazed toward Konoha. A flicker of relief crossing his eyes. I wonder if that kid Keiya has been training diligently. At the Konoha frontline camp, Tsunade was treating the injured within a medical tent. Upon seeing Kazashi return, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, Did you not leave anyone behind? Kazashi shook his head. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law proved more formidable than anticipated. Jiraiya clapped him on the shoulder. Don and Appos. Fret. At least we suffered no losses. Orochimaru smirked coldly. Sunagaker and Amp. Appos. Poison techniques are now ineffective against us. Next time, they won and Amp. Appos. Be so fortunate. The campfire crackled in the night, casting flickering light upon the faces gathered. Jiraiya tilted his head back and took a swig of sake, suddenly grinning broadly. Speaking of which, our casualties were minimal. All thanks to that confidential letter Keiya risked his life to bring back. What a pity, his master sent me. The atmosphere in the tent brightened instantly. Tsunade, tending to a wounded ninja, snorted at his words. If it were you, that brat Keiya would have been finished. Jiraiya jumped to his feet in indignation. Tsunade, am I not impressive? Today Jiraiya rambled on, extolling his own achievements, yet none of those present were listening. Tsunade, impatient, interrupted. Weren't you planning to take Minato as your disciple? Jiraiya smugly shook his sake bottle. Indeed. That boy is a genius. I believe he will surpass Keiya in the future. Kazashi said nothing, merely polishing his White Fang short blade in silence. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils glimmered in the firelight, his voice raspy, as ever. Hee. Minato, huh? Not bad, but he lacks a bloodline limit. And his future growth is limited. Compared to Minato, I still favor the disciple of the White Fang. Kazashi's hand paused slightly while polishing the blade. A faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, that child has always been striving hard. Jiraiya suddenly leaned closer, draping an arm around Kazashi and Amp. Appos. Shoulder. Hey, Kazashi. You're not raising that kid like a son, are you? Kazashi expressionlessly shrugged off his arm. He is my disciple. Oh, come on. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Your grin just now was exactly like my old man when he talks about me. Tsunade abruptly hurled an empty sake bottle at Jiraiya and Appos' head. Shut up, you fool. If it weren't for that letter, we would be lying here now. The tent fell silent. Kazashi's gaze pierced through the flickering flames, as if he could envision that bloodied white-haired youth. The report of that day stated, Keiya, in a severely injured state, opened the 8 gates and eliminated 3 special jonin and 1 jonin. Kazashi sheathed his blade, the metallic sound crisp and melodious. This war will not conclude swiftly. Both of these young paragons will shine with their own brilliance. Meanwhile, at the training ground on the back mountains of Konoha, achoo, Keiya sneezed suddenly, nearly losing control of the ice-release chakra he was gathering. Rubbing his nose, he murmured, Why am I sneezing so much tonight? Keiya and My guy came over, balancing on his hands. Dad says sneezing means someone is praising you. Keiya chuckled, ruffling little Guy's spiky hair. Did your dad not mention that sneezing repeatedly means someone is cursing you? Guy's eyes widened. Is there such a saying? The night breeze swept across the training ground, carrying the scent of distant battlefields. Keiya looked eastward, where his cherished mentor was engaged in combat. Please return safely, sensei. Chapter 44. Hanzo's ambition at the border of the Land of Fire, torrential rain poured down, with raindrops the size of soybeans crashing onto the muddy ground, creating murky splashes. 5 members of the Konoha patrol team waded through ankle-deep water, scanning the borderline with vigilance. Suddenly, the captain raised his hand to signal, and everyone halted immediately. There was movement. The captain lowered his voice, fingers discreetly reaching for his kunai. Amidst the curtain of rain, dozens of silhouettes emerged silently. They wore the distinctive breathing masks of the Rain Village, their forehead protectors glinting coldly in the flashes of lightning. The leading man, draped in a raincoat, wore a pair of hawk-like, piercing eyes beneath his mask. Hanzo. Hanzo the Salamander. The voice of a Konoha ch trembled with fear. Hanzo slowly removed his breathing mask, revealing a weathered face. Konoha and Amp, Appos, as shinobi, this land will soon belong to the Land of Rain. His voice, though not loud, was clearly audible amidst the downpour. As the first witnesses, you are quite fortunate. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The captain suddenly hurled a smoke bomb. Naive, Hanzo scoffed. Swiftly forming hand seals. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A colossal wave erupted from thin air, instantly dispersing the smoke. The 4 Rain Village Jonin struck simultaneously, their sickles slicing through the rain, leaving trails of blood. In mere seconds, the 4 Konoha ninjas lay lifeless in pools of blood. The remaining captain leaned against a rock wall, trembling as he raised his kunai. Hokage-sama will not spare you. Hanzo stepped forward, twirling the sickle in his hand. Tell your Hokage. The sickle flashed coldly. From this day forth, the shinobi world will witness the emergence of a 6th great nation. Blood mingled with rainwater, winding its way through the mud. Hanzo donned his mask again and instructed his aide. Collect their forehead protectors and send them to the Konoha frontline command. Lord Hanzo, this will surely infuriate Konoha. That is precisely the intention. Hanzo gazed towards the direction of the Land of Fire, his eyes ablaze with ambition. Only when the 5 great nations recognize our strength can the Land of Rain truly rise. Amidst the torrential rain, Hanzo and Appos' figure gradually blurred. Behind him, the Rain ninjas inscribed a massive character for rain upon the rock wall, blood trickling along the grooves, appearing particularly striking against the rain. 1 hour later, in the Rain Village Council Hall, Hanzo stood before a sand table, pressing his finger heavily upon the border of the Land of Fire. In 3 days, I want to see the flag of the Land of Rain planted at Konoha's border fortress. My lord, this will provoke a full-scale war. An elderly elder attempted to dissuade him. War? Hanzo chuckled coldly. We are already in a state of war. He abruptly unfurled a scroll, detailing the troop deployments of various nations. Sunagakure is stalling Konoha and Amp, Appos' main force. Iwagakure lurks in the north, waiting to pounce. When the war breaks out, it is likely that Kumogakure will also join in. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our Land of Rain. Konoha is too powerful. He turned to face the overcast sky outside the window. The Land of Rain has suffered under the oppression of great nations for far too long. This time, we will make the voice of the Rain Village heard throughout the shinobi world. Within the council hall, the young Rain ninja's eyes ignited with fervor. Hanzo nodded in satisfaction, retrieving the sickle from the wall. Disseminate the order. At dawn tomorrow, the entire army will attack the eastern fortress of the Land of Fire. In Konoha Village, Hokage and Amp, Appos' office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, the wisps of smoke rising from his pipe obscuring his features. The intelligence scroll spread out on the desk clearly indicated the movements of the Rain Village. Hanzo the Salamander and Amp, Appos' forces had crossed the border and attacked 3 patrol teams of the Land of Fire. Hanzo is testing our limits. The 3rd Hokage and Amp, Appos' voice was grave and somber. In the room, along with Sarutobi, were 3 senior members of Konoha, Tsunade, Mitokage, and Shimura Danzo. We must counterattack immediately. That scoundrel dares send the forehead protectors of Konoha and Appos' deceased to the front line. This is a provocation. Danzo leaned on his cane, his voice harsh. Hanzo's ambitions are all too clear. He seeks to elevate the Land of Rain to the status of a 6th great nation. Tsunade frowned. The Sand Village front is still in a stalemate. We lack sufficient manpower. Then we will mobilize elite forces. Danzo's single eye narrowed. Send Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Mitokage shook his head. Those 3 are currently engaged in stalling Chiyo at the Sand Village front. If we pull them, White Fang will bear too much pressure alone. Sarutobi fell silent for a moment, then exhaled a cloud of smoke. Hanzo's goal is not merely to harass the border. He pointed to the map at the juncture of the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire. According to the Anbu and Appos' intelligence, the Rain Village has recently been secretly mobilizing troops, seemingly intending to seize the border fortress while we are engaged in battle with the Sand Village. Danzo sneered. Hanzo believes he can capitalize on our conflict with the Sand Village to elevate the Land of Rain among the great nations. What a foolish notion. Tsunade spoke gravely. We cannot allow him to succeed. If the Land of Rain grows powerful, the surrounding smaller nations will inevitably follow suit, fundamentally altering the landscape of the shinobi world. Then it is settled, Sarutobi concluded. Jiraiya and the others will lead a team to engage them. Meanwhile, in Konoha Village, at the Hitaki residence, before departing for battle. White Fang entrusted his young son Kakashi to the care of Yukage's Keiya and Hyuga Natsu. At this moment, 5-year-old Kakashi stood in the living room. Clutching a wooden short sword, his face set in determination. "I want to learn swordsmanship," Kakashi declared, tilting his small face upward, his silvery hair defiantly sticking up. "Father said I could start practicing." Yukage's Keiya sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, propping his chin on one hand, lazily observing him. "What your father said wasn't Appos. Wait until you grow a bit taller. And Appos. I and Appos." The already grown taller. Kakashi stood on tiptoe, trying to appear taller. Hyuga Natsu, kneeling beside them and preparing tea. Kuden and Amp, Appos, tea helped but chuckle at the scene. "Kakashi, you can hardly hold the sword steady." "Who says that?" Kakashi retorted, gripping the hilt tightly and swinging it with all his might, only to lose his balance and stagger 2 steps before nearly toppling over. Yukage's Keiya swiftly caught him, effortlessly taking the short sword away. "See? I told you." Kakashi and Appos' face flushed red with embarrassment as he glared at Yukage's Keiya. Then teach me ninjutsu." "Your ice release." "Ice release." Yukage's Keiya raised an eyebrow. "You Haven and Appos, even mastered chakra control yet, and you want to learn ice release?" "I can do it." Kakashi insisted stubbornly. "Father said I have great talent." Hyuga Natsu gently handed the brewed tea to Yukage's Keiya and spoke softly to Kakashi. "Kakashi. Ninjutsu ISN and Appos, something you can master overnight. Your father also started practicing from a young age to become so strong." Kakashi pouted, evidently dissatisfied with the response. He fixed his gaze on Yukage's Keiya and suddenly had a bright idea. "Then, at least teach me something else. Father says you and Appos, a genius. You must have something suitable for me to learn." Yukage's Keiya took a sip of tea, looking at the eager light in Kakashi and Appos' eyes, and suddenly smiled. "All right then. Since you're so eager to learn." He set his teacup down and formed hand seals. Ice release, mini snow rabbit. With a puff, a small snow rabbit, no larger than a palm, appeared, bouncing playfully before Kakashi. Kakashi and Appos' eyes widened. What is this?" "An introductory exercise for chakra control," Yukage's Keiya grinned. "Using chakra to maintain its form, preventing it from melting. If you can accomplish this, I might consider teaching you swordsmanship." Kakashi and Appos' spirits lifted immediately as he cautiously reached out to touch the snow rabbit. However, as soon as he made contact, the rabbit dissolved into water with a soft puff. "Ah, it's gone," Kakashi exclaimed, dismayed. "See, you still have a long way to go." Yukage's Keiya shrugged. Unwilling to give up, Kakashi promptly sat cross-legged, mimicking the way his father taught him to refine chakra. "One more time. This time I will succeed." Hinata Natsu gazed at Kakashi's earnest demeanor and couldn't help but stifle a soft laugh. "Keiya, please don't tease him any longer." Ice River Keiya shrugged and conjured another snow rabbit. "This time, be extra cautious." Kakashi focused intently on the snow rabbit, his small hand gingerly reaching out. This time, a trace of chakra coalesced at his fingertips, and remarkably, the snow rabbit did not immediately melt. "I did it," Kakashi exclaimed with excitement. "Not bad." Keiya raised an eyebrow. "It seems your father did not exaggerate your talents." Kakashi proudly lifted his small face. "So, can you teach me swordsmanship now?" "Swordsmanship is not an option." Keiya shook his head. "But, I can teach you something even more powerful." "What?" Kakashi and Appos' eyes sparkled, with a mysterious smile. Ice River Keiya suddenly flicked Kakashi and Appos' forehead gently. "Ninjutsu, blushing technique." "Ah." Kakashi was taken by surprise, stepping back while clutching his forehead, his face flushing instantly. "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" Hinata Natsu finally burst into laughter. "Keiya, don't bully the child." Ice River Keiya laughed heartily. "This technique is my unique secret." "Those struck by it are bound to blush." Kakashi glared at Keiya, indignant, but soon he too could not suppress his laughter. "You fool. This ISN and Appos, even ninjutsu." Observing the playful banter between the two, Hinata Natsu smiled warmly. "Kakashi, when your father returns, he will surely teach you the true art of swordsmanship." Mentioning his father, Kakashi's expression grew a touch serious. "When will he come back?" Ice River Keiya sobered, ruffling Kakashi's hair. "Soon. Once he finishes his battles. He will return to teach you personally." Kakashi nodded, returning to his tatami mat with a short blade in hand, mumbling softly, "Then I must practice chakra control first." Hinata Natsu looked at him tenderly. "Would you like to try the dumplings I made?" Practicing chakra can be quite exhausting. Kakashi and Appos' eyes lit up. "Yes." Ice River Keiya watched Hinata Natsu rise and head to the kitchen, then glanced at Kakashi, who was diligently practicing chakra, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 45, the mission arrives in the conference room atop the Hokage building in Konoha village. A palpable tension hung in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, the azure smoke curling from his pipe catching the sunlight, while the intelligent scroll in his fingers bore the frayed edges of frequent perusal. Hans and Appos' movements this time were swifter than we had anticipated. The voice of the third Hokage was low and hoarse as he turned, unfurling the scroll on the conference table. According to the latest reconnaissance by the Anbu, Amigakure was clandestinely transporting a significant quantity of strategic materials across the borders of the Land of Grass. Tiketsu Kamatsu leaned closer to examine the map, gently tapping the intersection of the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain with his finger. The terrain here is quite unique, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only a single canyon passage. Should Hans establish a stronghold here, it would be akin to placing a dagger at the throat of the Land of Fire. Mito Gaiden adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold gleam. We must prevent them. A sound of a cane striking the ground echoed from the shadows. Danzo emerged from the darkness, a dangerous glint flickering in his singular eye. Conventional troop movements would be too conspicuous. We need to dispatch an elite squad. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling slowly. The Anbu's 7th squad, which intercepted the covert message from Sunagakure last time, performed exceptionally well. The Anbu squad that includes Hikawasaura? Danzo sneered. His abilities are indeed commendable, and his ice release is well suited for this task. However, a glint of malice crossed Danzo and Appo's gaze. Hans is not to be trifled with. Should Hikawa perish during the mission, Hiruzen, you must keep a close watch on White Fang, lest he lose his temper. Danzo and Appo's overtly critical remarks about the master-student duo rendered the air in the conference room thick with tension. Tiketsu Kamatsu exchanged a glance with Mito Gaiden, but it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who ultimately shattered the silence. I have faith in their squad. Relay the order for the Anbu 7th squad to report immediately. As the Anbu ninja departed to fulfill their orders, the conference room sank back into silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen moved to the window, gazing at the ninja trainees practicing in the distance. He recalled the last time he saw Hikawasaura. The determination in the eyes of that white-haired youth mirrored the fierce resolve of White Fang in his youth. 20 minutes later, the door to the conference room creaked open. 4 figures adorned with animal masks silently knelt on one knee. The leader, Akainu, was a formidable presence. His muscular frame evident beneath the Anbu uniform. Byakugan stood tall, faint veins visible beneath the mask, a hallmark of the High-Ga clan. The insect master was so quiet he seemed almost non-existent, with only the occasional skittering of parasitic insects along his cuffs betraying his presence, and the youngest. Hikawasaura was enveloped in an invisible chill, an aura of coldness surrounding him. Raising their heads, the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen softened slightly. The 4 rose simultaneously, their gazes fixed upon him. This mission is perilous. Sarutobi Hiruzen delved straight into the matter, unfurling a detailed topographical map. Amigakure is utilizing this secret route through the Land of Grass to transport supplies for poisons and puppet components. He tapped his pipe heavily on the canyon location. Your mission is to sever this supply line. You must intercept the materials before they reach the outpost. Remember, his pipe struck the map with authority. Leave no trace linking back to Konoha. Akainu responded in a low, resolute tone. Understood. Byakugan suddenly interjected. What if we encounter Hans's direct forces? Prioritize the mission. Danzo's cold voice resonated from the corner. If necessary, abandon your comrades. Hikawasaura's fingertips trembled imperceptibly, the desire to eliminate Danzo growing ever stronger within him. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the young team, but refrained from countering Danzo's words. This was within Hikawasaura and Appo's expectations. He understood Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's character better than anyone, yet it was inconceivable for him to abandon his comrades. Byakugan, the oddity from the branch family, spoke in an unusually irreverent tone. Oh dear, it seems we and Appo's retasked with the dirty work again? Hokage-sama, can we increase the reward for this mission? I have my eyes set on an exquisite set of tea utensils. Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched the corner of his mouth. Evidently accustomed to Byakugan and Appo's whimsical nature, complete the mission, and the reward will be doubled. Hikawasaura inquired, must we completely erase all traces? Not only must you eliminate all evidence, but you must also create a false trail. Danzo interjected suddenly, his singular gaze fixed intently on Hikawasaura. It would be best to make Hans suspect that it was a Wagakure or Sunagakure and Appo's doing. The insect master adjusted his sunglasses. Turning to Danzo, do we require the bodies of specific ninjas as evidence? The temperature in the conference room seemed to plummet several degrees. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat. There is no need to go to such extremes. The priority is to ensure the materials do not reach their destination while keeping Konoha and Appo's involvement concealed. Akainu stroked the scar on his chin. What is the enemy and Appo's guard configuration? At least 4 Nin, skilled in poison mist and traps. Mito Gate and adjusted his glasses. According to intelligence, there may also be members of Amigakure's elite unit. Venom Fawn. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked toward Hikawasaura. Compared to a year ago, the young man had matured considerably. A flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. Your ice release will be crucial for this mission. You must not only counter the potential poison mist, but also ensure no traces remain during the withdrawal. Understood. Hikawasaura replied succinctly. His voice steadier than it had been when he first joined the Anbu a year ago. Danzo suddenly approached the 4, his cane striking the ground with a dull thud. Remember, if you're captured, we understand the rules. Akainu interrupted, the scar on his face appearing even more menacing as his muscles tensed. The conference room fell silent once more. Ultimately, Saratobi Hiruzen broke the impasse. Depart at dawn tomorrow. May the will of fire guide you. As the four exited the conference room, the sun had fully dipped below the horizon. Chapter 46. Reminiscing before departure. As the four emerged from the Hokage building, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed them in warmth. Baitong stretched languidly, his voice, muffled by the mask, carried a hint of lethargy. Ah, every time we complete a mission, my shoulders ache terribly. It must be the poor feng shui of the Hokage's office. Akainu let out a disdainful grunt. Enough chatter. We depart at dawn tomorrow. Do not be late. Baitong immediately sidled up to Bing Chuan Kong Yi, exaggerating his tone. Hey, Ice Fox, look how serious Senior Akainu is. We just received a super dangerous mission, and he hasn't Appos. T uttered a single word of concern. Bing Chuan Kong Yi's lips curled slightly beneath his mask. I'm used to it. From the sleeve of the insect master, several luminescent blue beetles crawled out, gently landing on Bing Chuan Kong Yi and Amp Appos' forehead. This was the Oil Girl Clan and Amp Appos' unique way of expressing gratitude. Baitong gasped dramatically, clutching his chest. Well, the insect master is actually showing affection. Ice Fox, you saved our entire team last time, and even this stoic fellow is touched. The insect master adjusted his sunglasses, visibly unimpressed. Akainu interrupted impatiently. Enough fooling around. Tomorrow and Appos' mission is perilous. Stay sharp. Baitong chuckled as he patted Bing Chuan Kong Yi on the shoulder. Don't worry. With Ice Fox's ice release, we'll be just fine, right? Bing Chuan Kong Yi paused for a moment before nodding. I will do my utmost. Baitong turned to Akainu, a triumphant grin on his face. See, even our team S and Amp Appos', God of Ice Release and Amp Appos', has spoken. This mission is a sure success. Perhaps spurred by Baitong's earlier remark about Bing Chuan Kong Yi saving their lives, Akainu turned to the three young teammates. Shall we go to our usual spot for a drink? Oh wow, the boss is being generous today, Baitong exclaimed dramatically. The three ignored him and walked away. Hey, wait for me. 10 minutes later, the four found themselves seated in an inconspicuous tavern on the outskirts of the village. One by one, they removed their masks. Bing Chuan Kong Yi curiously observed the others. Akainu bore a fierce scar that slashed diagonally from his right forehead to his left jaw, resembling a gash inflicted by a ferocious beast. His thick brows arched fiercely over a prominent nose, exuding a distinctly masculine aura. Bing Chuan Kong Yi glanced at the insect master, who perpetually sported reflective sunglasses and had an almost sickly pallor, maintaining a perpetually stern expression. Bing Chuan Kong Yi smacked his lips. Quite fitting of his stereotype of the Oil Girl clan. Turning to Baitong, he caught sight of the latter and Appos' cheerful face, silver hair tousled, the signature Byakugan eyes, and a glimmering earring on his right ear. So it's you, huh? Bing Chuan Kong Yi narrowed his eyes. Baitong blinked innocently. Have we met? You were standing with Ryuichi and the others from the Hyuga clan, watching the commotion. Bing Chuan Kong Yi replied, his voice growing colder. You even raised an eyebrow at me. An awkward silence enveloped the table. Suddenly, ha! Baitong burst into laughter. So you remember? I was just passing by to watch. Those Ryuichi clan members are so arrogant. I nearly burst out laughing when I saw you freeze him into an ice statue. Akainu took a swig of his drink, scoffing. Fool. How could you not help your teammate in trouble? The insect master quietly nudged his sunglasses, sending a beetle languidly to the edge of Baitong's glass, as if silently reprimanding him. Baitong raised both hands in surrender. Okay, I admit my fault. He leaned closer to Bing Chuan Kong Yi, grinning playfully as he nudged his shoulder. But seriously, your ice release is spectacular. Ryuichi returned to get scolded by the elders. I was hiding in the rafters, listening and laughing until my stomach hurt. Bing Chuan Kong Yi remained stoic. Akainu rolled his eyes. How did the Hyuga clan produce such a peculiar individual? Brilliance often breeds solitude, Baitong replied, shaking his drink. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. Truthfully, I've long wanted to teach Ryuichi a lesson. He constantly bullies the branch family, thinking his status entitles him to do so. He winked at Bing Chuan Kong Yi. So technically, we are comrades. The insect master coldly interjected, you were laughing at that time. Hey, I was merely masking my inner fury with a smile. Akainu scoffed dismissively. Then, Akainu and Amp Appos' demeanor shifted. He seriously pushed a glass of drink towards Bing Chuan Kong Yi. If it weren't an Amp Appos' tea for you buying us time during the last mission, I would have been a corpse riddled with poison needles by now. The insect master nodded in agreement. I merely did what was necessary, Bing Chuan Kong Yi replied, casually chilling the drinks for the four of them, creating beautiful frost patterns on the glasses. Baitong observed intently, his Byakugan glowing slightly in the dim light. Your ice release has improved again. He pointed at the intricate designs on the cup. Following my master, not improving would be unacceptable. Bing Chuan Kong Yi's lips curled slightly, but quickly returned to a straight line. Though compared to Hanzo, Akainu suddenly slammed his glass down, producing a thunderous sound. Listen, kid. The scar on his face contorted with his serious expression. I experienced the First Ninja World War. Hanzo and Appos' title of and Appos', demigod and Appos', is not without merit. Under the tavern and Appos' dim yellow lights, Akainu began recounting the brutal skirmishes from 5 years prior, as he described how the poison mist of the salamander could dissolve a Jonan's flesh in mere seconds. Bing Chuan-Kongi instinctively furrowed his brows. Therefore, tomorrow, Akainu lowered his voice. If things go awry, I will cover the rear. You all retreat with the intel. No way. Bai Tong blurted out. Immediately realizing his breach of decorum, he lowered his voice. We are a team. The insect master spoke suddenly. His tone eerily calm. I will cover the rear. Bing Chuan-Kongi and Appo's voice grew deeper than usual. None of us will die. Akainu burst into laughter, drawing the curious gazes of other patrons in the tavern. He ruffled Bing Chuan-Kongi's white hair. Good lad. That's the spirit. But the laughter ceased abruptly, and his expression turned grave. Remember, on the battlefield, survival is victory. Chapter 47 Farewell to Konoha before dawn. A faint glimmer of dawn began to appear on the horizon. Hikawasaura stood quietly outside the Hyuga clan's grounds, waiting patiently. Soon, Hinata Natsu's graceful figure emerged at the entrance, clad in light-colored casual attire. Her hair still bore traces of moisture, indicating she had just washed up. Upon seeing Hikawasaura, her eyes sparkled slightly as she approached briskly. Are we leaving so early? Her voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility of the morning. Hikawasaura nodded. The mission is urgent. Hinata Natsu bit her lip and retrieved a small talisman from her bosom. This is for you. The talisman was a delicate shade of blue, adorned with exquisite snowflake patterns. When Hikawasaura accepted it, his fingertips brushed against her palm, the warmth of her touch momentarily startling her. This is a talisman I have always carried, Hinata Natsu explained. I hope it brings you back safely. Hikawasaura tightened his grip on the talisman, his cold fingertips seemingly infused with a hint of warmth. Do not worry. They stood in silent companionship for a while, the morning breeze gently tousling Hinata Natsu and Appo's bangs. Suddenly, Hikawasaura spoke. I will return. Hinata Natsu lifted her gaze, her violet-white eyes particularly radiant in the morning light. I know. In the distance, an impatient shout from Akainu rang out. Hey, if you Dawn and Appo's leave soon, it will be daylight. Hikawasaura stole one last glance at Hinata Natsu before turning away. His silhouette gradually blurred in the mist, save for that distinctive shock of white hair. Hinata Natsu remained rooted in place until she could no longer discern his figure. Meanwhile, at the gates of Konoha, the supply team was assembling. Minato Namikaze was meticulously checking the inventory list, his golden hair gleaming in the morning light. As a prodigy sharing the same name as Hikawasaura, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never allow him to linger in Konoha at such an hour. Prodigies require trials to become strong. He had been entrusted with a significant responsibility, leading the supply team to deliver urgently needed medical supplies and weaponry to the Sunagakure front. Minato, are you ready? Nara Shikamaru appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. Minato turned to salute. Yes, sir. All supplies have been checked and are ready for departure. Nara Shikamaru and Appo's gaze swept over the neatly lined-up members of the supply team, nodding in satisfaction. The situation at White Fang and Appo's side is not optimistic. Sunagakure and Appo's puppet army is more troublesome than anticipated. This batch of supplies is crucial. I understand, Minato replied earnestly. I will ensure they arrive safely. Nara Shikamaru patted his shoulder. The Hokage has high hopes for you. Do not fall behind Hikawasaura. Go. Minato nodded solemnly. I understand. Following his command, the supply team began to move out of Konoha and Appo's gates. The golden sun finally rose fully, casting elongated shadows of their figures. In the Hokage and Appo's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood quietly, observing the departing teams. Tsunade and Mito Tsubaki stood silently behind him. How nostalgic. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice tinged with a sense of age. Tsunade set down the scroll in her hand and walked to the window, following his gaze. Hikawasaura and Minato Namikaze? Indeed. The third Hokage and Appo's voice resonated with the weight of time. Seeing their youthful faces always reminded him of their own days. Yet, these two were even younger than they had been when they first stepped onto the battlefield. Tsunade sighed softly, war waits for no one. White Fang also emerged at that age. Mito Tsubaki adjusted her glasses. Now it is time for his own disciples to face the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was profound. Sara and Appo's ice release, Minato and Appo's flying thunder god. Perhaps the future of Konoha rests upon these young souls. Minato, that child. Tsunade pondered. I heard Jiraiya intends to take him on as a disciple? Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled helplessly. Yes, Jiraiya has been incessantly asking me about the flying thunder god technique, claiming he wishes to pass it on to his disciple. But Minato himself is unaware of having a teacher all of a sudden. That rascal. Mito Tsubaki adjusted her glasses again, the lenses reflecting the morning light. Minato and Appo's talent for the flying thunder god technique is indeed remarkable. It has not been long since you entrusted it to him, yet he is already capable of utilizing it. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly tapped the window frame. That child and Appo's understanding of tactics and adaptability in combat is unparalleled among his peers. The flying thunder god seems tailor-made for him. And then there and Appo's Sora. Tsunade. The third Hokage turned. gently tapping his pipe against his palm. Do you remember the mission completed by the 7th Anbu squad 3 months ago? That child single-handedly eliminated 3 special Jonin and 1 Jonin, holding the enemy at bay despite sustaining fatal injuries. Such willpower. He paused. It reminds me of a younger Danzo. Mito Tsubaki suddenly chuckled lightly. The difference is, Danzo sought glory, while Hikawasaura did so for his comrades. Saratobi Hiruzen interjected, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. The medical team's report that day indicated his chakra was nearly depleted. Yet he maintained the ice release to prevent his wounds from worsening. This selfless dedication to his comrades' safety embodies the true spirit of the will of fire. Mito Tsubaki sighed. I hope they can grow quickly. No need to worry. The 3rd Hokage turned towards his desk, gently tapping his pipe against the filing cabinet. I believe in these children. Just as the 2nd Hokage once believed in us. His fingers brushed over an old photograph on the desk. A young Saratobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, Mito Tsubaki, and Tsunade standing shoulder to shoulder, with the smiling 2nd Hokage behind them. Tsunade, do you recall the last words the 2nd Hokage imparted to us? Tsunade and Appo's eyes momentarily glazed over, he said. The future of Konoha does not lie in our hands, but in the hands of the younger ninja. At this moment, the sunlight had completely dispelled the morning mist, casting a golden hue over the Hokage's office. Saratobi Hiruzen stood at the intersection of light and shadow, his gaze profound. Thus, it is now our turn to protect these tender sprouts. Chapter 48. The Grass Shinobi in the secret chamber of the root base beneath Konoha. Danzo sat alone, enveloped in the flickering candlelight and Appo's shadows. He toyed with a kunai inscribed with the character for root, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Shikaku. Keiyuki. He murmured, his single eye glimmering with a cold light. The door to the chamber slid open silently, and a root ninja, wearing a fox mask, knelt on one knee. Sir, the target team has departed as planned and is expected to reach the border of the Land of Fire in 2 days. Danzo rose slowly, his dark robe flowing like a shadow in the candlelight. What news from White Fang? The White Fang is engaged in a fierce battle with the Sand Shinobi, and the situation is not looking optimistic, the root ninja reported, bowing his head. As per your instructions, we have informed the Rain Shinobi of Keiyuki and Appo's route. He paused. Previously, Jiraiya and his companions were assisting White Fang, but now, Danzo paced to the wall, his fingers gliding over a map of Konoha. That old fox, Hanzo, will surely take an interest in White Fang and Appo's disciple. As he turned, a glint of sinister delight flickered in his eye. Inform Jay. Instruct him to lead an elite team to follow discreetly. If Hanzo fails, his finger traced delicately across his neck, we shall handle the aftermath. Understood. The root ninja was about to depart when Danzo called him back. Remember, the operation must be executed cleanly. Danzo's voice slithered like a serpent's tongue. Leave no traces. Connected to root. After his subordinate left, Danzo approached the shrine deep within the chamber. The candlelight illuminated a neat array of photographs of Konoha ninjas. His finger lingered on an image of a silver-haired man, holding a short blade, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Shikako, your fine disciple, like you, disregards the rules. Danzo turned his gaze towards the Hokage rock, a sickly glow flickering in his eye. Hizashi, you always indulge them. White Fang, relying on his formidable strength, repeatedly defied my orders. Now his disciple is equally arrogant. Danzo retrieved a confidential report from his sleeve, detailing Keiyuki and Appo's training under White Fang, his astonishing mastery of ice release and his battle instincts that belied his age. A genius? Huh. He brought the report closer to the candle flame, watching as the fire consumed the paper bit by bit. Konoha is not lacking in geniuses, but only those who understand obedience possess true value. Keiyuki, you may blame your misfortune on the master you chose, Danzo murmured, then turned to a weapons rack on the opposite side of the chamber, retrieving a glimmering short blade. This time, I will not repeat the same mistake. Rather than allow you to become a second White Fang, the blade pierced the table, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. I would rather see you vanish forever at the border of the Land of Fire. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Danzo's single eye, as if he could already envision the silver-haired youth sprawled in a pool of blood. He slowly withdrew the short blade, gently blowing away non-existent dust from its edge. For the future of Konoha, necessary sacrifices are worthwhile. This statement, one could not tell if it was meant to persuade others or to convince himself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Keiyuki and his trio hastened along the winding mountain path, their destination less than half a day's journey away. Stop. Byakugan suddenly raised a hand, veins bulging in his pure white eyes. 2 kilometers ahead, there is chakra activity. He lowered his voice, 8 individuals, one of whom is a J-Ni. Akaina licked his lips, revealing his fangs. Finally, some excitement. After a day of travel, my bones are about to rust. The insect master silently released a few reconnaissance insects from his sleeve, which swiftly disappeared into the thicket. Keiyuki formed hand seals, sensing the change in moisture content in the air. Not Rain Shinobi. Moments later, he opened his eyes. Chakra nature, somewhat resembles wood release. Grass Shinobi? Hikaina raised an eyebrow. What are those opportunists doing at the border of the land of fire? Byakugan's eyes narrowed slightly. They are laying traps. It seems they are lying in wait. The insect master's reconnaissance insects returned, buzzing in his ear. After hearing the report, he spoke in a low voice. This is not a standard patrol. They are equipped with a substantial amount of explosive tags and poison. Clearly, they are prepared. A cold glint flickered in Yuki's eyes. The land of grass, nestled between the three great nations, has always been known for its opportunistic tendencies. However, with the recent expansion of the Rain Shinobi and Appo's influence, the appearance of grass shinobi here is no coincidence. Shall we strike? Byakugan was eager to engage. Since they have set a trap, we might as well turn the tables on them. Meanwhile, a grass Nin, Alway, concealed in the shadow of a giant tree, impatiently chewed on a blade of grass. As an elite of the grass village, he should not be involved in such highway robbery. However, with pressure from the rain village, the grass country and Appo's resources were dwindling. And the higher-ups had tacitly approved this method of extra income. Boss, do you really think anyone will come? A Nin whispered. We've been waiting here for half the day. Always spat out the grass. Be quiet. Those rain shinobi said a Konoha team would pass through today, reportedly carrying important supplies. He squinted into the distance. As a seasoned Nin who had faced death on the battlefield many times, Alway and Appo's instincts were always accurate. At this moment, he felt an unsettling sensation. Everyone, stay alert. Any Konoha ninja traveling this route won't be pushovers. No sooner had he spoken than the trap was suddenly triggered. Several shuriken shot out from the bushes, precisely severing hidden tripwires. They and Appo's here. Alway immediately formed hand seals. Act according to plan. 5 Nins swiftly dispersed, each taking up advantageous positions. Alway remained hidden, ready to deliver a fatal blow to his prey. The bushes rustled as 3 figures cautiously emerged. Leading them was a member of the Hokage clan, his signature Byakugan scanning the surroundings. Beside him was a shinobi from the Inuzuka clan, accompanied by 2 ninja dogs. Lastly, there was a ninja wearing a peculiar mask. Insects crawling in and out of his sleeves. Only 3? Alway frowned. The intel indicated a 4-man team, but he had no time to ponder further. As the Hokage ninja stepped into the center of the trap, Alway struck with a swift hand gesture. Attack. In an instant, countless explosive tags erupted from the ground, and poison needles shot in from all directions as the 5 Nin launched their attack. A trigram's palm, revolving heaven. Byakugan spun instantly. The chakra formed absolute defense, deflecting all incoming attacks. Hikaina transformed into a flash of red lightning, lunging directly at the nearest 2 Nin. Fang over Fang. 2 whirlwind-like attacks sent the Nin flying. The insect master remained stationary, but the poisonous insects had already silently crawled onto the bodies of the other 2 Nin. Cries of despair echoed as 4 of the 5 Nin fell in an instant. Alway felt a chill run down his spine. This small team's strength exceeded expectations. He quickly made a decision, forming hand seals rapidly, would release, binding vines. Countless vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Byakugan and his companions tightly. This was Alway's signature secret technique, as the grass country lacked resources and talent for developing advanced ninjutsu. This technique had always been Alway's pride. I got it. Alway leaped from his hiding place, his kunai aimed directly at Byakugan's throat. As long as I can eliminate this Hokage, the rest will be easy. Yet, as Alway reveled in his thoughts, he failed to notice that the trio before him showed no signs of panic. Byakugan and Appo's eyes held a hint of mockery, as if he were waiting for a show to unfold. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold surged from behind. Ice release, ice dragon bullet. Chi-Tian hastily turned around, only to witness a colossal ice dragon swooping down from the treetops. He barely managed to sidestep the fatal blow, yet his left arm was grazed by the ice dragon, instantly enveloping it in a thick layer of frost. The 4th individual. Gritting his teeth, Chi-Tian retreated his gaze towards the unexpectedly appearing white-haired youth. Bing Chuan Kong also descended from the sky, landing in front of his companions. With a clap of his hands, the vines ensnaring the trio instantaneously froze, shattering into icy fragments with a gentle tremor. Apologies for my tardiness, Bing Chuan Kong remarked without looking back. There was a lookout in the east, but that has been dealt with. Bai Tong flexed his wrist. Shall I leave this Nin to you? Indeed, Bing Chuan Kong replied, his gaze fixed on Chi-Tian. Perfect for warming up. A surge of anger coursed through Chi-Tian. This young brat dared to underestimate him. He forcefully tore away the frozen sleeve, revealing an arm riddled with scars. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance, brat. Chapter 49. The slaying of the grass ninja. Chi-Tian's roar echoed through the forest as he swiftly formed hand seals, chakra surging violently within him. Would release, vine whip technique. The ground trembled violently, and dozens of robust vines burst forth from the earth, twisting like living creatures as they lunged towards Bing Chuan Kaya. The vines shimmered with a sinister bluish-black hue, evidently saturated with potent toxins. Bing Chuan Kaya remained motionless, his right hand slowly resting on the hilt of his sword. Yuck eyes. The ice crystals adorning the sword sheath refracted a chilling light under the setting sun. Would release? A mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. Do not belittle that term. The moment Yukai's was unsheathed, a blinding gleam pierced the air. Wherever the blade passed, the encroaching poisonous vines were instantaneously frozen, shattering into fine powder with a crisp crack. The first Hokage and Appos, would release could nurture life, Bingchuan Keiya, wielding his sword single-handedly, with icy blue chakra flowing along the blade, dismissed Qingtian's trickery as unworthy of even scratching dry wood. Qingtian's expression turned ashen. As one of the few elite ninjas from the Grass Ninja Village, he had always taken pride in his ninjutsu, fantasizing about one day reaching the legendary realm of Senju Hashirama, the master of wood release. Being so contemptuously dismissed by a mere youth ignited a furious blaze within him. Arrogant brat. He bit his finger, complex patterns of blood forming in his palm. Let me show you the true essence of wood release. Summoning technique. Demon face tree. The ground fissured, and a grotesque, twisted giant tree erupted from the soil. A ghastly human face emerged on the trunk, with sharp bone spurs adorning its branches. The entire tree emanated a nauseating stench, causing the surrounding flora to wither at a visible rate. By Tong and Appos, Byakugan narrowed slightly. Be careful. Those spores are toxic. Akaino had already retreated to his safe distance with the ninja dogs. Hey, Keiya, need a hand? Bingchuan Keiya shook his head, the tip of Yukai's gently tapping the ground. Frost spread rapidly from his position, freezing the dispersing toxic spores into tiny ice crystals. Is this all you and Appos V got? He raised his gaze towards Qitian, eyes filled with disdain. Transforming a tree into an eyesore and calling it a secret technique? Qitian laughed in fury. You seek death. He clasped his hands together forcefully. Demon face tree. 1,000 needle kill. The grotesque giant tree quaked violently, thousands of poison needles shooting forth from its canopy, enveloping all possible escape routes around Bingchuan Keiya. Simultaneously, countless vines erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare his movements. Yet, in the face of this lethal strike, Bingchuan Keiya merely sighed. Too slow. Ice release, thunder slash. His figure suddenly blurred, and in the next instant, he appeared behind the demon face tree. A dazzling blue blade slicing through the air. Yukai's, now adorned with glistening frost, was slowly returned to its sheath. With a crisp crack, the enormous demon face tree split in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror, covered with a thick layer of ice. The poison needles and vines, still poised for attack, were entirely frozen. Qingtian's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his ace ninjutsu be effortlessly dismantled. What terrified him even more was the speed of his opponent. Impossible. This cannot be. Bingchuan Keiya turned, leisurely walking towards Qingtian. With each step, flowers of ice bloomed upon the ground. The grass ninja and Appos would release. He lifted Yukai's, the blade directed at Qingtian, is nothing but a crude imitation. Cold sweat formed on Qingtian's forehead as he instinctively took 2 steps back. He suddenly realized that he might have provoked someone he should not have. Yet, his pride as an elite ninja forbade him from retreating. Do not underestimate me, he roared, forming hand seals. Would release, vine descent. This was Qitian and Appos' ultimate technique, consuming vast amounts of chakra to create a sprawling domain of vines in a short time. I told you, Bingchuan Keiya and Appos' voice echoed ominously beside him. Too slow. Qingtian's pupils constricted. As his seals were only halfway completed, that white-haired youth was already mere inches away. The back of Yukai struck forcefully against his wrist, accompanied by the sharp sound of bone fracturing and excruciating pain. Qingtian's hand seals were abruptly interrupted as he staggered backward. Bingchuan Keiya did not pursue, but instead watched him with amusement. Do you know? A true mastery requires no such complex seals. In a moment of whimsy, Bingchuan Keiya decided to mimic the legendary Senju Hashirama, clapping his hands together and exclaiming, Ice release, ice tree descend. Instantly, countless crystalline trees erupted from the ground within a 30-meter radius around him. These ice trees were translucent and resplendent, their branches adorned with blossoms of ice, breathtakingly beautiful under the sunset. However, in stark contrast to their beauty was the lethal chill. The temperature within the domain plummeted to several degrees below zero. Outwardly composed, Bingchuan Keiya internally acknowledged that this display consumed a quarter of his chakra. Qitian and Appos' breathing became labored, the mist of his breath crystallizing in the air. His limbs gradually lost sensation, and the flow of chakra within him slowed to a crawl. This is not what release, he struggled to articulate. Bingchuan Keiya strolled among the ice trees, the tip of Yukai's trailing on the ground, leaving a frosty mark. Of course not. But isn't it more reminiscent of the first Hokage's techniques than your grotesque display? Suddenly, Qitian lunged, his left hand brandishing a kunai aimed at Bingchuan Keiya's throat. This was his final struggle, the kunai smeared with a poison potent enough to slay an elephant in an instant. Clang. Yukai's deftly flicked, and the kunai shattered upon impact. Bingchuan Keiya retaliated with a swift motion, the back of his blade crashing against Qingtian's chest. Thud. Qitian spewed blood, hurtling backward to collide with an ice tree. Crystals swiftly crept up his body, binding him firmly in place. It is over. Bingchuan Keiya stood before him, the tip of Yukai's pressed against his throat. The fear finally surfaced in Qingtian's eyes. Wait, I can divulge the plans of the Rain Village. They no need, Bingchuan Keiya coldly interrupted. I have already surmised your schemes, along with that traitorous dog, Danzo. With a flash of the blade, Qingtian and Appos' pupils dilated. A fine crimson line appeared across his throat. Yet not a drop of blood spilled. The frigid blade and Appos' aura had instantly frozen the wound. Mingchuan Ke sheathed his sword and turned to walk towards his companions. Behind him, Qingtian's body was completely encased in ice crystals, becoming a lifelike ice sculpture, his face frozen in terror. The domain of ice trees began to dissipate. And the setting sun once again bathed the forest, which had endured a brief winter. Baitong and his companions emerged from their hiding spots. Gazing at the scattered ice sculptures, Baitong whistled. You, my friend, are becoming increasingly monstrous. The bug master inspected the ice sculptures. No signs of life remain. Should we dispose of them? Mingchuan Ke shook his head. Leave them here. Let passing ninjas witness the fate of those who dare ambush at the borders of the land of fire. Baitong surveyed the surroundings with his Byakugan. No other chakra signatures within a 20-kilometer radius. However, he glanced towards the land of rain. Since Hans already knows we are coming, why send only these few? You are correct. He stared in the direction of the land of rain. Hans would not make unnecessary sacrifices. These grass ninjas likely serve another purpose. Akainu kicked a fragment of the ice sculpture by his feet. What do you mean? Arin and Appos. These guys simply here to meet their demise? Chapter 50. Hans's intent to capture the Bugmaster suddenly crouched down, retrieving a small metallic piece from the ice sculpture of Aoki. No. They are here to deliver a message. The metallic fragment glimmered with an eerie purple hue under the setting sun, inscribed with the symbols of the Rain Village. Aoki took the metallic piece, its chilling touch instantly enlightening him. Chakra-conducting metal. He conjured a wisp of cold air at his fingertips, causing the metal to emit a faint glow. This is a locating device. Baitong and Appos' Byakugan abruptly narrowed. This is bad. We have been locked onto. As if to affirm his words, several flares suddenly illuminated the distant sky, streaking like meteors toward their location. It's a signal flare from the Rain Village. The Bugmaster and Appos' voice carried a rare note of tension. They were summoning nearby troops. Aoki and Appos' mind raced. Hans and Appos' strategy was cunning. Using grass shinobi as bait not only tested their strength, but also precisely pinpointed their location. The main force of the Rain Village was likely already en route. Let us go. He decisively commanded, and the four swiftly gathered their belongings, hastening along their predetermined route. As they ran, Aoki pondered strategies, his ice-blue eyes glinting with resolve. Hans's objective is not to intercept us, he murmured. He intends to capture us alive. Baitong glanced sideways. Why do you say that? If he wanted us dead, he could simply have acted himself, ambushing us with an elite team, Aoki explained. Using grass shinobi as bait and deliberately leaving a locating device. This ensures we cannot escape, but also that we do not die. Akainu grinned. It seems your ice release has piqued Hans and Appos' interest. The Bugmaster released several reconnaissance insects. 2 kilometers behind, there are pursuers, at least 20, all elite from the Rain Village. Aoki suddenly halted. Wait, something is off. He scanned their surroundings and realized they were entering a narrow canyon, flanked by towering rock walls. This terrain was a perfect ambush site. We and Appos' fallen into a trap, he stated grimly. Those signal flares were a distraction. The real ambush lies ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of shadows appeared atop the rock face ahead. Shuriken and kunai rained down like a storm, each glimmering with a toxic sheen. 8 trigrams palm, return to heaven. Baitong spun instantly, deflecting most of the attacks. Akainu and the ninja dog transformed into a crimson whirlwind, fangs of the tooth. They struck down the remaining projectiles. Aoki formed hand seals. Ice release. Ice mirror wall. A massive ice mirror materialized above them, reflecting the sunlight. Using the reflection to obscure their vision, he quickly ordered, we need to withdraw from the canyon. However, as they turned, their escape route had been blocked. Over 20 Rain shinobi emerged from the forest, led by a tall ninja wearing a breathing mask. Konoha and Appos' little brats, came a muffled voice from beneath the mask. Lord Hans requests your presence. Baitong and Appos' Byakugan scanned the opponent. Jonin level, with a significant amount of chakra. Akainu assumed a combat stance. Should we force our way through? Aoki calmly assessed the situation. They were flanked by enemies, with steep rock walls on either side. It appeared to be a dire predicament, yet he noticed a detail, though surrounded. The Rain shinobi maintained a certain distance, seemingly reluctant to attack. They are stalling for time, he whispered, waiting for Hans to arrive. The Bugmaster nodded. My insects sense a stronger chakra approaching, no more than 10 minutes away. Aoki tightened his grip on Yukai's. A direct confrontation was unwise, yet inaction was equally perilous. He needed to create an opportunity. Suddenly, he noticed signs of water flow on one side of the canyon wall. This was the border of the land of rain. The underground water system must be abundant. A bold plan began to form in his mind. Baitong, can your Byakugan see the water veins within the rock wall? Baitong understood immediately, activating his Byakugan. There is an underground river 3 meters behind the left wall. Excellent. Aoki's lips curled into a faint smile, preparing for their breakout. On my count 1. He quietly infused chakra into the ground, ice spreading along the rock face. 2. The rain shinobi seemed to sense something amiss, beginning to tighten their encirclement. 3. Ice release, freeze. Aoki slammed his hands onto the ground. In an instant, the temperature in the canyon plummeted. The underground water within the rock walls froze and expanded, accompanied by a deafening crack, as the left wall collapsed. Go. The four dashed toward the opening amidst the chaos. The rain shinobi were momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. By the time they regained their wits, Aoki and his companions had already surged through the encirclement. Chase them. The masked rain shinobi shouted furiously. We can't let them escape. However, as they attempted to pursue, torrents of underground water gushed forth from the collapsed wall, rapidly freezing under Aoki and Appos' ice release, forming a smooth ice barrier. The rain shinobi were forced to take a longer route, granting the four precious time. Well done. Akainu praised as they ran. Your mind works quickly. Yet Aoki remained unyielding. Don and Appos, celebrate too soon. Hans is no ordinary foe. Indeed, they had not run a kilometer when thick purple mist suddenly rose from the woods ahead. Where the mist spread, vegetation withered at a visible pace. Poison mist. The bug master immediately released detoxifying insects. We must circumvent it. The four turned eastward, only to find the poison mist extending there as well. Soon, they were cornered in a small clearing, surrounded by lethal toxic barriers. This is the Rain Village and Appos' poison mist formation. By Tong and Appos' Byakugan scan the surroundings. They are hurting us in a specific direction. Aoki suddenly sensed something unusual. The ground beneath them trembled slightly, and a powerful chakra disturbance filled the air. Watch out below. He abruptly pushed his companions away and leaped high into the air. In the next moment, the ground where they had stood erupted violently as a colossal salamander burst forth. At last, we meet Konoha and Appos' little brats. A towering figure stood atop the salamander and Appos' head, coldly gazing down at them through his characteristic breathing mask, his sharp eyes glinting with malice. Hans of the Salamander. Aoki tightened his grip on Yukai's, the ice blue chakra coursing along the blade. The legendary semi-divine figure now stood before them. Chapter 51. Hans's recruitment. A purple toxic mist languidly swirled through the forest, enveloping the four individuals as if it were a living entity. Hans, the Salamander, stood atop his summoning beast, a muffled chuckle emanating from beneath his breathing mask. Keiya, he slowly articulated the name. Astounded by the proficiency of a mere 14-year-old in the art of ice release, Keiya gripped his snow-covered weapon tightly, ice blue chakra coursing along its blade. He sensed the depth of Hans and Appos' chakra, unfathomable like an abyss, yet curiously, his adversary seemed disinclined to strike immediately, with a demigod personally intervening. Keiya forced himself to remain composed. Surely, it was not merely to extol my abilities? In his mind, Keiya rapidly strategized. From his prior knowledge, he understood that Hans possessed extraordinary skills in ninjutsu, particularly in water release, and his toxic mist had a debilitating effect over a wide area. Coupled with his formidable summoning beast, Hans was a force to be reckoned with. Even in taijutsu, his scythe had claimed the lives of countless skilled opponents. What to do? What course of action should I take? Hans emitted a low chuckle as he leapt down from the salamander's head, landing 5 meters in front of Keiya, an optimal distance. Neither overly aggressive nor dismissive, ensuring he could strike at any moment. Clever boy, Hans sheathed his scythe. I admire talented youth. The village hidden in rain is in dire need of individuals like you. Akainu could not suppress a scoff. Recruiting an enemy? Is this the style of a demigod? Hans did not spare Akainu a glance, his gaze fixed solely on Keiya. What has Konoha offered you? A branch family member of the Hokage as a teammate? A brash member of the Inuzuka clan? And betrayal? He waved his hand dismissively. In Amigakure, you can have your own squad, the finest resources, research material on bloodline limits. And even, I will take you as my disciple. Upon hearing the final proposition, even Keiya could not help but reflect on the allure of Hans's offer. Baitong suddenly stepped forward, fury ablaze in his pure white eyes. Hey, old man, what do you mean by that? Do you look down on the Hokage branch family? Only then did Hans glance at him, his expression one of disdain, as if regarding an insignificant insect. The Hokage branch family? Merely the waste of a cage bird. Your fate was sealed at birth, destined to live forever in the shadow of the main family. You. Baitong trembled with anger, but was restrained by the insect master beside him. Calm yourself, the insect master whispered. We must find a way to buy time and await rescue. Silently, he released several reconnaissance insects, only to discover that Hans and Appos' toxic mist was lethally potent. The moment the insects took flight, they perished. Hans noted this futile attempt with a cold sneer. There is no need for such exertion. No one can survive in my toxic mist. Keiya realized that Hans had come prepared, well aware of their abilities and having devised countermeasures. Engaging in a direct confrontation would yield no success, and escape was nearly impossible at this juncture. The only option was to buy time at the cost of their lives. Hans and Appos' movements were conspicuous as he rallied his team, hoping that the fortress at the border of the Land of Fire would take notice of the commotion. Hans, Sama, Keiya feigned hesitation. The conditions you propose are indeed tempting. However, I have family in Konoha. A glint of triumph flickered in Hans and Appo's eyes. Family? He scoffed. As far as I am aware, your parents perished long ago on a mission. As for that White Fang who taught you swordsmanship, he is currently on the front lines in Sunagakure, struggling for his own survival. Keiya pretended to be shocked. How? How do you know this? I know far more than you can imagine. Hans stepped closer. Your talent should not be wasted in the filth of Konoha. Keiya remained silent, seemingly contemplating Hans and Appo's words. Baitong interjected, Hey, Keiya, you're not seriously considering this, are you? Keiya cast Baitong a meaningful glance before addressing Hans once more. If I were to join Amigakure, can you guarantee my safety? What about Danzo? Danzo? Hans erupted in laughter. That rat in the gutter? He merely seeks to use me to eliminate you. As long as you pledge your loyalty to me, he wouldn't dare touch a single hair on your head. Akainu and the insect master exchanged glances. Though they did not comprehend Keiya and Appo's intentions, they remained vigilantly alert. I need time to consider, Keiya said cautiously. Hans shook his head. I require an answer now. He raised his hand, and the toxic mist began to constrict. Join or die? Seeing that time could no longer be prolonged, Keiya took a deep breath and suddenly inquired, Do you know why my ice release is so unique? Hans narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, because it is not merely a bloodline limit. Keiya slowly formed hand seals. It is. Ice release, mirror flower. Water moon. In an instant, countless ice mirrors materialized around Hans, each reflecting the image of Keiya. Simultaneously, the real Keiya had retreated to his companion's side. Run, he urged, and the four dashed towards the soul opening. Hans was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in furious laughter. An interesting trick. With a sweeping motion of his scythe, the ice mirror shattered. But do you truly believe this allows you to escape? Summoning technique. Swarm of salamanders. The ground trembled violently as 3 slightly smaller salamanders burst forth from the earth, obstructing the quartet and Appo's path. This is your final chance, Hans and Appo's voice echoed from behind. Submit. Or watch your comrades perish one by one. Keiya gritted his teeth and turned around, only to find Hans had broken through the barrier of ice mirrors. Those keen, sharp eyes were now coldly fixed upon them. Chapter 52. The first use of forbidden techniques. Elementalization can render one completely immune to physical attacks. Yet the chakra consumption is excessively high. The third gate of the 8 gates can last a maximum of 30 seconds. Ice Vortex Strangulation offers but a single opportunity. KNY tightly grasped Zuezyu, the blade glistening with fine ice crystals. To have the demigod personally extend an invitation was indeed astonishing. However, he suddenly activated the body flicker technique, thrusting Zuezyu directly at Hanzo's throat. I refuse. Clang. Hanzo's chain scythe expertly parried, while the other blade struck at KNY and Appo's waist like a venomous serpent. Chain scythe's second slash. KNY and Appo's form instantly elementalized, the scythe passing through his icy mist-like body, merely stirring a few ice crystals, transforming into ice. A flicker of surprise crossed Hanzo's eyes. How intriguing. Yet there was something even more captivating. KNY erupted forth, Zuezyu imbued with a biting chill aiming for Hanzo's throat. Ice release. Swallow return. This seemingly simple technique concealed the essence of the White Fang sword technique, altering the trajectory 3 times with a flick of the wrist at the moment of attack, rendering defenses futile. Clang. Hanzo swiftly swung his chain scythe, successfully blocking all of KNY and Appo's strikes. Chain scythe second slash. Under Hanzo and Appo's gaze, KNY's body once more transformed into icy mist, the scythe slicing through his elemental form. Could he sustain this? A trace of astonishment flickered in Hanzo's eyes. It appeared that Danzo's intelligence was lacking in detail. That dog of a Danzo. KNY gritted his teeth in frustration, retreating while casting a glance at his teammates. Bai Tianyi was fending off 3 ranged shinobi, while Chi Quan and Chong Shi were back-to-back against 2 other jonin. The situation was dire, yet they could endure for the moment. Water release. Great exploding water collision wave. Hanzo suddenly struck, an immense wave surging forth. KNY immediately formed hand seals. Ice release. Ice barrier. An ice wall surged upwards, only to be obliterated upon contact with the wave. The residual force hurled KNY backward, his back crashing against a tree. Ordinary ice release was no match. I must resort to that. KNY wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his hands beginning to form seals. Frost 8 gates. Third gate. Life gate. Open. A visible blue wave of energy erupted from KNY, transforming him into a crimson figure. Chakra steam mixed with ice crystals swirling around him, his speed multiplying several times. He became a streak of blue lightning. Zuezyu slicing towards Hanzo with piercing cold. How fascinating. Hanzo calmly raised his scythe. Yet it was not fast enough. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated like a torrential downpour. After opening the 8 gates, every strike from KNY was as swift as lightning, but Hanzo always managed to predict his movements accurately. 15 seconds elapsed, and all his attacks were thwarted. 15 seconds remaining. I must create an opening. KNY feigned a change in strategy, deliberately exposing his right shoulder. Hanzo and Appo's chain scythe struck like a venomous serpent. Thud. The scythe pierced his shoulder, blood splattering. Yet, this was the moment KNY had awaited. He gritted his teeth against the pain. Seizing the chain with his left hand while thrusting Zuezu towards Hanzo and Amp, Appo's heart with his right. Ice release, lightning flash. Hanzo was forced to relinquish his scythe and retreat. A crack appearing in his breathing mask from the blade's edge. A splendid calculation. For the first time, Hanzo's voice carried a hint of anger. But do you think this will secure your victory? 20 seconds. KNY felt the backlash of the 8 gates manifesting. A tearing pain coursing through his muscles. He faced a choice, continue the struggle for an opportunity, or gamble everything on using ice release. Ice vortex strangulation? KNY glanced at his teammates. Bai Tianyi was besieged by 3 ranged shinobi, and both Chi Quan and Chong Shi bore injuries. Now is the moment. Ice release, ice vortex strangulation. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Centered around KNY. The air within a 100-meter radius suddenly crystallized into countless ice shards. The ground trembled violently, a colossal ice vortex exceeding 30 meters in diameter materializing from thin air, within which numerous ice blades spun at terrifying speed, emitting a chilling shriek. What technique is this? A ranged shinobi Jonin retreated in terror. Bai Tianyi and Appo's Byakugan widened in astonishment. The chakra quantity had surpassed that of an elite Jonin. My goodness, how old is he? Even the injured Chi Quan and the often silent Chong Shi wore expressions of shock. The ice vortex expanded further, reducing trees to mere powder and slicing rocks into neat fragments. The 3 ranged shinobi Jonin, unable to evade, were drawn into its depths, their screams silenced as they transformed into mist of blood. The shriek of the vortex nearly tore through the air, and for the first time, a grave expression appeared beneath Hanzo's mask. He rapidly formed hand seals, chakra surging within him at an astonishing pace. Summoning technique, triple gate of hell. 3 colossal demonic gates rose from the ground, each adorned with grotesque carvings. The first gate was shredded into fragments upon contact with the ice vortex, the second held for 3 seconds before collapsing, and the third finally slowed the vortex and Appo's velocity. Not enough. Hanzo bit his finger, drawing forth a peculiar rune with his blood. Forbidden technique. Dance of the Salamander. His body suddenly swelled and transformed. Unique patterns of the salamander emerging on his skin, the breathing mask merging seamlessly with his face. This was Hanzo and Appo's rarely employed ultimate form, fully merging himself with the salamander and Appo's toxin. Boom. The thunderous explosion sent Hanzo and Appo's figure hurtling. As he emerged from the smoke, his iconic breathing mask lay shattered, revealing a scarred visage. His left arm twisted unnaturally, clearly injured from his evasive maneuvers. KNY knelt on one knee, his chakra completely expended. His vision began to blur. Yet the corners of his mouth curled upward. He beheld Hanzo's disheveled state, the terror etched on the faces of the ranged shinobi. An impressive technique. Hanzo's voice was hoarse and low. To develop such a level of forbidden technique at 14 years of age, the talent emerging from Konoha was indeed enviable. He advanced slowly, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, yet unfortunately, they did not know how to cherish it. And you have pledged your loyalty to the wrong master. KNY yearned to rise, yet his muscles disobeyed him. The recent use of forbidden techniques had thoroughly drained his chakra, and the backlash from the Frost 8 gate surfaced, beads of blood forming on his skin. KNY. Bai Tianyi attempted to rush over to assist, but was firmly entangled by 2 ranged shinobi. Chapter 53. Intercepting Han's, the vision of Ice River K began to blur. Kneeling on one knee, the snow-covered ground sank deeply beneath him, supporting his faltering body. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Hans, dragging his injured left arm, advanced slowly. Each step sent tremors through the ground, intensifying the shadow of death looming over him. At 14, Hans and Appo's voice was hoarse and low, a complex gleam flickering in his single eye. I was merely a gopher in the shadows of the rain village. He halted 3 paces from Ice River Kaya, looking down upon the silver-haired youth. This is your last chance. Join the rain village. I can offer you everything you desire: power, status, freedom. With great effort, Ice River Kaya raised his head, disdain evident in his icy blue eyes. Status? He coughed up a mouthful of blood. A mere rain village? With your strength? What would I achieve there? Would I reign over a heap of monkeys? Impudent. A rain village Janine roared, veins bulging on his forehead. How dare a mere leaf brat insult Lord Hans? You ignorant fool. Another rain ninja, wearing a breathing mask, shouted, Lord Hans could crush you with a single finger. The crowd of rain ninjas erupted in fury, vile curses crashing like waves. Some even drew their kunai, ready to charge, but were halted by Hans's raised hand. Hans and Appo's single eye narrowed slightly, a cold smirk creeping across his scarred face. Interesting. It has been long since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. He stepped forward, the chains in his right hand clinking with a sharp sound. Very well, since you insist on seeking death. He suddenly lunged, the chain sickle transforming into a silver flash aimed directly at Ice River Kaya and Appo's throat. Die. Ice River Kaya attempted to elementalize, only to find his chakra nearly depleted. In a critical moment, three figures dashed into the battlefield like lightning. Ninja art, Needle Earth. Jiraiya's white hair shot forth like steel needles, deflecting the sickle. Summoning technique, Serpent of 10,000. Orochimaru summoned a colossal python that drove several rain ninjas back. Healing technique, Palm Healing. Tsunade landed beside Ice River Keiya, her vibrant green chakra enveloping his battered body. Tsunade swiftly assessed Ice River Keiya and Appo's injuries. The healing chakra flickered in her palm. Chakra exhausted, numerous ruptured meridians. This kid is as reckless as ever. Jiraiya stood at the forefront, a carefree grin on his face. Lord Hans, bullying children is hardly the act of a demigod. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils narrowed slightly, his voice as cold as a serpent's. It seems the Rain Village intends to formally declare war against the Leaf? Hans did not respond to Orochimaru's inquiry, merely squinting disdainfully. Reinforcements from the Leaf? 3 ignorant brats? Jiraiya mocked. Indeed, if a mere child can injure the demigod, what can 3 achieve? Hans and Appo's expression darkened instantly, his demeanor as stormy as water. Sharp-tongued. Very well. I shall eliminate you all today. He surged forward, the sickle transforming into a silver streak aimed at the trio. Sickle second slash. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Jiraiya quickly formed seals, but the sickle easily pierced through the earthen barrier. Tsunade launched a punch at the incoming sickle. Bang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as she staggered back a few steps, her wrists slightly numb. Not bad, little girl, Hans sneered, but still far from enough. Water style. Great water wave. A monstrous tidal wave surged forward, obliterating everything in its path. Orochimaru hastily formed seals, Earth style, Earth flow castle. The rising earthen wall barely held back the flood. Seizing the opportunity, Hans launched a surprise attack, the sickle aimed for Orochimaru's throat. Orochimaru hastily raised his Kusanagi sword, the impact sending him flying several dozen meters. Orochimaru. Jiraiya called out to assist, but was blocked by 2 suddenly appearing salamanders. Hans pressed the attack, the sickle relentlessly pursuing Orochimaru. Die. In a critical moment, Orochimaru and Appo's body transformed into countless small snakes, scattering, while his true form appeared behind Hans. Ninja art, Serpent Bite. The Kusanagi sword, wrapped in purple chakra, aimed for Hans's back. Hans barely evaded, but a wound was still inflicted. You pesky brat. Hans roared in fury, chakra exploding forth. Salamander and Appo's poison mist. The purple chakra wave spread, desiccating all in its wake. Tsunade immediately formed seals. Summoning technique, Slug. A massive slug shielded the trio. Yet its surface was still corroded with a hissing sound. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya unleashed flames, fire style, toad oil fireball. The flames, mingled with toad oil, engulfed Hans in a sea of fire. Hans snorted derisively, forming seals with both hands. Water style, water barrier. However, the flames intensified upon contact with water, trapping him in a blazing inferno. Salamander's poison spike. Purple poisonous mist shot into the sky, followed by a rain of poison needles. Be careful. Tsunade summoned the slug once more for defense. When the rain of needles ceased, Hans breathed heavily, his gaze cold and calculating as he regarded the trio. You possess some skill, but today you shall all perish here. Salamander's poison mist. Hans's chakra erupted, a terrifying cloud of poison engulfing the battlefield. This time, he aimed to poison every leaf ninja present. Summoning technique, Slug Split. The massive slug Tsunade summoned suddenly split into dozens, protecting all the injured leaf ninjas. Hans's expression grew increasingly grave. The prowess of these 3 young ninjas far exceeded his expectations. More alarming was their astonishing teamwork. Damn it. Hans gritted his teeth. In his injured state, he indeed could not swiftly eliminate them. Prolonging the conflict would only allow more leaf reinforcements to arrive. After weighing his options, Hans finally snorted. This ends today. He cast a lingering glance at the faltering Ice River Keiya. With a surge of poisonous mist, Hans and the rain ninjas vanished from sight. Chapter 54. Return to the camp in the distance. Among the treetops, 3 figures adorned with animal masks lurked silently. The foremost ninja, masked in black, furrowed his brow beneath his disguise. Retreat, he gestured, his voice low. The mission has changed. Is it truly wise to abandon this? Another root ninja clenched his kunai in frustration, recalling Danzo and Appo's orders. Foolishness. The first ninja interrupted coldly. Orochimaru and Appo's trio is near the target. Any action now would reveal to the Hokage that the root is pursuing Hikawasaura. Do you wish for Danzo's collusion with Hanzo to be exposed? The 3 remained motionless as statues among the branches, even their breath subdued to the faintest whisper. The black-masked ninja's gaze penetrated through the leaves, fixated on the white-haired boy being carried by Jiraiya. Next time, you won't be so lucky, he silently vowed. Within the medical tent of the Konoha frontline camp, the air was thick with the scent of herbs. Hikawasaura lay quietly on the sickbed, his complexion pale as parchment. Tsunade was administering the final touches of his treatment, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Fortunately, it is merely chakra exhaustion, compounded by the after-effects of the 8 gates. Thank goodness for this boy and Appo's ice release Kekii Genkai. Jiraiya leaned against the tent pole, momentarily setting aside his usual jovial demeanor. Did you see that technique? The devastation wrought by that ice release forbidden jutsu. I did. Orochimaru and Appo's golden slit pupils glimmered with an unusual light. The modified forbidden techniques of the second Hokage unleashed ice blades, each spinning with fierce cutting power, leaving a path of astonishing destruction. Even a shadow-level ninja would hardly escape unscathed if ensnared. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from outside the tent. A pale-eyed ninja burst in, his Byakugan still bandaged. Keiya. He won and Amp. Appo's T-Dai, Tsunade interrupted. And you, reckless one, should not be running about with poison still coursing through you. Return to your bed. The pale-eyed ninja sheepishly retreated, casting a lingering glance at Hikawasaura. Jiraiya moved to the bedside, gazing at the unconscious boy. I remember when he struggled against peers of his age back in school. 3 years, Orochimaru remarked, extending 3 fingers. From graduating the ninja academy to developing such a level of forbidden jutsu in just 3 years. Even Hanzo must take this seriously. Tsunade finished bandaging the last wound. His chakra nature is quite unique, unlike ordinary ice release Kekkai Genkai. A profound silence enveloped the tent as the 3 comprehended the implications. Hikawasaura's talent might indeed surpass their expectations. Suddenly, Hikawasaura's fingers twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes, his voice weak yet clear. That dog Danzo. It was him who leaked our intel to Hanzo. The atmosphere within the tent froze instantly. What? Jiraiya sprang upright. Are you sure? Hikawasaura nodded with difficulty. Hanzo said it himself. Jiraiya and Appo's expression turned ashen. I must report this to the old man immediately. Danzo is colluding with external enemies. Calm down, Jiraiya. Orochimaru and Appo's voice was eerily composed. What evidence do you have? ISN and Appo's T. Hikawa and Appo's testimony enough? Jiraiya retorted. Orochimaru scoffed. The word of an injured ninja? Danzo will claim Hanzo is sowing discord, or that Keiya misheard. Without substantial evidence, even the Hokage cannot act against him. Tsunade frowned as she offered Hikawasaura some water. Orochimaru is right. That old fox Danzo cannot be toppled without solid proof. Jiraiya ran a hand through his hair in frustration. So we simply let it go? Orochimaru and Appo's golden slit pupils narrowed slightly. Danzo and Appo's tactics are far more intricate than that. Jiraiya scratched his head. But you, young man, must be more cautious from now on. Danzo is insidious. Hikawasaura closed his eyes, replaying every detail of his battle against Hanzo in his mind. That ice vortex strangulation had wounded Hanzo. Yet it was insufficient. Far from enough. He needed to refine it further. By the way, Tsunade suddenly recalled. What is the name of your forbidden technique? Ice release. Ice vortex strangulation. Hikawasaura replied softly. It is still in the development stage. Still in development? Jiraiya and Appo's eyes widened. Such terrifying destructive power, and it's still being refined. Orochimaru and Appo's slit pupils narrowed. What is the principle behind it? Hikawasaura answered without hesitation. His explanation simple. It is merely the second Hokage's forbidden technique fused with ice release. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya. As the night deepened, Hikawasaura woke once more. The tent was dimly lit by a single oil lamp, and Orochimaru remained seated in the shadows. How do you feel? Orochimaru and Appo's voice was hoarse and calm. Hikawasaura attempted to move his fingers, still alive. Regarding Danzo. Orochimaru suddenly lowered his voice. It is best not to mention this to anyone, even the Hokage. Hikawasaura's gaze sharpened instantly. Why? Because there is no evidence. Orochimaru's slit pupils glimmered in the darkness, and what you need most now is to grow stronger, not to be embroiled in political strife. Hikawasaura fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. He understood better than anyone that he was still far too weak. Your ice release. Orochimaru and Appo's voice held a rare interest. I wish to study it in depth.